Chapter 251. Lin Shi temporarily settled into the Iron Wolf base. The medical facilities here weren't as comprehensive as other bases, but there were still many professional doctors, and basic medications were readily available. Illness strikes like a landslide, but Lin Shi's years of consistent exercise and fitness meant that even after the exertion and cold, the medication helped her recover quickly. 2 days after her fever subsided, Lin Shi prepared to go out. As the three of them went out, Li Shuyi from next door joined them. "I haven't seen so many people in a long time, and I was too scared to go out, so I waited for you all." Li Shuyi's impression of this base came entirely from Yang Yicheng and Feng Shui. One was the person who had once pointed a gun at her and forced her to do something, and the other was the person who had been sarcastic and dismissive of her uselessness. It was easy to imagine that she didn't have a good impression of the Iron Wolf base. During the day, the accommodation area of this base was almost deserted, except for one place where a commotion could be heard, the central square that Lin Shi had passed on her way in. The square was practically a large open training ground, with a high arena at its center where two people were currently fighting. Almost everyone, both in the ring and in the training area, was shirtless, engaged in pure hand-to-hand combat, the perfect place to release their sweat. To ensure ample space for the fighters, the training area had a strict limit on the number of participants. A group stood in the ring, but many more gathered around to watch. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause, with even the upper railings packed with people. The fighter had changed. Lin Shi looked up, and the first thing that caught his eye was long legs and abs. "He has 8-packs. Li Shuyi spoke softly, but when she saw the person's face, she pursed her lips awkwardly. It was Yang Yicheng. Lin Shi had heard long ago that Yang Yicheng had lost his military rank after leaving the organization, but in the wilderness, everyone called him the King of Soldiers. The King of Soldiers' appearance pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Almost everyone present was a young and strong man, all with an insatiable thirst for strength. Xiang Xian waved his hand. "So what? Our brother Lu also has 8 pieces." Everyone's attention was drawn to the arena. Although Lin Shi had seen Yang Yicheng in combat, it was mostly shooting with guns. This was the first time he had seen a match where they fought hand-to-hand without weapons. After defeating 2 incredibly strong opponents, the cheers from the sidelines continued, but no one else stepped into the arena. Li Shuyi commented, "Pretty impressive." Xiang Xian, "Our brother Lu is even more impressive." Li Shuyi glanced at the pale-skinned Lu Wei and remained silent. Lin Shi couldn't resist her curiosity and turned to Lu Wei, asking, "Who won the last fight between you two?" Back when they were still at the Dawn base, Lu Wei went to meet Yang Yicheng in the middle of the night to retrieve Lin Jia's zombie. Lu Wei had fought Liang Hui then, and even got a bruise on his face, but the outcome was uncertain. Lu Wei just glanced at her without answering. This reaction made Lin Shi even more curious. "So, if you fought now?" "Lu Wei, he'd break a bone." Lin Shi, "True." Li Shuyi blinked at the two of them, silently shaking her head. Of course, she thought Lin Shi and Lu Wei were exaggerating. She had already labeled these people unreliable in her mind, and after witnessing Yang Yicheng's performance, she felt Lu Wei had even less of a chance. Lu Wei was pale, his shirt giving him a somewhat refined appearance, while Yang Yicheng, with his normal yellowish-brown skin and sweat-drenched bare chest, looked undeniably stronger. Lin Shi didn't know what Li Shuyi was thinking, but she was currently focusing on the same issue as Li Shuyi, skin color. People who stayed at the base for a long time would have very pale skin like her. Yang Yicheng, who frequently engaged in field combat, wouldn't be pale, but his skin shouldn't be close to a wheatish tan either. As they pondered this, the air suddenly fell silent as a girl appeared on the field. Unlike the shirtless man beside her, she wore a striking dark red sports vest, the outline of her 6-pack abs faintly visible. It was Feng Shui. She walked over, tying her shoulder-length hair into a high ponytail. "I try again," she said again, indicating she had fought before. "Oh!" A chorus of cheers erupted again, no less enthusiastic than the earlier applause for Yang Yicheng. Lin Shi could tell that the noise wasn't just jeering, and the way they looked at Feng Shui wasn't just excitement at seeing a woman, it reflected a sense of recognition of her strength. Feng Shui must be incredibly powerful. Indeed, anyone recruited to the Iron Wolf base and frequently involved in field missions, regardless of gender, is a top-tier fighter. Yang Yicheng leaned against the soft railing, his gaze sweeping over Lu Wei and Lin Shi in the crowd, then walked off the stage. Passing Feng Shui, he casually remarked, "Next time." He left the training pool, grabbed a shirt, and walked up to Lu Wei and Lin Shi. "I was just about to look for you guys." Lu Wei and Lin Shi nodded in greeting. It was time to get down to business. Yang Yicheng drew everyone's attention here. Everyone's focus had been on the arena, and most were only just noticing Lin Shi and the others. Those gazes, some curious, some fixed, were somewhat unsettling. Because 3 new female faces appeared here, standing out too much among the group of men. Chapter 252. Yang Yicheng clearly had important matters to discuss, and wouldn't just stand there talking. He led the 4 of them out of the hall. Feng Shui, seeing this, followed. After passing the centralized accommodation area, Lin Shi saw several small workshops. Here, she met the other women from the Iron Wolf base besides Feng Shui. Some were producing compressed rations, others were making clothes, light industrial workshops to sustain everyone's livelihood. Most of the busy employees were women, but there were also some disabled men, perhaps wounded soldiers from the war. Xiang Xian asked curiously, I thought this arsenal was full of strong men. Even Feng Shui was a highly capable fighter. The women here didn't seem to have any combat abilities. Yang Yicheng said, in principle, the Iron Wolf base only accepts those with combat abilities. But they provided important supplies, so they were brought in as an exception. He said provided, not contributed. Lin Shi asked, if you absolutely need to obtain a certain resource, but the other party refuses to provide it, what would you do? Like when you aimed at her hand? Yang Yicheng hummed in agreement. Lin Shi asked again, and then? Yang Yicheng shook his head. Usually, by the time you aim, the other party will provide the resource. Lin Shi pressed on. What if they don't give it, and you shoot? Yang Yicheng sighed impatiently, considered the situation carefully, and said, I take her and the resource back to the base. After all, if I provide what I need, I'm qualified to enter the base. His tone remained condescending. At this point, Lin Shi knew an ending she had never experienced before. If she hadn't escaped after being injured in her right hand, Yang Yicheng, if he obtained the resource, might have taken her back to the Iron Wolf base, nursed her wounds, and then let her stay there to live and work. Li Shui glanced at him from behind, not daring to speak. She had been brought to the Iron Wolf base by contributing the solar charging panel. If she hadn't been with Lin Shi, she might very well have been sent here to work. Thinking of this, she subconsciously looked at Lin Shi. Speaking of which, Li Shui had overheard Lin Shi and Yang Yicheng's conversation. If Lin Shi hadn't found the radish and come to her, she probably wouldn't have been forced to come here at gunpoint. If the base had consistently provided a stable living environment, she wouldn't have been unable to accept working for food. There were many others like her living here. If she hadn't witnessed so much ugliness in people's hearts since the apocalypse, and seen the base's negative reputation online, she probably would have already joined the base. Lu Wei and Xiang Xian had been silently listening to Lin Shi and Yang Yicheng's conversation without offering any opinions. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached them, and a small figure rushed out and hugged Yang Yicheng's leg. Uncle Captain. Lin Shi looked down, and saw that it was a little boy who barely reached his knees. This was somewhat unusual. Lin Shi had rarely seen children since the apocalypse, and the child before her looked to be only 2 or 3 years old, a newborn born after the zombie outbreak. There were newborns at the Iron Wolf base. Yang Yicheng stood there, bewildered. He seemed reluctant to interact with the child, but couldn't bring himself to shove him away. He glanced around and saw a pregnant woman, around 30 years old, approaching Yang Yicheng with obsequious manner and pulling the child away. It seemed there was more than one newborn. Is someone getting married here? Lin Shi asked. Just like Chun Ling back then, although Lin Shi couldn't quite imagine a wedding taking place at the Iron Wolf base. Yang Yicheng didn't respond. Further ahead, indescribable noises emanated from a nearby room. A man, putting on his coat as he left the room, turned back and said, Old Jiang asked me to make an appointment with you for 8 p.m. Oh, and Xiao Gao too, he see you tomorrow. A woman's voice came from inside the room. Understood. The voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Lin Shi froze, her gaze fixed on the closed doors with surprise. Li Shui also gaped, shrinking closer to Lin Shi. Xiang Xian frowned, her chest heaving as if she wanted to say something. They had all assumed that the women who had come here, after being robbed of their supplies, would at least have a place to stay and some work to do. They hadn't expected this situation. A soft laugh came from behind. Lin Shi then noticed that Feng Shui was also following behind. Feng Shui seemed to see through their thoughts, and her voice was always so sarcastic. Our Iron Wolf base doesn't have the mature production lines of your larger bases. While supplies aren't scarce, they're not abundant enough to support a group of people who can't do much work. Xiang Xian, but we have workshops, aren't we? Feng Shui crossed her arms. There aren't that many positions. They can't carry heavy loads, they can't fight zombies, and they can't go out into the wild to farm or gather resources. The most fundamental food problem remains unsolved. Lin Shi frowned. Farm in the wild? Feng Shui, yes. The mountains and forests provide cover, making it harder for the enemy to spot them, and there are fewer zombies. But it's still dangerous and very taxing. Farming and gathering are done by our soldiers. Lin Shi understood why most of the people at the Iron Wolf base had darker skin. She muttered, "That's no excuse to bully them. It was you who brought them here by providing them with essential supplies and tools for survival, leading to their current situation. If these people hadn't come to the Iron Wolf base, they might have encountered other dangers and died in the second or third year of the apocalypse, but at least their fate was in their own hands. No one forced this, in other words, it was all consensual." Feng Shui sighed and shook her head. If you can't contribute points, you get very little food, just enough to survive. To get enough to eat, you need to rely on others. She tossed her high ponytail again. Besides, our base is full of fit young people. It's not a loss to hang out with handsome guys with 8-pack abs. Lin Shi and Xiang Xian didn't understand, but couldn't find a suitable response to Feng Shui. Seeing that Yang Yicheng lacked patience to explain, and despite her well-intentioned efforts, Lin Shi's reaction remained the same. Feng Shui shook her head. "Why are you so, Sai? Anyway, no one is forcing us, and there are normal one-on-one marriages too. It depends on personal choice and luck." Lin Shi, what about the child? Feng Shui, if it's born to a single person, the base has to take care of it. Who knows how many years the war will last? Our base's population has only decreased in recent years. In other words, some children are from single-parent families, and perhaps in this voluntary model, they can't find their biological father, so they're considered to be raised by the base. Lin Shi sighed, feeling this shouldn't be the case. She asked, "Are all of you soldiers here?" Yang Yicheng seemed too lazy to pay attention to Lin Shi and continued leading the way. Although Feng Shui's tone was unfriendly, she answered Lin Shi's questions without reservation. "Wrong. Actually, there are very few real soldiers. It was all organized slowly by Captain Yang and Deputy Captain Li. Most of them just have good foundations. Their skills were honed after coming to the Iron Wolf base." Lin Shi thought of Lin Jie, her cousin, who wasn't particularly skilled either, just strong enough to be recruited into the Iron Wolf base. She asked again, "What about the weapons?" Those large quantities of high-end firearms and ammunition weren't just found on the battlefield. At this point, Feng Shui's face darkened, her eyes flashing with a fierce light as she looked at Lin Shi. "Why are you asking so many questions? Are you going to open a base?" As they spoke, the group sat down in what appeared to be a conference room. Lin Shi looked around at the advanced equipment, her gaze finally settling on Yang Yicheng. She had already given up on provoking Yang Yicheng. Feng Shui sat down opposite her, glaring at her. "Lin Shi, just curious how Captain Yang manages the base." Yang Yicheng said calmly, "I'm not good at management." After everyone was seated, Yang Yicheng glanced at Li Shui, seemingly questioning her about her presence. He said, "What we need to discuss is classified." Li Shui was the only one present who was a recluse who didn't participate in combat. She had always been afraid of Yang Yicheng. She trembled whenever he looked at her or spoke to her. At this moment, she wisely stood up. "Then Yang Yicheng, go outside." Li Shui left the meeting room on her own. Yang Yicheng said, "2 more wars have broken out outside these past few days. Many bases are looking for you." He looked at Lin Shi. Lu Wei asked, "Is there any news from the relevant departments?" Yang Yicheng, almost every base that contacted Lin Shi claimed to have received orders from the relevant departments. However, how many of them were genuine, and how many would remain true to their original intentions, no one dared to think. Lin Shi witnessed firsthand how the Watchtower base, once a powerful and authoritative force, betrayed itself and was forced to activate its self-destruct system. She never imagined that one day, while being hunted down, she would find herself hiding in Yang Yicheng's Iron Wolf base. Chapter 253. How do I contact the relevant departments? Lin Shi asked. I mean the legitimate relevant departments. After the outbreak of war, the major bases split into 2 camps, one led by the relevant departments, and the other led by the White Shield base. Since the emergence of the half-infected organizations have appeared in both camps. The Watchtower base remains under the jurisdiction of the relevant departments, but it is relatively independent. While it follows the general direction of the departments, its internal governance is left to its own leaders. Now, many bases are undoubtedly misled by the half-infected project. After the fall of the Watchtower base, more and more bases have issued manhunts for Lin Shi. Some are hunting her down, while others, like Jian Wuxian, are obsessed with the half-infected project and try to capture Lin Shi to perfect the half-infected. With each base harboring its own agenda, Lin Shi truly doesn't know where to go. All she wants is a high-standard laboratory. We can't stay here any longer. Although the Iron Wolf base has electricity, enough to sustain their daily lives and power the vaccine coolers, there's no laboratory here to continue vaccine research. Lin Shi looked serious, but Feng Shui beside her scoffed, "Nobody wants to keep you here. You're a disaster. If other bases find out you're here, they'd probably swarm and raze the Iron Wolf base to the ground." Yang Yiqing gave her a warning look. Feng Shui winked at him, trying to cover it up with a playful smile. Lin Shi seized the opportunity to ask Yang Yiqing, "Didn't you say you were going to put her in solitary confinement when you got back?" Yang Yiqing didn't seem like the type to play games. When Feng Shui kept provoking Lin Shi and causing trouble, Yang Yiqing's statement about putting her in solitary confinement probably wasn't meant for outsiders. "You?" Feng Shui pointed at Lin Shi, about to unleash her attack, when she suddenly realized her mistake and calmly said, "The base is short-staffed right now. It's a time when we need manpower. There's no time for idle confinement." "Lin Shi, is that so? I see you're quite free." Feng Shui took a deep breath, the provocation she had barely managed to suppress finally erupting. "You're far more free than me, the great scientist, eating, living, and lounging here for 4 days for free." Xiang Xian slammed her hand on the table, ready to join the fray. Yang Yiqing closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exchanged a glance with Lu Wei. Lu Wei, however, showed no intention of mediating. Seeing the three women about to start a fight, Yang Yiqing finally couldn't help but slam his hand on the table twice, and finally said to Feng Shui, "You can leave now." After all, he had something to discuss with Lin Shi and Lu Wei. Feng Shui was unconvinced, but didn't want to be kicked out, so she raised her index finger and thumb together and gestured to her mouth, as if zipping up her lips. She signaled for silence and a truce. Lin Shi and Xiang Xian weren't the type to hold a grudge, and everyone sat down calmly. Yang Yiqing continued the previous topic, saying, "Any force claiming to be a branch of the relevant department is untrustworthy. It's best to contact the headquarters directly, but I'd long since left the organization and don't have the authority to do so." Lu Wei replied, "My orders require specialized equipment, which I lost during the escape. The headquarters of the relevant department has been trying to concentrate its efforts on eliminating the zombies, and leading everyone back to the surface to rebuild their homes. If they knew about Lin Shi's situation, they would definitely send someone to help. But the problem now is how to contact headquarters. Yang Yiqing's current authority only allows him to contact some bases, but the internal situation of these bases and the key combat teams are unknown." According to Lu Wei, even he didn't know which base the relevant department's headquarters was located in. Yang Yiqing shrugged, "Our communications department has tried everything, but without orders from headquarters, we can't make contact." A silence fell. Xiang Xian broke the silence first. "Xiong Er, didn't Liang Hui say our trucks are still here? Let's go straight to headquarters." Feng Shui couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, seemingly mocking the decision. This time, Yang Yiqing didn't warn her, but said, "Your trucks are indeed here, but going directly to headquarters is risky." Lin Shi turned to Lu Wei and Yang Yiqing and asked, "Do you know where the relevant department's headquarters is located?" Since the apocalypse, Lin Shi had focused on scientific research, while Lu Wei handled dealings with higher-ups and providing combat support. Lin Shi had never heard of the location of the relevant department's headquarters. Lu Wei and Yang Yiqing shook their heads in unison. The location of the core department is unknown. Yang Yiqing added, "I think it might be in the northwest. The northwest region has a relatively high altitude, mostly deserts and mountains, and is sparsely populated. The zombies' influence on the northwest is relatively weaker than on the densely populated cities of the southeast coast, but nearly 5 years into the apocalypse, it has already affected that area." Yang Yiqing, in the years since the zombie outbreak and the war began, various guns and ammunition have been circulating, but nuclear weapons have never been used. Nuclear weapons and other highly destructive weapons have always been in the hands of relevant departments and have never been used. Lin Shi, you mean those weapons are concentrated in the northwest? Yang Yiqing nodded. There's no completely reliable information, but analysis suggests they're there. Besides the public internet, there are also special signals from relevant departments in the northwest region. Entering this area might allow them to receive the signals. After the apocalypse, the White Shield base, ambitious and seeking independence or domination over other bases, only managed to develop biological weapons using the zombie virus. In their eyes, developing biological weapons was easier than developing nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are extremely destructive. The relevant departments will definitely keep them firmly in their hands. Yang Yicheng's words make sense. Although the future is uncertain, at least there's hope. The headquarters of the relevant departments must have a vaccine research laboratory. Now, Lin Shi can only rely on headquarters for protection and resources to prevent the vaccine from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives again. Seeing everyone silent, Feng Shui spoke again. Speaking of which, with things in such chaos now, why doesn't the relevant departments drop a nuclear bomb on the White Shield base? Maybe then everyone will calm down. After all, who isn't afraid of an atomic bomb? What a stupid question. Xiang Xian finally seized the opportunity to retort to Feng Shui. White Shield base isn't all reactionaries. There are refugees too. Lin Shi, unusually willing to engage with Feng Shui, said, "We've been to White Shield base. It's a very large base. Excluding the armed forces, civilians make up more than 75% of the base's population. It was the most developed and prosperous base among the ones Lin Shi had visited. At least superficially, the base was rich in resources, and had a thriving commerce. The civilians Lin Shi saw at the time lived in much better conditions than those at Dawn Base, and even later, at Watchtower Base. Lu Wei, some bases were originally military bases, such as White Shield and Dawn. Continuing to develop on the existing foundation is naturally better than Dawn and Watch, which were built later. White Shield and Dawn completed their base infrastructure much earlier, unlike when Lin Shi entered Dawn Base, where accommodations were very small, and everyone lived together in cramped conditions until the base was gradually expanded." Feng Shui said indifferently, "So what? Ultimately, White Shield Base is the root of all evil. If bombing White Shield Base can end this chaos, what does sacrificing a few refugees matter?" Lu Wei looked at him coldly. "Not just a few. According to reliable statistics, the number of surviving civilians inside White Shield Base is the largest among all bases. With the current apocalyptic population drastically reduced, the lives of these people are naturally a concern." Yang Yicheng shook his head. The relevant departments won't abandon those civilians. If they had agreed to the bombing, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Lin Shi understood the implication. What does this mean? You agree to drop the bombs too? Lin Shi already knew the answer in her mind when she asked this question. Knowing Yang Yicheng's style, he was indeed very likely to do so. If he had the authority. Yang Yicheng glanced at her and said seriously, "We missed two opportunities to avert the zombie crisis. First, cities where the zombie outbreaks were out of control should have been sealed off and cleared with bombs, such as Nanhua, Yunxiang, and Qinzhou." Before he finished speaking, Lin Shi, Lu Wei, and Xiang Xian all glared at him. If that had happened, the three of them would have disappeared along with Nanhua. Yang Yicheng continued, "Second, since we decided not to drop bombs, we should have concentrated all our forces on clearing the zombies, instead of simultaneously evacuating survivors and clearing out zombies. That's too inefficient. This is why Yang Yicheng later left the team." Lin Shi, "But you overlooked one problem. The zombie outbreak was actually caused by deliberate poisoning. After we captured the first mutated zombie at Nanhua Hongwen Hospital, relevant departments began investigating the cause of the zombie outbreak. It was at this time that a second poisoning occurred. The second poisoning was widespread, directly causing the collapse of several important cities, including Nanhua, disrupting the original plans of the relevant departments. Your suggestion of using bombs to solve the zombie outbreak in cities is simply not feasible, because the poisoner has not yet been caught. Even if the cities with outbreaks are destroyed, zombies will still appear in other cities. Just like in one lifetime, Lu Wei and Liang Hui cooperated with the police to postpone the large-scale zombie outbreak until the afternoon of May 20th. Relevant departments mobilized all surrounding military forces to cooperate in clearing out the zombies in Nanhua. Shortly after the clearing was completed, large-scale zombie outbreaks occurred simultaneously in various places. The zombie virus can survive for a long time without high-temperature sterilization. It will cause large-scale infection when introduced into room temperature or refrigerated food. There were too many sources of infection, and the zombie apocalypse destroyed many important clues and investigators, making it impossible to identify the poisoner. Yang Yicheng didn't reply. He always weighed the pros and cons, doing what he believed was most beneficial for the overall situation. His values differed from those of the relevant departments, which is why he left the team early on. Lin Shi couldn't help but ask, "I'm curious about something. What does Captain Yang think of the statement women and children should be evacuated first in dangerous situations?" Her tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. "Yang Yicheng, it depends on the disaster. If it were like in Titanic, prioritizing the evacuation of women and children, besides being a matter of manners and grace, is more importantly about preserving the very foundation of life. But if it's a zombie apocalypse like now, and everyone evacuates at the same time, I would prioritize those capable of contributing to the end times, including armed forces and scientists. Zombies are formidable adversaries. Even if women and children are evacuated first, they're unlikely to survive, and might even become infected and turn into zombies, adding to the burden on humanity. Only by prioritizing the survival of armed forces can they possibly defeat the zombies. Lin Shi and Lu Wei exchanged glances. They had known Yang Yicheng for many lifetimes. This was Yang Yicheng's consistent principle. Xiang Xian pursed her lips, but remained silent. Feng Shui gave Yang Yicheng a thumbs up. Yang. Captain Yang is awesome. Yang Yicheng, getting back to the point. You're going to the northwest, but you can't leave right now. Several places around here are battlefields where semi-infected individuals are fighting with other bases. Going there now could easily lead to being caught in the crossfire. I take people to get you there after things calm down. Xiang Xian was stunned by Yang Yicheng's speech, and even more surprised when he said I send you there. She asked sincerely, Captain Yang, are you still siding with the relevant departments? Yang Yicheng replied, my initial goal was to eradicate the zombies. He had simply stepped away from the organization's command, but he had continued to work on clearing out the zombies, and would cooperate with relevant departments if possible. Just like when he contacted Lu Wei to provide the Dawn base with special zombies, and later helped Liang Hui receive Lin Shi and Lu Wei who were carrying vaccines. With the battle outside still raging, Lin Shi and her group had no choice but to remain at the Iron Wolf base. They rarely went out. The base was 90% male, all combative and warlike, and Lin Shi didn't know any of them. She only took the vaccine cooler with her when she left the Watchtower base. She left all her learning equipment and materials behind. After measuring Lu Wei's heart rate and respiration again, Lin Shi couldn't record it directly. Lu Wei, your notebook. Here. Lin Shi pointed to her brain. Lin Shi had recorded everything about Lu Wei's condition and medications since he contracted the virus and received the vaccine in a special notebook, but she hadn't brought the notebook with her. She wasn't afraid the people at the Watchtower base would find it and study it. She had her own special recording symbols that others couldn't understand. And she knew Lu Wei's condition inside and out. She had a general impression without even needing to look it up. Without the real-time vital signs provided by her watch, Lin Shi could only revert to measuring them manually. Lu Wei's vital signs continued to decline, and the medication in the cold storage was limited. Lin Shi didn't know how long she would have to stay here, especially if the medication ran out. Besides her daily exercise, Lin Shi would press herself against the wall to calm herself when she was upset. Seeing this, Lu Wei stayed with her, just like at the White Shield base. Lin Shi, no competition, okay? Okay. The organs of the semi-infected were gradually stiffening, and various reactions were weakening in them. Lu Wei held his upside down for even longer. Knock knock. A knock on the door. Come in. It was Xiang Xian who entered. Lin Shi, you knock on your own door when you come home? I'm afraid I see something I shouldn't see. Although I know you're listening to my breathing and heartbeat, it still feels weird. Xiang Xian also stood upside down against the wall. Knock knock. Another knock. Li Shui entered, looking surprised at the three upside-down geckos clinging to the wall. I'm so bored. I wanted to play with you guys, but if you play this every day, I just play by myself. Lin Shi, find something to do. Li Shui, I want to, but the factory isn't short-handed. If I go, I'd just be competing with them for wages. I think I pass. The Iron Wolf base provided Li Shui with the same living conditions as ordinary soldiers. 3 meals a day, not very plentiful, but better than the women. They were all brought back to the Iron Wolf base for contributing supplies, but their significance was different. The charging panels provided at the beginning of the base's construction were common equipment. However, the charging panels provided when the vaccine refrigeration boxes faced a power outage had extraordinary significance. It was these charging panels that preserved the research results. At the time, Lin Shi's promise to Li Shui was to exchange her life, so Yang Yicheng didn't separate them after they arrived at the Iron Wolf base. Chapter 254. As night fell, a rustling sound came from inside the room. Lin Shi, half asleep, turned over, thinking she had misheard. There were many energetic and combative individuals at the Iron Wolf base, sometimes still sparring on the arena past midnight. For example, tonight, shouts and cheers intermittently penetrated the door and entered the room, not as loud as during the day, but still quite noisy. This masked the sounds inside the room. However, the next moment, the rustling sound became more obvious. Could there be rats or small animals at the Iron Wolf base? Lin Shi didn't open her eyes. Beep beep. The next moment, the sound of the cooler's combination lock came from the room. Lin Shi suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Someone was touching her cooler without permission. The room had 2 bunk beds. Lin Shi and Xiang Xian slept on the upper bunk, and could easily see the entire room with a glance. In the darkness, a figure lurked furtively, bending over and fiddling with the cooler on the table. When Lin Shi's vision cleared, the figure was less furtive and more trembling. She snapped out of it and jumped out of bed. The light from the cooler's password input screen illuminated Lu Wei's face. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on the input page, but his fingers couldn't find the correct password. Lin Shi snatched the cooler, quickly entered the password, opened it, and promptly injected the antitoxin and delay agent into Lu Wei's body. Even after the injection, Lu Wei's body was still trembling slightly, but he sat down with Lin Shi's help. Lin Shi panicked, hesitating whether to give him 2 more injections. This was the first time Lu Wei had experienced this. Lu Wei had been a semi-infected person for a year. Although his condition was more stable than other semi-infected individuals, this was only because he took his medication on time. The truck bombing and their separation caused Lu Wei to miss 2 days of medication, perhaps allowing the virus to take advantage of that time. Lin Shi didn't want to think about the consequences. She had witnessed the ultimate fate of semi-infected individuals. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Wei gradually calmed down. The cooler was closed, and the room returned to darkness. They couldn't see each other's expressions, just sitting opposite each other. Lin Shi reached out and touched his forehead. It was cold to the touch. She leaned forward, listening to his breathing and heartbeat. The rate was lower than before. Without professional imaging scanning equipment and laboratory instruments, they couldn't scan Lu Wei's brain or examine his internal organs. The unknown situation deepened their fear. How do you feel? Lin Shi remained pressed against his chest. The voice traveled through her body to Lin Shi's ears, headache and loss of control. Those were early signs of the semi-infected individuals beginning to mutate. Xiao Jing and the other first semi-infected individuals at the Watchtower base experienced the same thing. The virus and those immature antibodies in Lu Wei's body were finally starting to spiral out of control. Lin Shi said in a muffled voice, starting tomorrow, administer the injection every 6 hours. The cold storage space was limited, mainly used to store vaccines and various antibody samples. She had calculated the amount of medication a few days ago. Even at the original dosage, it wouldn't last long. Lu Wei was already showing signs of losing control, so the dosage had to be increased to suppress the virus, further shortening the original duration of use. Lu Wei responded. His expression was emotionless, just like usual. But Lin Shi knew his attitude had long since changed. He had started keeping his distance from everyone back at the Watchtower. Lin Shi's eyes welled up, and she tried to calm herself, saying, "Let's set off early, get to headquarters as soon as possible. There's a lab there, I figure something out." The Iron Wolf base didn't have a lab. Lin Shi couldn't conduct research there, not even be able to prepare drugs. A minute had already passed, but Lu Wei didn't back down or push Lin Shi away. His hands were already unconsciously placed behind Lin Shi's back. He didn't respond to the hasty suggestion, but calmly said, "We have to wait until the war zone calms down." If Lin Shi felt the cold, sorrowful hands and closed her eyes. "Lu Wei, Yang Yichen will escort you to headquarters." Lin Shi couldn't help but stammer. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and the two sat there in silence. Lin Shi, not wanting the stalemate to continue, stood up. "I'm going to wash my face." However, as soon as she stood up, she saw a dark figure above her. After meeting her gaze, the figure slowly laid down, pulled the covers over itself, and rolled over. "Lu Wei, Lin Shi, you got up and came to wash my face with me if you weren't asleep." Xiang Xian's muffled voice came from under the covers. "Maybe I should move out." Lin Shi, Lu Wei, move out. You and Lin Shi both move out. Lu Wei then changed her mind. "Never mind. I go next door." Chapter 255. The Iron Wolf base was dimly lit at night, but it was bustling with activity. Besides the sounds from the fighting arena and the patrolling personnel, a few people were walking in the corridor. Lin Shi, carrying a towel, kept her head down, while Xiang Xian silently followed behind. The Iron Wolf base only had public bathrooms to shower. One had to go outside. San. Xiang Xian's tone was soft, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to begin. "Lin Shi, it's nothing." Approaching the bathroom, several people walked forward arm in arm, puffing on cigarettes, among them a familiar figure. Feng Shui. Her hair was loose, her expression languid, and she was chatting and laughing with a man on each arm. They were a little surprised to see Lin Shi there, but Feng Shui, who had always been interested in Lin Shi, whistled. Lin Shi and Xiang Xian ignored her. Just as they were about to meet, Feng Shui greeted her enthusiastically. Where have you been? Taking a shower so late? Lin Shi was in a bad mood and didn't bother to respond. However, what greeted her wasn't just the smell of smoke, but also an obstacle that almost formed a human wall. If Lin Shi didn't back down, they wouldn't either. Someone glanced at Lin Shi. Is this the person Captain Yang brought back from the base? A male voice rang out. Did you pick me up today? Feng Shui didn't move aside, but instead tapped the man's chin, and the group laughed and joked, seemingly flirting. Lin Shi gave them a disgusted look. The men didn't care, and didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Shi. One even urged, Sister, why should we pay attention to her? Feng Shui, oh dear, she's angry again. Haha, she's even more amusing than Chung Chung. She gets angry so easily, and she's so serious about it. Excuse me. Lin Shi took a deep breath. Feng Shui stepped forward, looking at her with interest. You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you taking a shower so late? The smoke deliberately blew into Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi didn't want to back away, but she didn't push her either. Her face was cold as she said, And you, what are you doing so late? Concerned about me? Or just curious? Want to play together? Lin Shi clenched her fist. Feng Shui still smiled. I only play with handsome guys with 8-pack abs. Lin Shi sighed impatiently. She didn't understand why Feng Shui seemed to enjoy making things difficult, or rather, tease her so much. At first, it was about putting her down and showing disdain, but now it seemed like she took pleasure in making her angry. Oh, it seems you have more choices than others at the Iron Wolf base. Lin Shi thought of those women, who had no control over their lives. Feng Shui understood her meaning and scratched her head. Are you talking about the other girls? They all say they're doing it voluntarily, no one forced them. If you can't stand it, why don't you support them? Lin Shi took another deep breath. She was already holding a grudge because of Lu Wei's change earlier, and Feng Shui insisted on provoking her, so she teach her a lesson to avoid being underestimated and causing endless trouble. Feng Shui looked at her clenched fist, smiled, and leaned closer to ask, I heard that half-infected people are stronger than normal people in all aspects, and your brother Lu even uses his little, hey. Feng Shui reacted quickly, catching Lin Shi's fist. It wasn't surprising that someone skilled in combat could catch it. Lin Shi mustered all her strength, flipped over, and kicked. She had recovered her strength and wasn't in the exhausted and sick state she was in last time. Feng Shui deftly parried Lin Shi's attack, a hint of surprise and excitement in her eyes. Not bad, not the pampered girl I imagined. Lin Shi had been too angry, her attack mostly an act of venting her frustration, yet Feng Shui easily dodged it. Feng Shui seized the opportunity, grabbing Lin Shi by the collar, and leading her in another direction along the corridor. Some of her followers cheered, others sighed. Lin Shi quickly chased after her, trying to escape her restraint, but Feng Shui's grip was strong. She wouldn't let go, and the two could only walk side by side up the steps. As their view shifted, Lin Shi realized they had entered the fighting ring. There was almost no one around at this hour, only the two of them stood in the dim light. Feng Shui shoved her back forcefully, assuming a fighting stance. You threw the first punch, okay? Don't tell on me later. She seemed very confident, believing she could beat Lin Shi up as well as last time. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd, who gathered on the corridor to watch. Feng Shui was the strongest woman in the Iron Wolf base. Even many men couldn't defeat her. The admiration many in the Iron Wolf base held for Feng Shui stemmed not only from her being a woman, but also from a deep respect for martial prowess. Someone shouted from afar, Sister Feng, go easy on her. Feng Shui took off her jacket, revealing only a black sports vest. Her arm muscles were clearly visible, not as exaggeratedly muscular as male muscles, but the smooth lines and undulating curves spoke of power. Lin Shi, on the other hand, wore a loose t-shirt issued by the Iron Wolf base, obscuring her muscle definition. Even Li Shui, who usually didn't dare to walk freely within the base, insisted on joining in the fun after hearing about this. Even Yang Yicheng came out, his face still clearly showing impatience. Li Shui, why did they suddenly start fighting? This is so unfair. Xiang Xian, exactly. It's so unfair. San San will definitely teach her a lesson. Yang Yicheng glanced at them, and said to Lu Wei, she get hurt. Xiang Xian, no we three. Lin Shi knows her limits, unlike that troublemaker of yours. Yang Yicheng, it's precisely because Feng Shui doesn't know her limits, that you're worried Lin Shi will get hurt. Li Shui also looked at Lin Shi with concern. She had witnessed the two fighting before, and Lin Shi hadn't fared well then. Why was they fighting again now? She couldn't help but think, if it were me, I'd give up. Once you're in the ring, it won't be easy, wouldn't that just be taking a beating? Xiang Xian, however, looked relaxed. How could that be? San San is a hidden talent. She was once the champion of the Nanhua Women's Sanda League. Feng Shui is also a Sanda champion, Yang Yicheng added, a national level 1. Xiang Xian, Yang Yicheng moved closer to Lu Wei. Lin Shi can't be injured. She's not only a vaccine developer, she's practically a walking antibody. Lu Wei gave him a cold look. This secret was hidden within the Nanhua Research Institute. Almost all of Song Heng's team, who knew about it, were gone, except for Lin Shi. Yang Yicheng didn't seem to care. Lin Jia once said his sister's name was Lin Shi. She's a medical student, and she's always been in Nanhua. Lin Jia, this special zombie, was provided to Lu Wei by Yang Yicheng. With so many coincidental pieces of information, it wasn't surprising that Yang Yicheng could deduce that Lin Shi carried antibodies. He lowered his voice, speaking only to Lu Wei, without malice. Yang Yicheng added, "We need to call a halt." Lu Wei looked at the stage, and shook his head slightly. He knew Lin Shi was under immense pressure. The days of idly waiting at the Iron Wolf base, coupled with Lu Wei's loss of control, must have been incredibly stressful for her. In fact, the stress Lin Shi harbored resentment, but she hadn't expected Feng Shui to be so strong. After a few rounds, she was actually starting to lose ground. Although Lin Shi had maintained her training and fitness routine over the years, she had very little actual combat experience, unlike Feng Shui, who had consistently participated in field battles. She also lacked strength. After gaining the upper hand, Feng Shui stopped her playful teasing and became serious. "I underestimated you. You're a formidable opponent." Again, Feng Shui pressed her advantage, forcefully slamming Lin Shi to the ground once more. The ring had soft padding, so the fall wouldn't hurt, but Lin Shi felt a bit lost. That feeling of helplessness, that feeling of never succeeding no matter how hard she tried, resurfaced. She recalled her first competition at the Nanhua Martial Arts Hall, how she had given up on challenging an opponent she knew she couldn't win against. So many years had passed, but she wouldn't give up again. Even if she couldn't win, she would fight. Just like some roads are blocked, but you still have to keep going. Calm down, calm down. Lin Shi wasn't unfamiliar with fighting opponents with overwhelming strength. Back then, that person hadn't let her win, but instead guided her. Your advantage isn't in strength. If you can't outmaneuver your opponent with your wrist, you must calm down and seize the opportunity to compensate with technique. The crowd, initially overwhelmingly cheering for Feng Shui, gradually calmed down. Lin Shi and Feng Shui were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. When the tense atmosphere quieted down, Xiang Xian loudly counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A tie. File 5 name, Yang Yicheng. Gender, male. Date of birth, November 1998. Height, 188 centimeters. Undergraduate major, confidential file 7 name, Li Shui. Gender, female. Date of birth, April 1998. Height, 166 centimeters. Undergraduate major, journalism file 8 name, Feng Shui. Gender, female. Date of birth, December 1996. Height, 173 centimeters. Undergraduate major, software engineering. Chapter 256. March 4, 2029. Lin Shi departed from the Iron Wolf base. Accompanying her were Lu Wei and Xiang Xian, as well as an elite force led by Yang Yicheng. Li Shui also went along. Although she was terrified of leaving the shelter, it was Lin Shi who had promised to exchange her life for hers, and Yang Yicheng who had changed his promise to protect her. With these two gone, she gritted her teeth and set off as well, choosing land transportation. Avoiding the public roads built before the apocalypse, they traveled along side roads, passing through 22 cities, including several reliable supply points known to Yang Yicheng and Lu Wei. The Iron Wolf base also had aircraft, but in wartime, planes were highly visible targets. If they encountered enemy hijacking or bombing, escape would be impossible. Moreover, there were no familiar airports in the northwest region, so trucks remained the preferred mode of transportation. Lin Shi returned to her truck. The truck's appearance was no longer what Lin Shi remembered. It had undergone several modifications, its shape was more streamlined, and its protective layer was much stronger. Compared to the specialized combat vehicles beside it, it lacked a certain imposing presence, resembling more of a supply truck following behind. The interior, however, was familiar, even bearing the marks of time. The seats were stained with stubborn dirt, and Seong Xian's sketches of figures had faded somewhat. The three sat down in their assigned seats, each bearing their own portrait. Seong Xian activated the new equipment provided by the Iron Wolf base to monitor the surrounding situation alongside the truck. Li Shui curiously surveyed the truck. It's quite lifelike. She had only ever ridden in Yang Yicheng's combat vehicle, which was cold and impersonal, filled with various pieces of equipment. Aside from weapons and a few pieces of equipment, Lin Shi's vehicle was mostly furnished with everyday items: a makeshift toilet, a narrow bed with several sleeping bags, a first aid kit, several boxes of supplies, and of course, a charging pad and a water filter. After several years of wear and tear, the only supplies Lin Shi had stockpiled in the vehicle were a few expired chocolates, sponsored by the Iron Wolf base. Li Shui had no skills. She couldn't drive, fight, or scout. She wanted to lie down on the bed, but felt it wasn't appropriate. She walked to the only empty seat in the front compartment, the seat cover adorned with a cartoon character with winking, peach blossom eyes. This is the car of my dreams. I always fantasized about living a life on the go if I had a post-apocalyptic RV, Li Shui said, her eyes filled with longing. Lin Shi and Seong Xian didn't respond, but Lu Wei whispered, "It's hard to survive." Li Shui, A motorhome like this, unless used as a military vehicle, will definitely attract unwanted attention. In the apocalypse, there are no moral constraints, everyone will scramble for it, and if they can't get it, they destroy it to make sure no one else is happy. Li Shui thought for a moment and nodded. Sounds like you have experience. Lin Shi seemed thoughtful. Perhaps Lu Wei really had such experience. The convoy moved steadily forward. In the years since the apocalypse, there were almost no living people on the ground except in war zones. Their concern was that the various bases would take action after discovering their presence. Seong Xian and Yang Yicheng's team of technicians had professional counter-surveillance skills, so they didn't encounter any tracking or pursuit. Wasteland cities were largely similar. Inside the vehicle, Lu Wei couldn't maintain high concentration, while Seong Xian was mainly responsible for communication and reconnaissance. Lin Shi and Li Shui had nothing to do for the time being. Li Shui was sleeping. Lin Shi was seated behind Lu Wei. Not wanting to look directly at the back of his head, she leaned against the car window, silently pondering research matters. However, sleepiness is contagious, and Lin Shi gradually closed her eyes. Half asleep, she was awakened by Lu Wei patting her shoulder. There's a checkpoint ahead, controlled by relevant departments. Be careful not to expose your identity. He glanced intently at the refrigerated container. Lin Shi understood. The convoy had unknowingly entered the surveillance range of a large base. Escaping at the last minute would only arouse suspicion, so the convoy entered openly and made contact with the other side. They agreed to pass through the checkpoint, but required passengers to disembark for inspection. During this critical period, the relevant department's base was engaged in a fierce battle with the White Shield base. It was extremely easy for spies to infiltrate at this time, so vehicles passing through the checkpoint needed to be thoroughly inspected. Lu Wei mentioned identity, but didn't elaborate, indicating that this base might have a facial recognition system, and Lin Shi's identity would be exposed. Therefore, the only thing that could be hidden was the vaccine sample in the refrigerated container. Lin Shi put on a mask and gloves, concealed the refrigerated container within the black water tank, then removed the mask, and got out of the car openly. If there really was a facial recognition system here, wearing a mask would only draw more attention, since it would eventually be detected. Lin Shi had heard of this base before. It was a large base comparable in size to the White Shield base. Due to special wartime needs, the base had a certain jurisdiction, and this checkpoint was located near the gas station. The checkpoint personnel checked each vehicle one by one. Although they had contacted and coordinated beforehand to ensure the area was inhabited by armed forces, the checkpoint didn't want such a group to pass during this special period. When asked about his purpose for traveling, Yang Yicheng stated directly that he was going to join the relevant department headquarters to participate in combat. The manager, still somewhat skeptical, said, "If you want to join the relevant department's units, just join our base." A worker in white approached with a virus test strip. "There's a semi-infected person in your team." Semi-infected individuals were now a key target for screening. Generally, they belonged to the White Shield base or were from teams controlled by unscrupulous bases. The manager asked, "How many?" "Their entire team has been screened. There's only one semi-infected person." Just as Yang Yicheng and the manager were about to argue, another staff member approached with a monitor, reporting information in a very low voice. Yang Yicheng looked in the direction she came from, and saw the monitor pointed at Lin Shi. The manager, after hearing the new report, looked thoughtfully at Lin Shi. He said, all the major bases are searching for a researcher named Lin Shi. She escaped from the watchtower base, and disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect her to appear here. Since she had been identified, Yang Yicheng frankly admitted that's right. We also have an important mission, to escort this researcher to a base with a mature laboratory. As he spoke, his fingers subtly twitched, ready to act at any moment. The administrator didn't notice his unusual behavior and said seriously, I need to report this situation. Please wait a moment. Although they didn't exchange glances, they all tacitly prepared to act. The base's attitude was unclear. The longer they lingered here, the more dangerous it would be. It was best not to let that base know Lin Shi's whereabouts. Just as they were about to forcibly seize the administrator's equipment, a red alarm suddenly flashed. The guard at the checkpoint suddenly said, a large number of zombies are heading towards us. Someone chimed in, they're moving in the same direction, and their numbers are considerable. They've clearly been drawn here by sonar control. The patrol ahead can't stop them, Captain, The administrator glanced at the red dot on the screen, and said sternly, retreat first. Captain Yang, it's dangerous ahead. You should come back to base with us for safety first. Yang Yicheng turned and gave his scout a look, and the scout nodded to confirm their information was accurate. Lin Shi and Yang Yicheng exchanged a glance, then turned their faces towards their car. Escaping from White Shield Base and Watchtower Base had been difficult enough. She really didn't want to enter another unfamiliar base she didn't know. Yang Yicheng felt the same way. However, the next moment, Xiang Xian said, damn it, the rear road has also been cut off. This checkpoint is about to be surrounded. The checkpoint manager received the same message. He frowned, but the situation didn't give him more time to think. He abruptly ordered, open the basement and release those suicide soldiers to provide cover. As soon as the basement door opened, a group of uncoordinated, crooked people poured out. Lin Shi immediately recognized them as early to mid-stage mutated semi-infected individuals. Their behavior was somewhat uncontrollable, but their core consciousness remained, and they could still barely control their bodies. The leader looked at the manager, then, with a tacit understanding, cleared a path to cover their retreat. Lin Shi immediately understood that these people were soldiers, who had been forced to become semi-infected under special circumstances. However, as time passed, and they gradually began to mutate, they knew their ultimate fate was to become zombies. Therefore, they willingly came to the wilderness to cover their teammates, doing their last bit of strength. In the chaos, the base manager even tried to take Lin Shi away, but they had anticipated this and avoided it. Take advantage of the chaos and move quickly. Their vehicles could withstand attacks from hardened zombies, but if they encountered a zombie horde, while the vehicles wouldn't be destroyed, they could still be tossed about. Zombies were already in sight, and the released semi-infected individuals were organizing their way towards the gas station's perimeter to provide cover. Semi-infected individuals were also prey in the eyes of zombies, but they weren't as attractive as living people with pure blood. The zombies rushed towards the living first. Everyone was at a certain distance from the vehicles, currently evacuating from the checkpoint in a staggered manner. Li Shui frantically shouted for help in the crowd. Gunshots and fighting erupted. Lin Shi was fine protecting herself, but the problem was that the base's guards, trying to protect her, were actually hindering her escape to her truck. She couldn't directly follow the administrators to their base. The guards assigned to the base's perimeter were no ordinary soldiers. Their marksmanship was excellent, but even when they fired shots into the zombies' eyes, the zombies didn't fall. Lin Shi's pupils constricted sharply. The zombie whose weakness, its eyes, had been evolved away had finally appeared. Too many people had swarmed around Lin Shi, trying to protect her, making her the most popular group and attracting the most zombies. With so many zombies, she couldn't fight them off. Their onslaught was practically a death sentence. She saw Lu Wei running towards her from outside the zombie horde, even shouting Lin Shi's name to try and attract their attention. But he was a half-infected, and to the zombies, Lin Shi, a living person, was far more attractive. Lin Shi watched the horde of zombies rush towards her. This scene was all too familiar. Years ago, she had given up on suicide and returned home to seek refuge. Waiting for Lu Wei to join the support department distributing supplies, she had encountered a similar zombie horde then. The horde of zombies was unavoidable. These were hardened zombies with no weaknesses, rendering even the best marksmanship and skill futile. Lin Shi met Lu Wei's gaze amidst a horde of ferocious faces and waving claws. They had cultivated a deep understanding in this life, but at this moment, it seemed they still couldn't decipher the emotions in each other's eyes. She was going to die. Was she going to die? She drew her pocket pistol, intending to raise it to her temple, but her hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Life was precious. She had long been afraid of death. Afraid of others dying, and afraid of dying herself. And Xiang Xian? What about Xiang Xian and Li Shui? The unfinished vaccine research. How much effort would it take to catch up with the current progress? No, don't go to the night. Lin Shi instinctively kicked away the hand reaching for her. Once a person retaliates, their body's subconscious instincts begin to drive them to fight back. No one can save you, you must save yourself. But everyone around her was attacked and infected with the virus. She was the only clear target left. Hey! Over here! A woman's voice screamed. Xiang Xian appeared in their field of vision, jumping and shouting, trying to attract the zombies' attention. Like Lin Shi, she was a living, breathing human, her lively and loud voice making her an even fresher target than Lin Shi. No! Lin Shi instinctively wanted to scream, but in that instant, Lu Wei had already knocked down the zombie that pounced on her, and she maintained her fighting spirit, preventing the zombie from harming her. Xiang Xian saw that they had broken through the encirclement, but there was still a difficult journey to their vehicle. Yang Yiqing, who was fighting in the distance, Li Shui, who was running away in a panic, and the half-infected Lu Wei, none of them cleared a path for Lin Shi amidst these perfect zombies. The decision was hasty. There wasn't even time for deep thought. Xiang Xian had already started shouting and walking in the opposite direction. She was running towards the checkpoint where the guards and staff, who hadn't been able to evacuate in time, were still. Seeing the seemingly invincible zombies rushing towards her, she realized that even the most desperate person would scream and roar in the face of death, only attracting more zombies. Lin Shi stretched out her hand towards the retreating horde of zombies, but couldn't see Xiang Xian. Don't get distracted, run! Lu Wei shouted, trying to calm her down. Xiang Xian's panting voice came through the earpiece. San, run! Come back! Lin Shi, being pulled along by Lu Wei, said in vain. Xiang Xian was already gone. The peace she had gained was only a moment. The remaining zombies continued to pounce on him. Lin Shi's legs moved uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she ran. Xiang Xian's voice suddenly became excited in the earpiece. Exciting! So exciting! She was particularly agitated when terrified, and her words were often incredibly dramatic. I really can't think of a more suitable way to describe my current state. I finally offer my heart to humanity. Lin Shi burst into tears. Did the girl who once said, I offer my heart to Zhang San, ever imagine this day would come? Lin Shi's legs gave way, and she stopped, not daring to look back. The next second, intermittent sobs came through the earpiece. San, brother Lu, thank you for bringing me to save the world, but I'm still so scared. Stop biting. Lin Shi clutched her ears, the screams making her head buzz. She couldn't even hear what she was saying. She looked at the pale Lu Wei. Lu Wei, I have to go. Let's go back. Chapter 257. Lu Wei stopped pulling her along, instead standing still, silently watching Lin Shi amidst the gunfire and chaos of battle. The sound in her earpiece had clearly stopped. The girl's screams and cries for help were gone. But Lin Shi's hands, clutching her ears, remained firmly in place. Lin Shi's eyes conveyed despair. I can't go on. Lu Wei didn't reply, nor did he urge her. He simply waited for her quietly, his eyes filled with emotions Lin Shi couldn't decipher. Amidst the chaos, explosions and gunfire continued, and hordes of ferocious zombies were about to engulf the area, but Lin Shi couldn't go on, or rather, she didn't want to go anymore. Perhaps what she longed for wasn't rebirth, but rather to end this endless night and finally find peace. A swift figure darted past them, a low shout escaping. Go! Get back to your car. Neither Lin Shi nor Lu Wei moved. The figure retreated. It was Yang Yiqing, holding a weapon in one hand and dragging a helpless Li Shui with the other. Go! He urged again. Yang Yiqing didn't have time to argue with him. He handed the gun to Li Shui. Take this. With his free hand, he lunged at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's vision was blurry. Suddenly, the world spun around her, and all she could see was the shaking ground. She was being carried on someone's shoulder, her upper body feeling dizzy and lightheaded, but she was too weak to struggle, and didn't even want to see her situation clearly. Until her body jolted, Yang Yiqing threw her to the ground. Start. The familiar scene and equipment. This was Lin Shi's own car. However, there were already several soldiers she didn't recognize. The vehicle started quickly, and Lin Shi, who was slumped on the ground like mud, suddenly slid over due to inertia. She saw Yang Yiqing slam the truck door shut after Lu Wei got in, then grab Lu Wei by the collar and snap. If this happens again, No one will wait for you. Lu Wei didn't want to pay him any attention, but nobody likes being lectured by the caller, so he forcefully shook off Yang Yicheng's hand. But Yang Yicheng wouldn't let it go. What were you doing just now? What's going on? You two were just standing there in front of the truck, spacing out. The zombie horde was infiltrative. Lin Shi had almost been pounced on again. Li Shui happened to be next to Yang Yicheng, having narrowly escaped several near-death experiences, and was running back to the truck with him. She wasn't good at running, and was slow. Seeing that she was about to fall behind, fear drove her to cry for help. Hey! Didn't you say you were going to protect me? Yang Yicheng glanced back at her, then dragged her along to the truck, only to find Lin Shi and Lu Wei staring blankly at each other, completely oblivious to the zombie horde that was about to engulf them. So many people just died. Yang Yicheng, unable to contain his emotions, grabbed Lu Wei by the collar and swung a punch. Wasn't the plan to escort Lin Shi and the vaccine to the relevant department headquarters? How could these two freak out at this crucial moment? Seeing the fist coming at him, Lu Wei recalled meeting Yang Yicheng on New Year's Eve a few years ago. Back then, the four of them had all gotten drunk trying to comfort Lin Shi, and he appeared before Yang Yicheng reeking of alcohol. Yang Yicheng impatiently threw 2 punches at him. Back then, Lu Wei was still drunk and reacted slowly, taking both punches solidly before starting to fight back. Now, however, he was sober. His body instinctively went into a defensive stance, raising his right hand to catch Yang Yicheng's fist. Both men were defiant and angry, neither willing to back down. The other passengers in the carriage quickly moved aside to make room for them. The carriage wasn't particularly crowded, but if 2 men both over 6 feet tall were fighting, it would be difficult to avoid injuring innocent bystanders. Yang Yicheng stood up first, glaring at him. Using hardened bones to fight is hardly civilized. Hardened zombies and hardened half-infected individuals are different. Zombies have stiff limbs and generally lack intelligence. They're just moving iron stakes that bite. But Lu Wei possessed awareness, skill, and the added advantage of hardened bones. Yang Yicheng knew his opponent's strength after just a couple of punches. Now wasn't the time to fight. He didn't even bother to glance at Lin Shi, who lay on the ground like mud. He stepped over the obstacle on the ground and went to the driver's cab to exchange a few words with the newly arrived soldier in charge of driving. Lin Shi was in a daze. Li Shui came over and poked her, but gave up when she didn't respond. After an unknown amount of time, a cold hand pulled her up and led her to the driver's cab. There were still many zombies outside the car window. They hadn't broken through. Yang Yicheng continuously issued commands to the communication device and the driver. His voice, growing clearer as it approached, gradually reached Lin Shi's ears. She could even hear the echo from the other end of the communication device. There's a breach on the right-hand auxiliary road. It was Feng Shui's voice. Her situation was likely extremely dangerous. The scream seemed to be right next to her ear. Vehicle number 2 has been overturned by zombies. Evacuation is impossible. Some of the zombies were half-infected, retaining some consciousness and thinking ability. After mutating, they didn't wander like other zombies. Instead, they knew exactly where people might be and waited patiently nearby. Even if there were survivors in that overturned car, they couldn't escape. Yang Yicheng said calmly, "I understand." After a while, he asked, "How about you, car number 1? There was a moment of silence. When Feng Shui spoke again, she had lost the seriousness she had shown when replying to the mission. Her tone was somewhat emotional. Not good. Trapped in the gas station. The intelligent zombies are coming here soon, she complained. Half-infected zombies, not only can they think, but they also evolve their eyes. They have no weaknesses. How am I supposed to kill them? Yang Yicheng didn't speak, but his chest heaved twice before he said, "It's so noisy." Feng Shui, so what if it's noisy? It's this late. You can't come to save me anyway. Yang Yicheng, yeah. Those trapped in a hardened zombie encirclement are beyond saving. Feng Shui sighed, Chen Cheng. Don't call me that. Feng Shui ignored him, continuing to sigh lazily. I just saw a girl leading a horde of zombies, then she got caught and eaten alive. Lin Shi's scalp tingled, seemingly finally recovering from her numbness. Feng Shui's tone didn't seem afraid. She still spoke in that joking tone. Sigh, I wonder if the one looking for me later will be a zombie or a whole horde. Yang Yicheng didn't speak. Feng Shui lowered her voice. Hee, I'm about to die. Say a few nice things. Yang Yicheng's Adam's apple bobbed, and he said coldly, go ahead and kill yourself. Humph. A cold snort came from the other end, and then the call was abruptly ended without hesitation. The emotionally charged female voice and the surrounding noise disappeared together. Yang Yicheng, his face expressionless, abruptly hung up the call, opened the map, and continued directing the driver's breakout. The method of using a truck to escape the zombie horde was similar to Lin Shi's method of crushing zombies. But this time Lin Shi wasn't driving. She sat in the back, feeling the vehicle shake violently. Boom! An explosion resounded through the sky, followed by a blinding flash of fire. Lin Shi could even feel the intense heat emanating from the flames. The truck sped away from the raging fire once more. Someone brought fire and intense heat with a heroic death. Everyone who had come here, except for the survivors in this vehicle, was engulfed in flames along with the zombie horde. Lin Shi looked at the chibi-style little girl behind Xiang Xian's usual seat. A little girl in an exaggerated combat suit, her right fist clenched against her heart. To her right was an even newer version, a female officer in uniform, earnestly saluting. Lin Shi buried her face in her arms, her hands behind the seat. She cried for a long time, until the vehicle left the danger zone and the atmosphere quieted down. Her sobs became very noticeable. The driver stared intently at the road ahead, Yang Yicheng's expression gradually shifting from numbness to impatience. He took 2 deep breaths, but after what seemed like an eternity, the crying still hadn't stopped. Yang Yicheng, at his wit's end, snapped, "Are you done yet? If you keep crying, get out." Lin Shi, her eyes red, looked up abruptly and stood up abruptly. Lu Wei, who had also stood up, shielded her head from the car roof with his hand. She cried out in furious despair, "This is my car. Get out if you want." Once her emotions were unleashed, there was no turning back. The sob she had been holding back burst forth, and although she didn't scream, she was choking on her breath. Xiang Xian, her beloved younger sister in her past life, and her dear older sister in this one, the Xiang Xian, who had lived with her for so long and always stood by her side, had vanished from this world. The car was now completely changed. Lu Wei helped her by the shoulder and led her to the back of the car. She had tried to control her emotions, but the touch of Lu Wei's cold hand brought back that feeling of helplessness and despair. Besides Lin Shi and Lu Wei, the only other people in the car were Yang Yicheng's men and Li Shui. Yang Yicheng's men were highly trained. Whether in combat or rest, they ignored Lin Shi and the others, simply taking turns resting, driving, and keeping watch. Lin Shi let her emotions run wild, collapsing unconsciously. Lu Wei called her, but she didn't respond. The immense emotional blow caused her to fall into a high fever again. The unconsciousness allowed her to briefly clear her mind, forget her troubles, which was quite nice. In her hazy state, she seemed to lean against Lu Wei again for warmth. The cool touch soothed the heat and brought her back to a more clear head. Lu Wei asked Li Shui to give Lin Shi her medicine and water. He was a virus carrier, and giving her oral medication might infect her as well. Li Shui diligently cared for Lin Shi, even offering her platitudes that were utterly meaningless to her. Lin Shi, however, didn't want to wake up. It was as if she had fallen into boundless darkness, wanting only to escape forever. Already exhausted and struggling to breathe in the darkness, a chill ran down her neck, and she couldn't catch her breath. It was as if a cold collar was constricting her airway, suffocating her. She instinctively struggled a few times, then became still again. Suddenly, the restraints loosened, a muffled thud came from the ground, and then the sound of a trigger being pulled jolted Lin Shi awake. She stared blankly at the scene before her. Yang Yicheng pressed Lu Wei against the car wall with one hand, and pointed a gun at Lu Wei's eyes with the other. Lu Wei's body trembled, and her face showed uncontrollable helplessness and panic. Li Shui helped her up, gently patting her back to help her catch her breath. Lin Shi fully regained consciousness, and said to Yang Yicheng and Lu Wei, "Don't move." She stood up, feeling dizzy, but she didn't care. She rushed to a corner of the car used as a restroom, fiddled with it for a while, removed the black water tank, and, ignoring the odor, quickly took out a bag cooler. She took out the medication and needle, then pressed down on Lu Wei's trembling arm to inject the medicine. Yang Yicheng held Lu Wei firmly, afraid he might suddenly lash out. After about 5 minutes, Lu Wei's trembling gradually subsided, and his eyes cleared slightly. Lin Shi leaned closer to listen to his breathing and heartbeat. The frequency hadn't changed significantly compared to the previous few days, but Lu Wei's condition clearly indicated he was on the verge of losing control. With the increased dosage to suppress the virus, the medicine in the first aid kit wouldn't last more than a few days. If the medication stops, and if Lu Wei also dies, the future remains bleak, with little hope. Lin Shi couldn't hide her sorrow. "We might really not make it." Her voice was soft, but Yang Yicheng and Li Shui nearby heard her. Yang Yicheng looked at her incredulously. "We went through so much trouble to escort you in the vaccine, and you're saying you can't go on?" Li Shui held her hand and whispered, "Didn't you say you were going to use the vaccine to save the apocalypse?" Didn't you say you were going to save us all? The powerful Yang Yicheng was dedicated to eradicating zombies and ending the apocalypse, while the timidly Shui, like the former Lin Shi, clung to life, hoping one day someone would save the apocalypse and liberate her. At this moment, they all knew that the zombies had evolved to the point where they had no weaknesses. Aside from hoping to develop vaccines and antidotes, there was no other way forward. They either protected or followed Lin Shi, only to hear her utter these words. Yang Yicheng didn't blame or reprimand her, but coldly said, "Your friend died unjustly. She traded her life for a useless person who wanted to die." Lin Shi sat frozen on the ground. She remembered Xiang Xian saying, "This is a real world. A world for her, for Liang Hui, for Yang Yicheng and Li Shui, and for everyone here. They truly lived in this world, without the ability to regenerate. Therefore, Xiang Xian's sacrifice, and Yang Yicheng's sacrifice of his teammates, leaving his base, were all for the sake of hope for this world. Death is the most profound mark left by life. Are you all right?" Lu Wei finally recovered and asked softly. However, everyone could hear the hoarseness in his voice. Although it was early spring in March, the temperature was still low, far from the time when one could wear just a shirt. Lu Wei had been wearing it this way because the body of a semi-infected person is immune to cold. The change in his voice now was definitely not due to a cold. Yang Yicheng raised his gun again. "Li Shui, is he overdosing?" She didn't know what the outside world had become. She only saw a trembling person regain consciousness after a few injections, hence the misunderstanding. Lin Shi nudged Yang Yicheng's hand, glanced at Lu Wei's clothes, and blurted out, "What's the price of the shirt?" Everyone in the car froze. Lu Wei, 9 pounds and 15 pence. "Yes, that's our password." Seeing that Yang Yicheng hadn't lowered the gun, Lin Shi continued, "Without secondary infection, the brain mutation in a semi-infected person takes time. From now on, I only need to ask this password, and you must answer me immediately and coherently. If you answer incorrectly or incoherently, it means the infection has already spread to the brain." Chapter 258. The vehicle's gasoline supply was exhausted. Given the potential for various dangerous situations along the way, and the inability to stop at every gas station for refueling, the vehicle switched to energy-saving mode. The truck was dimly lit, making even breathing difficult. While the dozen or so people in the truck weren't exactly crowded, the air was extremely stale. Lin Shi adjusted herself, overcoming her physical discomfort to replenish her energy and take medication. In the apocalypse, even the strongest will to survive is difficult to achieve without good physical fitness. Xiang Xian had risked his life to give her a chance to live. She couldn't give up easily. The journey was silent, save for two voices, Yang Yicheng communicating with the communications officer, scout, and driver in the front compartment, and Lin Shi asking about the price of the shirt. After increasing the dosage again, Lu Wei didn't experience any further out-of-control behavior for 2 days, but the medication wouldn't last much longer. After they left the base area, Yang Yicheng's communications officer received reliable intelligence from other bases, reporting that Lin Shi's last known location was a gas station near the checkpoint. Several bases were now mobilizing personnel for a search and rescue operation. However, the intentions of these teams were unclear. Even if they were searching under the guise of official authorities, they might have other motives. The vehicle avoided open roads and cities, instead traveling along the mountains at night, using the forest for cover, so that they could jump out and hide in the mountains if pursued. These roads were already difficult to traverse before the apocalypse, and now they were even worse, neglected and in disrepair, making the vehicle move very slowly. Although Yang Yicheng's base was not officially recognized, his team was well equipped and had advanced equipment. Whenever they were about to encounter suspicious teams, the communications officer was able to spot them in time and avoid them. After twice changing routes to avoid other convoys, the fuel warning light came on again. There's only one gas station nearby, and it's guarded by a checkpoint from the Bright Base. If we go any further, they spot us. The Bright Base is located near the northwest, but at a low altitude with a suitable climate, and has developed several relatively prosperous cities. As far as Lu Wei knew, the Bright Base was about the same size as the Dawn Base, but the standard of living was lower. These weren't the main concerns. The key issue was, although the Bright Base is close to the Northwest Central Base, it didn't participate in the war to eliminate the half-infected at the White Shield Base. While the distance certainly played a role, it didn't reveal the Bright Base's stance. After communicating with the liaison officer, Yang Yicheng went to the back of the vehicle and said to everyone, "Lin Shi and Lu Wei can't go to the checkpoint ahead, lest they be recognized again by facial scanning and cause trouble. We split up. Lin Shi, We only have one vehicle. How can we split up? Yang Yiqing, there's a small town about 5 kilometers from here. I take some men to find a usable vehicle to transport the fuel back from the checkpoint. It's been 4 years since the apocalypse. Even if there are cars in the town, finding the keys isn't guaranteed. Even if they do find the keys, the vehicle can only be used if it has fuel and the engine can start. And during the search, they face zombie attacks and potential enemy forces. Yang Yiqing's mission is daunting. But he didn't complain or slack off. He assigned a few men to stay in the car to protect the rest and provide backup. This place is well hidden and relatively safe. The scouts should remain vigilant. In case of any emergencies, there's still enough fuel in the tank for you to travel for a while. We meet up later. The men from the Iron Wolf base were all elites, their strength and courage surpassing the rest of the group. No one showed fear or complaint, they all followed Yang Yiqing's instructions. He decisively led half the team away. Lin Shi had seen many people disappear without a chance to say goodbye along the way. She and Yang Yiqing weren't friends, but the departure of these people still made her feel a sense of loss. She took out a potion and approached Lu Wei. Another voice asked in unison, "What's the price of the shirt?" £9 and 15 pence. It was Li Shui asking along with her. Lin Shi glanced at her. "Li Shui, it's been so long since I spoke, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I even started joking about the shirt price. It's been so many years since the college entrance exam." Lin Shi, while administering the vaccine, said, "Haven't spoken in so long? How did you manage those years in the basement?" Li Shui scratched her hair. "You have no idea how agonizing it was." Lin Shi put away the medical equipment. "I know." Li Shui didn't take her words seriously, silently thinking. Lin Shi and Lu Wei are like two taciturn people, they haven't spoken since Xiang Xian left. If they were locked in the apocalyptic basement, they could probably hold out for a long time. What she didn't know was that the original Lin Shi, while not as talkative and cheerful as her and Xiang Xian, was still a very lively person with inner monologues, capable of witty remarks and jokes. 6 hours passed, and it was already dawn, but Yang Yiqing still hadn't returned. But it was time for Lu Wei to use the drug again, and Lin Shi asked as usual, to which Lu Wei answered quickly. This time, the people Yang Yiqing had left behind also joined the conversation. This was the same question used in the listening comprehension demonstration when I took the college entrance exam. What a coincidence, me too. They were quiet and unassuming. Lin Shi hadn't even memorized their faces. Looking at them now, they were all around 30 years old. Even if they weren't in the same graduating class, they had all likely witnessed the same exam format. In peacetime, the college entrance exam was undoubtedly one of the most arduous stages of life. However, for years had passed since the apocalypse, and those difficult but peaceful days now seemed all the more precious in retrospect. Team leader Yang has news. The communicator's voice pulled everyone from their reverie. The communicator continued, their vehicle brought oil reserves, but on the way back, they spent a long time trying to evade the Bright Base's pursuit, which attracted zombies instead. We need to go and provide backup. No one objected. Although rescuing their comrades from a horde of zombies was dangerous, without oil support, the people in the vehicle wouldn't be able to escape their predicament either. Everyone here was experienced in combat. This kind of mission was dangerous, but not impossible. Only the driver, Li Shui, and Lin Shi remained in the vehicle, everyone else prepared to disembark and fight to retrieve the oil. Lin Shi wanted to get out too, but she now knew her purpose, and wouldn't risk her life unless absolutely necessary. Lu Wei was about to get out as well. She remembered when they left the White Shield base, Lu Wei had also gotten out to deal with some trouble. A seemingly ordinary mission that suddenly turned into a viral infection. She hesitated, but Lu Wei simply patted her shoulder and resolutely got out. The driver skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, parallel to several dilapidated cars providing support. The scene was chaotic. Some fought hardened zombies, some transported containers of oil, and some, unfortunately attacked, quickly shot themselves. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 minutes, everyone began to retreat back to the truck. With so many zombies, even the best martial arts skills weren't enough to guarantee survival. Anyone could be the next infected. But Lin Shi hadn't considered that Yang Yiqing wouldn't escape either. As the last barrel of oil was loaded onto the moving truck, Yang Yiqing stayed behind to cover the rear due to his combat positioning. A familiar scene unfolded before Lin Shi's eyes again. He was clearly near the truck door, but the zombie's claws swung through the air in an arc. Yang Yiqing managed to dodge once, but he couldn't avoid a second attack from several zombies. Lin Shi clutched her axe. She knew this blow wouldn't cut through the hardened limbs of the zombies, rendering it useless. Team leader Yang. The team members beside her didn't know how to help Yang Yicheng. Swoosh! Blood stained the clothes as they were torn, and then Lin Shi's axe fell heavily to the ground. The gun hit the ground with a dull thud, and an arm also fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, but without hesitation, everyone pulled Yang Yicheng up and slammed the car door shut. Clang! The blood-stained axe fell to the ground. The moment the door closed, the vehicle sped off, chaos erupting inside. Blood gushed out. Lin Shi quickly took off her coat, trying to press on her wound, but then remembered that she had been with Lu Wei for the past few days, and her clothes might still carry the virus. The others also realized this. Some helped Yang Yicheng up, but no one dared to treat his wound. The moment he was grabbed by the zombie, Lin Shi's axe fell, and many didn't know whether Yang Yicheng had actually been infected with the virus. Lin Shi quickly retrieved clean clothes from her storage bag and pressed them against the wound. Yang Yicheng let out a heavy gasp, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry of pain, but his body trembled uncontrollably from the agony. The pressure of the clothes on his severed arm intensified the pain, and he instinctively struggled to move away, barely held on by Lin Shi. Blood quickly soaked the clothes. Lin Shi had a similar memory, though she had been injured then, not to the extent Yang Yicheng had been. The incident had happened suddenly. Several zombies had crowded around Yang Yicheng, leaving him no room to escape. Lin Shi instinctively chose to sever her hand, which was about to be scratched and infected. There was no time to consider the consequences, nor time to ask for anyone's opinion. A severed hand is different from a bullet wound to the arm. There are many more steps involved in its treatment. Although the people who had returned with Yang Yicheng held down his other, healthy side, they dared not approach Lin Shi to apply pressure to her wound, because they had just fought a horde of zombies, and each of them carried some degree of the virus. Lu Wei couldn't step forward either. He was a virus carrier himself. Lin Shi looked at the stunned Li Shui beside her. Quick, help! Li Shui snapped back to reality, glanced at Lin Shi's face covered in sweat and blood, and quickly regained her composure. How can I help? Lin Shi, get the medical kit, and get a clean set of clothes. You hold him down for me. Hearing the urgent tone, Li Shui immediately carried out Lin Shi's instructions. The moment she removed the clothes Lin Shi was holding down on Yang Yicheng's arm, they almost fell off. Her strength was no match for Lin Shi's. She nearly let Yang Yicheng instinctively break free of the restraint. It took all her strength to hold down someone struggling in agony. Although Lin Shi's expertise lies in pathogenesis, her medical background is better than average, allowing her to perform basic first aid. After an unknown amount of time spent busily waiting, she finally managed to treat Yang Yicheng's wound, using up most of their bandage reserves. Li Shui, also exhausted and covered in sweat, sighed and sat down. Yang Yicheng's lips were bloodless from sudden blood loss, and his eyes struggled to focus. But the people from the Iron Wolf base continued to hold Yang Yicheng down, preventing him from moving. Lin Shi knew what they were thinking. Yang Yicheng's hand was severed because it was scratched by a zombie, but they hadn't seen clearly whether the scratch occurred before the hand was cut off or if the arm was severed before the scratch. If it was the former, even a short time would result in viral infection. The zombie virus, like most toxins, spreads through blood, but extremely rapidly. Once there is blood, infection is inevitable. Even immediately severing the infected limb is ineffective. Their Iron Wolf base has always adhered to the principle of highly efficient combat. Long ago, when the Iron Wolf team was first established, members would either voluntarily or have their wounds severed by teammates during fights against zombies. However, all of these individuals later became infected and turned into zombies. The Iron Wolf base values strength and efficiency. Everyone agreed that if infected, one should commit suicide to avoid burdening their teammates. And now, their captain Yang Yicheng is injured. The zombies outside are hardened zombies. If Yang Yicheng were infected and turned into a hardened zombie, that would be terrifying enough. If he were a special type of zombie who retained his fighting skills, it's unimaginable what kind of danger this elite soldier zombie would pose. One person firmly held Yang Yicheng's left hand, swallowed hard, and asked, Captain Yang, are you infected with the virus? Yang Yicheng, recovering from excruciating pain, was momentarily dazed upon hearing this. He saw the zombie's claws about to strike, but the intense pain overwhelmed him, and he couldn't recall the situation. Another person said, Didn't you say that if you're infected with the virus, you should just commit suicide? Yang Yicheng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I don't have a hand. One hand had been severed, and the other was being held down, preventing him from breaking free. The person who had asked the question had urgent eyes. He seemed convinced Yang Yicheng was infected. His other hand reached for his gun, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing this, Lin Shi swiftly retrieved a test strip from the medical kit and tested it on Yang Yicheng. The result was initially negative. She showed the test result to everyone. But the man who was about to draw his gun had bloodshot eyes. I don't believe it. He must be infected to cut off his hand. We can't let such a threat stay by our side. Lin Shi, I studied zombie viruses for years, and the test results have never been wrong. After all, she had watched Lu Wei's test result gradually change from weakly positive to positive, indicating that the virus concentration in his body was increasing. How could a test strip that can detect such a subtle difference be wrong? The man still seemed uneasy. What if? Lu Wei, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. There's no what if. Even if there is, I can handle him. He and Yang Yicheng were originally evenly matched in combat, but after acquiring hardened bones, Yang Yicheng couldn't beat him. Even if Yang Yicheng became a hardened zombie and happened to retain his fighting skills, he would still be a hardened zombie with reduced combat power due to the loss of his arm, which Lu Wei couldn't handle. Yang Yicheng closed his eyes and didn't speak. Chapter 259. After enduring the initial excruciating pain, Yang Yicheng gradually adapted and was able to sit up. He had lost several combatants on his way to retrieve oil, leaving the vehicle with fewer people. Avoiding anything that couldn't be discarded, everyone could lie down and rest in the truck. It was dawn, and everyone was resting except for the driver and the lookouts. The March weather wasn't warm, and there weren't enough sleeping bags. Everyone huddled together, using their clothes for warmth, except for him, who was covered with a full blanket to keep his blood-loss-prone body warm. The first person to notice Yang Yicheng was awake was Li Shuyi. She glanced at him, pursed her lips, and remained silent. What should she say? They weren't even that close. She didn't know how to comfort someone with a missing arm. Besides, this person was always strong-willed. What if he couldn't accept this reality and didn't need anyone's concern, or got angry at any comfort? Li Shuyi closed her eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep. As dawn broke, the driver changed shifts, and everyone gradually woke up. Lin Shi prepared a cup of water and salt for Yang Yicheng. The only food available in the car was compressed biscuits, dried meat, and chocolate. Yang Yicheng could only recover by eating the biscuits and the diluted salt water. The first aid kit contained antibiotics Lin Shi had prepared 4 years ago. Although expired, they would have to do. When she handed everything over, Yang Yicheng didn't take it or move. He looked at his empty right arm. Lin Shi felt a sharp pain in her heart. She had experienced this feeling before. Years ago, she had been wounded by a gunshot and left disabled, just like Yang Yicheng now, losing the use of her right hand. Her disability was caused by Yang Yicheng. In her later life, with fighting skills and a gun, when she encountered Yang Yicheng again, her thought was, I smash his hand. Now she has done it, but things haven't gone as planned. She didn't want it to be this way. Like Li Shuyi, she didn't know how to speak to Yang Yicheng. After all, she knew how devastating losing her right hand was, especially for someone as skilled in combat and marksmanship as Yang Yicheng. Lin Shi suddenly thought of something. She sat down not far from Yang Yicheng, about to speak, when Yang Yicheng spoke first. His voice was hoarse. Supplies are scarce, you keep them. His words were concise, but they conveyed his meaning. My right hand is useless. So food and water should be prioritized for those who are able-bodied. Lin Shi sighed softly. You need to recover more. Yang Yicheng turned his face. Remember my answer when you asked whether women and children should be prioritized for evacuation in the face of a disaster? He said that in the event of a natural disaster and humanity facing certain death, women and children should be given priority in evacuation because they are the hope of the new generation. But in a zombie apocalypse, only the strong can change the environment, and all resources should be prioritized for the strong. Lin Shi, you only lost your right hand. Yang Yicheng chuckled. Just? Do you know what losing your right hand means? Lin Shi blinked, looking at him, seemingly choosing her words carefully. Lu Wei and Li Shuyi, standing nearby, simultaneously had the same thought. It means you can no longer point a gun at us. Lin Shi said seriously, after losing your right hand, a person can adapt to their left hand in 2 weeks. With a foundation in martial arts and marksmanship, a month of training with your left hand is enough to be ready for combat. Yang Yicheng didn't reply. Lin Shi, however, sincerely shared her experience. Seeing Yang Yicheng hesitate, Lin Shi suddenly mimicked his tone and said, just commit suicide. Li Shuyi looked at Lin Shi in surprise. Hey! Even if Yang Yicheng is? Well, you can't just tell him to commit suicide. Yang Yicheng glanced at her. Lin Shi continued, mimicking his previous cold mockery. We went through so much trouble, and used so many drugs to save you. And you're saying you can't go on and want to die? Lu Wei turned his head, and twitched his lips. Li Shuyi also realized what he meant. Just as Yang Yicheng regained a glimmer of hope and prepared to eat, the scout's voice came. 30 kilometers to the Shaming base. There's fighting nearby. However, if they avoid Misha City, the only nearby road is an abandoned tourist route, which might be buried in sand in the middle, and given the recent sandstorms, air and wind analysis suggests a sandstorm may be forming there. If they choose to detour, they need to travel an extra 900 kilometers around this desert. Fuel, not enough. He was seeking advice. Yang Yicheng perked up. Are there any gas stations nearby? The scout shook his head. The usable gas stations are all near Misha City. If we go there, we inevitably be caught in the crossfire. However, the cities in the northwest are quite scattered, and the extra 900 kilometers of detour might bring unforeseen dangers. If they take that abandoned road, they don't know at what point they encounter new obstacles. The Misha Desert is prone to sandstorms. Even before the apocalypse, roads frequently required manual clearing. After the apocalypse, with no one managing them, many sections are likely buried by sand. Just as everyone hesitated, the scout suddenly said, Captain Yang, 3 bombers are heading towards us from the southwest. Everyone's expression tightened. Whether they were involved in the war near the Misha base, or were there to capture and kill them after learning about Lin Shi and the vaccine in the car, sending 3 bombers in this direction was definitely hostile. However, this place was different from the vicinity of the watchtower base. Without the cover of mountains and forests, trucks would be sitting ducks under bombers. Lu Wei glanced at the desert from afar. A sandstorm is coming. Yang Yicheng, drive, take the roads inside the desert. Perhaps the road ahead would be blocked, but at least they wouldn't die under bombers right now. The enemy's pursuit helped them quickly choose a route. Everyone strained, watching the road ahead. Most had never seen a real sandstorm, only its destructive power reported on the news. With a sandstorm ahead and bombers behind, the vehicles were once again in a life-or-death situation. Yang Yicheng gathered nearby items with his left hand. Everyone, quickly pack your necessities. If the bombers come first, we have to jump out and scatter. Lin Shi carried a cooler in one hand and survival supplies in the other. Their remaining food and water were already limited, and carrying everything wouldn't take up much space. Everyone prepared, and the vehicles entered the desert road. A sandstorm was already forming in front of them. The roar of bombers circled overhead. The planes can't get close there. Driving into the sandstorm's range was the best way to avoid the bombers. Although entering the sandstorm was deadly, it was better than being destroyed by the bombs. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, the vehicles entered the sandstorm's range. The bombers relentlessly pursued the truck, blocking its path and dropping 3 bombs, all of which the truck swerved to avoid. The driver could no longer see the road through the swirling dust, and could only grit his teeth and avoid the bomber's roar. The dust storm had an even greater impact on the aircraft, and after a while, the bombers could no longer sustain the attack and gradually withdrew. Everyone gazed at the swirling yellow sand, lost in thought. Chapter 260. The howling wind lasted for nearly 3 hours. When visibility through the windshield finally cleared, all they could see was a sea of yellow sand. The scouts first assessed the surrounding area. Finding no danger, several men got out of the vehicle. The moment the doors opened, yellow sand poured in, piling up to half the height of the vehicle. Thankfully, it's not too bad, we weren't buried. But the problem was, the vehicle had been driving erratically in the desert to avoid bombers, and after the sandstorm, the ground was covered in yellow sand. They had no idea where they were. The military GPS system showed nearby roads, the one that might be submerged. So the group split into 2 teams, one to check the road conditions, and the other to clear the sand burying the vehicle. Digging was physical labor, not particularly difficult. A moment later, the scouts brought bad news. For years after the zombie outbreak, the road had been abandoned. Years of sandstorms had left behind a smothered layer of sand, burying much of the road surface, and the recent sandstorm had buried it even deeper. Lu Wei and the communications officer sent a contact signal, but received no immediate response from the relevant authorities. The map showed the nearest city was 140 kilometers away. Their food and water supplies were running low. If they remained in the truck without a response, they would starve to death sooner or later. Waiting to die was not a solution. Reaching the city might reveal a checkpoint. They could only gamble on luck, a checkpoint that wouldn't exterminate them. This decision meant everyone would lose the protection of the truck and its mobility. The desert stretched endlessly, no zombies were in sight. The main danger came from the weather. A journey of 140 kilometers takes half a day by car, but several days on foot in the desert. Their food and water supplies might not be enough to sustain such a massive expenditure. Li Shui swallowed hard, terrified. She had already come this far. Leaving alone meant certain death. She could only help carry some important items out of the truck to prepare for departure. Lin Shi glanced around at the layout of her truck. It contained many supplies she had brought from Nanhua, as well as a considerable amount of their belongings. Her familiar old companions had protected her all the way here, and now they had to part ways. Of all the things and people she had brought from Nanhua, only Lu Wei remained. Lin Shi couldn't take the truck with her, so she cut out a picture of the four of them, a manga-style illustration of them, from the back of the seat and stuffed it inside her clothes. Led by a compass and the scout, the 9 people advanced through the desert, guided by the compass and the less-than-accurate GPS signal. They traveled 20 kilometers on the first day. To ensure a sufficient supply of food and water later, they planned their limited food rations, a plan that meant reducing intake and extending their time. Proceeding on an empty stomach in the desert is inefficient. The scorching sun during the day is unbearable, but the nights are the hardest. The desert nights in March are extremely cold. Not only is Lin Shi accustomed to the constant temperature at the base, finding it difficult to adapt, but even the people at the Iron Wolf base are struggling to withstand the nights. It feels as if once one falls asleep, one will be forever trapped in that cold night. However, hunger and cold do not motivate people to move faster. On the third day, when Li Shi forced herself to keep up with the group, she discovered that she wasn't the last one. Someone else was bringing up the rear. It was Yang Yicheng. He had lost too much blood and hadn't had time to recover. His injuries had worsened under the intense marching and harsh desert weather. In this situation, his physical strength would be weaker than everyone else's. The team rested for a while. Li Shui slowly arrived, and Yang Yicheng, who returned later, was pale and covered in blood. Everyone sat on the ground, sharing food and water. Yang Yicheng subconsciously clutched his chest with his left hand. No one understood his condition better than him. He was falling behind. Without supplies or medicine to treat his right hand, blood was dripping uncontrollably. Li Shui pushed over a first aid kit, and Lin Shi distributed food and water. However, the next moment, a member of the Iron Wolf base suddenly looked at Yang Yicheng and said, "Team Leader Yang." The man's expression was expressionless. "You once said that in this apocalypse, you can't hold the team back." Yang Yicheng listened calmly. The man continued, "We don't have enough food. 140 kilometers is just the straight line distance. With unclear positioning, the actual distance we need to travel is far more than 140 kilometers. With one less person sharing food, everyone could go further." Li Shui, who had just gulped down a large mouthful of water and was munching on a quarter of a compressed biscuit, was stunned by the words of the Iron Wolf base member. Lin Shi didn't know what to say. Their team was led by Yang Yicheng, and their thought processes were similar to his. The other members of the Iron Wolf base didn't speak up for Yang, but the man persisted. 3 years ago, my younger brother went on a mission with you and was injured in the leg by an explosion. You were afraid he would be a burden and you wouldn't be able to lead him, and you were also afraid he would be infected by zombies, so you suggested he commit suicide." He tossed a gun to them. Yang Yicheng's gaze focused on the gun, silent and expressionless. Just as Lin Shi was about to speak, Yang Yicheng said to her, "I won't commit suicide, nor will I share any more food. I will continue to escort you forward until I can't keep up anymore." He was always a man of principle. Lin Shi saw a resolute look in his eyes. Yang Yicheng didn't reappear the day after he said that. When the rest time was over, everyone had to get back on their way. Even the normal people were almost exhausted. No one had time to feel sorry for others. They could only focus on moving forward. Lu Wei was in the best condition. His body had been modified by the virus, so his need for food and water was lower than normal. By the 6th day, only a sip of food and water remained for each person. The more serious problem was that everyone was nearing dehydration, their strength almost completely depleted. Li Shui collapsed to the ground, even regretting coming here with Lin Shi. She had the worst physical strength and the weakest willpower. Despondently she said, "You don't worry about me. Let me be like Captain Yang. I can keep up if I can." The people at the Iron Wolf base naturally didn't care about her. Lin Shi was parched and speechless, managing only to tug at Li Shui twice in vain. She wouldn't budge. Finally, Lu Wei carried her on his back. At the next rest stop, Li Shui refused Lu Wei's help. "Lin Shi, Brother Lu, you should go. I really can't hold on any longer. Let me die peacefully." Her throat was hoarse, and she was having difficulty breathing. This arduous and hopeless struggle for survival was too much for her. She even considered ending her suffering quickly with a bullet. Lin Shi was also nearing her limit. Her lips were cracked, her limbs were weak, and she couldn't speak. She couldn't pull the person on the ground, nor could she speak. Instead, While Lu Wei was injecting the antitoxin, she took a clean syringe, crawled to Li Shuyi's side, and injected herself into the most painful spot. Ah! Li Shuyi stirred slightly, letting out a dry cry. She injected herself into another sensitive spot, silently saying, "If you don't get up, I keep injecting." Li Shuyi's eyes widened in a final burst of energy. By the time the 5th needle was inserted, she was already struggling to get up. Someone else had fallen behind. She couldn't turn back. Her gaze was blank as she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Chapter 261. She opened her eyes to a spinning, pure white ceiling, the beeping of a vital signs monitor ringing in her ears. Where was she? What time was it? Her consciousness gradually returned to her body, and she retrieved fragments of memory. In an endless sea of sand, she saw Lu Wei carrying a cooler and Li Shuyi stumbling along. She was thirsty and exhausted, the sun blinding her, and a mouthful of blood was about to spill from her throat. She forcibly controlled her legs with sheer willpower until everything went black, leaving her uncertain of her future and whether she would live or die. Shi's perspective shifted, and she saw 4 drips suspended in midair. She was in a hospital. Had she been reborn? A soft female voice rang out. "Dean Lin is awake. Quickly, call the doctor." Hearing the title Dean Lin, she confirmed that she hadn't been reborn. After a flurry of footsteps, 2 doctors entered the ward, both unfamiliar faces to Shi. They methodically performed several checks, filled out the record sheet, and told Shi, "No immediate danger to your life." Shi rarely woke up to find no familiar faces. Eager to know her situation and her friend's condition, she wanted to ask, but her lips cracked with discomfort, and her throat was sore and hoarse. "What about the people who came with me?" The doctor put away the record sheet. "All the healthy people who were brought in with you have been saved. They are all out of danger, and are gradually waking up." Dr. Wang specifically mentioned the words healthy people. Shi asked again, "Then, the semi-infected?" Dr. Wang glanced up at her, then lowered his head again, offering no direct answer. Suddenly, Shi felt a surge of energy. Her aching limbs pushed her into a sitting position on the bed. "Where's Lu Wei?" Several nurses rushed forward and pressed her back down. "Dean Lin, you can't get out of bed until this 4 drip is finished." Shi was once again in a state of exhaustion, and 2 nurses worked together to push her back down. Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses. New regulations from relevant departments classify semi-infected individuals as illegal life forms, similar to zombies, and they shouldn't exist. Shi's eyes widened. Dr. Wang continued, "But the relevant departments only sent people to search for him after receiving a distress signal from Major General Lu Wei. Major General Lu Wei's situation is special, and his actions will be handled after approval from the relevant department headquarters." "Approval? Headquarters?" Dr. Wang, "Yes. We are currently at a checkpoint under the jurisdiction of the headquarters base. Someone will take you into the headquarters base once Dean Lin's condition improves." Shi's exhausted body relaxed slightly. After several days of desperate progress through the desert, they finally reached the edge of the central base. Suddenly remembering something, she turned and called to the departing Dr. Wang, "How is Lu Wei?" On their last day of lucidity, they had run out of all their medication. Shi didn't know how long it had been since she collapsed before being brought to the checkpoint, or whether Lu Wei had received any more medication. Dr. Wang shook his head. "I'm sorry. I'm just the doctor in charge of treating patients. I can't handle Major General Lu Wei's condition. Professional researchers have come to assist. I heard he's alright for now, but he can't leave the isolation area freely." The process of waiting for his recovery was no easier than traversing the desert, and Shi still wasn't completely at ease. Lu Wei arrived at the ward the next day. 2 armed men, dressed in matching uniforms, stood guard outside, their posture impeccable and their demeanor disciplined. Shi turned her head slightly. Her body, having recovered some strength after a day's rest, allowed her to lift her head. Lu Wei's steps were steady. It was that familiar face, pale, and when silent, it appeared extremely cold. Shi couldn't see any signs of his impending mutation with the naked eye, but she still asked the price of the shirt. Before she could finish, Lu Wei answered, £9 and 15 pence. He brought a sealed bag containing Shi's belongings from when she was first brought to the hospital. There weren't many items, but they were all important. A portable miniature gun, a piece of cloth with 4 anime characters drawn on it, and 2 chocolates that had melted because she hadn't eaten them. Just as Lu Wei was about to sit down on the bedside to discuss matters, an armed man at the door coughed lightly. "Major General Lu, please keep your distance from Dean Lin." Lu Wei responded, explaining to Lin Shi, the headquarters base has always strictly prohibited the half-infected program, so there are very few half-infected individuals here, and even if they appear, they are all strictly controlled. After all, it's only a matter of time before half-infected individuals mutate into zombies, and carrying the virus makes them a mobile source of infection. These two armed men must be of high rank, sent to monitor Lu Wei. Lin Shi asked, have they sent any new delay agents and antitoxins? Lu Wei nodded. Lin Shi, the delay agents are mostly the same, basically maintaining the same formula. The antitoxin you're using, however, is a version I improved several times. I've written down the formula. Please have the base prepare it as soon as possible. She couldn't be discharged from the hospital for the time being, and she couldn't access the laboratory to prepare the antitoxin herself. Lu Wei agreed to everything. Lin Shi, we're about to arrive at headquarters, he said earnestly. Lin Shi understood headquarters' attitude from that resolute tone. There was no resistance, no pursuit or exploitation. They had truly reached an environment they could trust. Regardless of how outsiders judged Lin Shi, the researcher who created the first semi-infected individual, they had risked their lives to deliver vaccine and antibody samples to headquarters across the desert, their actions representing conviction and determination. The journey wasn't long, but by the end, few remained alive. Lin Shi asked, how is Li Shui? I haven't seen her yet, but I heard she's awake and out of danger. Although Dr. Wang had mentioned the condition of her companions, Lin Shi only felt relieved upon hearing confirmed information. Li Shui had repeatedly contemplated lying down and peacefully awaiting death, but she persevered. Under Lin Shi's threat of deadly injections, she gritted her teeth and walked out of the desert. Chapter 262. April 8, 2029. Lin Shi arrived at the headquarters of a relevant department, hidden in the northwest. The security checkpoint and entry inquiry office at the base didn't give them any trouble, or even interrogate them. Several directors of the headquarters research institute and high-ranking officials from relevant departments greeted them, but accompanied by armed personnel. Lu Wei possessed extremely high combat capabilities, but he was a half-infected individual, and even though he was handcuffed during the journey, the relevant departments did not relax their vigilance. Among this group of people, Lin Shi saw some familiar faces, faces that would only appear on the news before the apocalypse, now right in front of her. Whether they were academicians or leaders, Lin Shi and Lu Wei were far too young to be easily distinguished. Li Shui was initially very happy to enter the absolutely safe headquarters base, but now she also felt the pressure. As an ordinary person, she was somewhat afraid to suddenly see so many celebrities. Lin Shi was the youngest among the group of academicians. Everyone might not have seen her before, but almost everyone had heard of her. Moreover, she had brought vaccine research results and antibody samples with her. Everyone politely addressed her as Dean Lin. When the zombie outbreak and the apocalypse struck, Lin Shi was still an unknown graduate student. Even after the apocalypse, despite her expertise in vaccine research and significant achievements, she couldn't pass doctoral exams or publish papers to gain academic recognition. She lacked a proper academic title, and was simply called the Dean of the Dawn Research Institute. The two sides negotiated their arrangements for entering the base. Lin Shi naturally joined the Research Institute to continue her research, while Li Shui was assigned work in the civilian area to obtain survival supplies. The few survivors from the Iron Wolf base could join the army after a political review. The most awkward question, Lu Wei. The armed forces accompanied Lin Shi and Lu Wei to the Research Institute's scanning room. Lin Shi was also eager to know Lu Wei's current internal condition. He had previously exhibited uncontrolled behavior. She didn't know the extent to which the virus had ravaged his body during the days without medication. The feeling was agonizing, anxious to know if his condition was good, yet afraid of the outcome she didn't want to see. The image gradually took shape. Besides the hardened bones, some shadows appeared in his body, scattered like stars, but the total area was estimated to be about 20%. The people at the Research Institute were all moved by this. We heard that Major Lu has been a semi-infected person for over a year, but his brain hasn't shown any obvious mutations yet. He was the best performing semi-infected person they had ever seen, but even so, mutations had still appeared, not to mention that his vital organs were gradually failing. Noticing Lin Shi's expression, everyone coughed lightly and changed the subject. The dean summarized, Major General Lu is a semi-infected individual, and in principle, he needs to be under control. However, given his outstanding contributions to the relevant departments since the zombie outbreak, he will be placed in isolation. Lin Shi coughed lightly. Interrupting would have been somewhat impolite, but she couldn't wait until Lu was taken away for isolation to be finalized. Semi-infected individuals usually lose their minds, and act out of control because the virus erodes the brain. Here, here, and here. Lin Shi pointed to several areas on the brain on the scan, none of which showed obvious shadows. These areas won't directly lose control before being infected. And we will continue to use delaying agents and antitoxins. Dean Shin and the senior management exchanged a glance and nodded. The base management department said, our research institute originally focused on two main areas, vaccines and virus eradication, but 6 months ago, we established a new project department responsible for treating the semi-infected. Lin Shi's eyes flickered. Treating the semi-infected? It was something she wanted to do, but had never had the time or space. Moreover, given her familiarity with the zombie virus, once infected, the entire process was irreversible. This project? Dean Shin knew what she was thinking and sighed softly. There are too many semi-infected people. Some malicious individuals have unknowingly turned many into semi-infected. With the population drastically reduced, we should save as many as possible. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Headquarters wouldn't abandon the living. At the beginning of the zombie outbreak, they didn't choose to let the fallen city perish with the zombies precisely because they valued life. Now, if they had the resources, they would also save the living. A very good place, but unfortunately, before the apocalypse, ordinary people like her wouldn't have had access to these people. She addressed the dean and relevant department administrators, saying, I want to say, please remove Lu Wei's handcuffs. I can take responsibility for his situation. Before Dean Shin could say anything, Lin Shi touched the pocket pistol that hadn't been confiscated and said, if he shows any obvious signs of mutation, I guarantee I personally handle him. The headquarters was busy, and they only gave Lin Shi and Lu Wei a brief welcome. Without time for a proper tour of the headquarters, Lin Shi was led into the laboratory. Dean Shin took the vaccine sample and said to Lin Shi, I met Professor Song Hung before. I didn't expect him to have such an outstanding student. Your research achievements have brought about a qualitative leap in the vaccine research process. Headquarters was also researching a vaccine, but due to the inability to manufacture antibodies, the limited number of specific zombies, and the missed opportunities with Lin Shi and Lin Jia, the vaccine research was progressing slowly. Lin Shi shook her head. Dean, you're too kind. The vaccine results are the result of research by my teacher and our entire laboratory. In that instant, Lin Shi thought of Song Hung, Zhao Jing, Chu Shuran, and others. Dean Shin. But Major General Lu Wei, the best-performing semi-infected individual, was under your supervision. You also have merit in antitoxin research. He gave Lin Shi the freedom to choose between joining the vaccine research project or the semi-infected individual research project. Dean Shin gave her time to consider and took his team to analyze the vaccine data. After they left, Lin Shi and Lu Wei stood in front of the signs for the three major laboratories of the research institute. Lin Shi's heart stirred slightly, but only for a moment. She asked Lu Wei, where do you think I should go? Lu Wei didn't give her a clear answer, but looked into her eyes. You will do what you believe is right. Lin Shi avoided his gaze. He knew. Lin Shi's expertise has always been in vaccines. Vaccines are the most likely breakthrough project, while the treatment project for semi-infected individuals. Lin Shi didn't delve into that question. Then where will you go? The military won't let you participate, Lin Shi asked again. The two were silent for a moment, then suddenly said in unison, join the lab. But not as research subjects, but to learn how to become researchers. Some roads are long, with no end in sight, but they have a beginning. With a beginning, there is direction. Lin Shi thus settled down in the research institute, while Lu Wei studied and learned about various drugs in the lab. Semi-infected individuals are energetic, and Lu Wei's learning efficiency was high, but even with high efficiency, he was still a learner, far from becoming a researcher. That day, Lin Shi and Lu Wei saw a face they hadn't seen in a long time after get off work. Li Shui was waiting for them near the research institute, carrying several bags. Seeing them, she raised her free hand and waved. Lin Shi and Lu Wei walked over, and before they could ask what was wrong, Li Shui spoke first. I knew you two workaholics were either working overtime or doing handstands. I came especially to bring you dinner. She waved the bags in her hands. I have a salary now, and I just saved up a little money to buy you some food that the cafeteria doesn't have. Hey, Lin Shi, you should drink more of this seed buckthorn juice, it can boost your immunity. With so much work pressure and your health isn't good, be careful not to get sick. Lin Shi felt a warm glow inside, but she still had to clarify. Actually, my health is pretty good. It's just that I was in pretty bad shape whenever I met you, so please excuse me. Li Shui waved her hand casually. Why are you saying that? I was screaming like a coward everywhere, but you didn't mind. You even forced me to walk by holding a needle to my throat so I could survive. Lin Shi changed the subject. How are you doing? Li Shuyi's expression revealed her state of mind. Pretty good. I have a job now, and I can earn points. Although it's not much, it's enough to eat and wear, and I can even come and feed you guys. Lin Shi smiled and nodded. This was the most relaxed she had felt recently. Li Shuyi thought of things from afar, sighed, and then smiled again. Before the apocalypse, I was a beast of burden, and I hated going to work. Now, I feel so lucky to have a job. Chapter 263. March 13, 2030. The biological warfare initially divided all bases into two factions, the White Shield base and relevant departments. During the subsequent 2 years of war, this further fragmented into smaller factions. The number of survivors within the territory decreased significantly again, but not as much as the population loss in the 2 years before the zombie outbreak. Besides the soldiers who died in the war, there were also ordinary people who perished due to the loss of control over the half-infected program, which led to the collapse of entire bases. Lin Shi didn't actively inquire about these matters, focusing instead on his scientific research. It's 2030 now, 3 years until 2033. The 9th version of the vaccine is currently in the testing phase. The first 5 versions were all the result of Lin Shi's creation and improvements. After arriving at the headquarters research institute, more renowned senior researchers joined the research, greatly increasing the likelihood of the 9th version's success. Just as everyone was eagerly awaiting the vaccine test results, a muffled sound suddenly came from Lin Shi's laboratory. Aside from the main laboratory where everyone worked on collaborative missions, this laboratory was usually only used by Lin Shi and Lu Wei. Because of the unique nature of the semi-infected individuals, others wouldn't come frequently, and Lu Wei wouldn't leave without permission. At this moment, only Lu Wei could make a sound. Lin Shi turned her head sharply, and saw a white figure lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his fingers digging into the ground. Lu Wei! Lin Shi grabbed the medicine from the table and rushed over, skillfully rolling up her sleeve to inject the medication. The hand she raised suddenly swung towards him. Lin Shi nimbly dodged, seeing Lu Wei's reddened eyes and tightly clenched teeth. His trembling hand indicated that he was fiercely fighting the virus. Even while busy with research, they never stopped training. Years of sparring had made Lin Shi very familiar with Lu Wei's movements, and she quickly seized the opportunity to inject the drug while he held back. Then Lin Shi had to temporarily step away and wait for the drug to take effect. The antitoxin had also been updated several times. The version Lu Wei used was extremely concentrated. A few minutes later, the trembling stopped. The price of the shirt? Lin Shi reached out to help him up. Lu Wei didn't use her help but propped himself up, replying in a low voice, £9 and 15 pence. Let's go to Research Institute number 3 for a checkup, Lin Shi said. Research Institute number 3 had been downsized in the past year, retaining only a few academicians who had made special contributions to antitoxin research. All the rest of the staff had been transferred to the vaccine and antiviral projects. The reason was simple. There was no hope for these projects. Just like Lin Shi had been at the Dawn Research Institute, the treatment plan for semi-infected individuals had been gradually neglected due to its lack of success, leading to reduced resource investment. There hasn't been a single miraculous cure for a half-infected individual. Despite several generations of updates to the delay agents and antitoxins, they only postpone the complete zombification of the half-infected. The raw materials for these agents and antitoxins are precious and cannot support the treatment of so many half-infected individuals. Their ultimate fate was still to become zombies. Only Lin Shi insisted on administering delay agents and antitoxins to Lu Wei. Since the zombie outbreak, they had made special contributions to humanity, and Lu Wei, having been infected in the line of duty, received medical support from the base and treatment from the research institute. However, Lin Shi could only watch as Lu Wei's dosage increased from 1 dose per day initially to 1 dose every hour, and even then, uncontrolled reactions still occurred. Lin Shi noticed some obvious signs in the reddened eyes and abnormally pale skin. She waited anxiously in front of the image. Academician Guo Yuan, who was in charge of the semi-infected research project, frowned deeply. He glanced at Lu Wei and, instead of speaking directly to him, pointed to several points on the image. Although Lin Shi was mainly responsible for vaccine research, she had studied semi-infected individuals for a long time at the Watchful Research Institute. She understood Guo Yuan's meaning. Even with increased drug dosage, the shadows in certain areas were becoming more pronounced, showing signs of invading key areas. Based on past experience, once lesions occurred here, mutations would occur quickly. Guo Yuan sighed, Patients infected in this area are locked in special beds to prevent mutations. A huge weight seemed to sink into Lin Shi's heart. She took a deep breath, and then? What would the base do? Guixing Yuan didn't speak. The answer was obvious. Lin Shi shook her head, increased the dosage of alpha antitoxin. Guixing Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He said, regarding Major General Lu's situation. Lin Shi interrupted him. The access to Lab 8 is specially secured. He won't run away without permission. Guixing Yuan said worriedly, I'm worried about your safety. Aside from the scheduled image checkups, this is the first time you come here with Major General Lu on your own initiative. I think something special must have happened. Has he exhibited aggressive behavior? Forgive my bluntness, but if so, it's better to keep him in our research institute under the care of a special ward. Lin Shi watched Lu Wei silently get up, finding it hard to imagine what it would be like to handcuff him to a hospital bed and slowly wait for him to turn into a zombie. She mumbled, I can handle it. Guixing Yuan didn't object and turned to busy himself. Lin Shi looked up at Lu Wei with a calm expression and said, Let's go back to the lab. Lu Wei didn't move. Over the past year, aside from discussing studies and research, he had rarely spoken, and Lin Shi had gradually grown accustomed to his increasingly cold demeanor. But his current refusal to respond had other reasons. Lu Wei stared intently at Lin Shi, as if his eyes were saying, I should listen to Academician Guo and stay here. Let's go! Lin Shi also pulled him firmly. They returned to the lab, and Lin Shi fiddled around, putting some protective measures on Lu Wei. These were supposedly protective measures, but actually for her own safety. Lin Shi finished securing the last lock and knot, patting his cold wrist, all done. A pair of teddy bear gloves were placed on his hands. The thick cotton padding could protect him from sudden slashes if he lost control, and also cushion the impact of a powerful punch. In stark contrast to the cute gloves, Lu Wei wore a bite guard, the cold metal covering the lower half of her face. It can only protect against a sudden mutation attack. It doesn't solve the problem at its root. Lu Wei's voice was slightly hoarse. I know. And then? Lin Shi didn't look up at her. Keeping her head down, she said, I can only kill you. The virus you're infected with doesn't include hardening of the eyes. I can handle that. Okay. Some things can't be rushed. The vaccine project isn't finished yet, and there's another important project, the Toxin Eradication Research Project. These two are crucial to resolving the zombie crisis and saving the world. Then, there's the treatment project for the semi-infected, which has made almost no progress. When could she spare some time to join the treatment program for the partially infected? Would this program actually succeed, or was it simply that the relevant departments were unwilling to abandon the will to save the living? Lin Shi didn't know. She could only focus on her current tasks. The 9th version of the vaccine had passed all tests and, after successful animal trials, was about to enter the human trial phase. Who would test the vaccine and the virus? If the vaccine was harmless, the first batch of test subjects would be soldiers who frequently left the base for field operations. Then they would know if the vaccine was effective. However, now that a ceasefire had been implemented, the remaining bases were all resting and recuperating, and few teams were going into field operations. Who would be willing to risk testing the vaccine and the virus? After all, failure would mean becoming a partially infected person, eventually mutating into a zombie. How much is the shirt? £9 and 15 pence. Lin Shi pulled over a wheelchair and initiated a conversation with Lu Wei. I want to personally test the vaccine and the virus. Lu Wei's eyes, which were fixed on the data on the tablet, paused. He turned his head slightly and shook his head, saying in a hoarse voice, too risky. Lin Shi, not risky. All the previous tests have passed successfully. Besides, someone has to do it. This is the vaccine project I'm involved in, the most promising one. I'm willing to try. Lu Wei looked at her silently for a long time before saying, what if it fails? Lin Shi thought, then she become a half-infected person, then mutate into a zombie. The research institute would eventually destroy us all. But she didn't say it aloud. Instead, she forced a smile. You're so pessimistic about our results? What if it succeeds? Sometimes people both anticipate a 1 in 10,000 chance of luck, and fear that luck disrupting the existing peace. As Lin Shi used the vaccine and virus on herself, she thought of many things. Zhao Jing and Chu Shiren, and herself long ago, when she had intentionally infected herself with the virus. She did the same thing as Zhao Jing. All the curtains in Lab 8 were opened. Inside, only Lu Wei, wearing a bite shield, stood guard over Lin Shi. Lin Shi herself sat quietly in a chair, her body connected to various testing devices. Researchers would observe the vaccine's effects from outside. Shadows thronged around her. Lin Shi lost track of time. All indicators are stable. 168 hours have passed. Dean Lin shows no signs of mutation. All tissue tests are negative, indicating no signs of viral infection. Phase 1 vaccine testing is successful. Someone opened the door to Lab 8 and removed the various devices from Lin Shi's body. Lin Shi looked at the people who rushed in, applauding and cheering, her vision blurring. For 5 years since the apocalypse, everyone had been waiting for this moment. Lin Shi saw Lu Wei in the bustling crowd. He stood in a corner outside the crowd. Lin Shi slowly walked to his side, unsure what to say. Lu Wei forced a smile across his bloodless lips. Then, they exchanged a glance and asked each other in unison, "What's the price of the shirt?" "Ha!" Lin Shi laughed in exasperation, tears streaming down her face. Once the vaccine was successful in her, it would enter the next phase of clinical trials. If all went well, the vaccine project would be successful soon. Humanity might be saved, but the half-infected remained untreated. There might not be an apocalypse in 2033, but Lin Shi's friends would certainly be gone. 2 months later, the vaccine entered mass production and was distributed to the military in batches. Lin Shi couldn't interfere with what happened next. After finishing his final tasks, he immediately joined the antitoxin research project team. Back then, 4 out of the 5 laboratories at the Dawn Research Institute were conducting antitoxin research. However, the zombie virus was too potent, and apart from high temperatures, there were no particularly effective antitoxins for the time being. Lin Shi had always been involved in vaccine research, so being suddenly involved in this project meant he had to familiarize himself with previous research results and case studies like a newcomer. Perhaps the good news of a successful vaccine boosted morale, and by the end of that year, the antitoxin was initially taking shape. When he heard the news, Lin Shi and Lu Wei were simultaneously studying the antitoxin research results in Laboratory 8. Upon hearing the good news, Lin Shi instinctively jumped up and gave Lu Wei a high five. His hand bounced softly off the bear-shaped glove. It seemed to be trembling. Before Lin Shi could even feel happy about the news, he suddenly realized that it wasn't the soft bounce of the glove, but rather Lu Wei's trembling. He was trembling again. However, the antitoxin and delay agent were now being administered to him continuously via a continuous drip. He was still trembling. Lin Shi's gaze faltered. She saw Lu Wei almost every day, so some changes weren't immediately obvious to her, but once she came to her senses, she noticed that some mutations had already spread to his appearance. Lin Shi touched the bear's paw. Once the antitoxin is developed, we all join the semi-infected research group. Just wait a little longer. There would be hope soon. Lin Shi wasn't one to make empty promises, so she didn't say the second half aloud. Lu Wei understood, however. He looked steadily at Lin Shi and nodded, "Okay." But his actions revealed he had retracted his bear claws. After successfully developing the antidote, they urgently invested in weapons development, integrating it into weapons to eliminate zombies by killing the virus within them. Lin Shi seemed to see a glimmer of hope for victory. War once again erupted in the wasteland world. This time, the initiative was in the hands of the relevant departments. Their troops eliminated zombies along the way, sweeping away bases using zombies as biological weapons, and gradually subjugating each base. Lu Wei couldn't leave laboratory number 8, but Lin Shi would tell him the battle reports from outside. She greeted Lu Wei every day. "How much is the shirt?" Lu Wei answered patiently, his voice growing hoarse day by day, until later, even with quick reflexes, he had to struggle to speak. It was a pity that Major General Lu, who had trained diligently for several lifetimes, wasn't qualified to participate in this war. Like the soldier king swallowed by the desert, he had no chance to participate. October 14, 2032. The number of zombies within the territory was reduced to 0. Returning to the surface was just around the corner. December 22, 2032. In the imaging room, the person lying there was trembling uncontrollably, requiring supportive equipment to stabilize the images. Guixing Yuan led Lin Shi outside the imaging room before shaking his head. "Dean Lin is familiar with the mutation process of the semi-infected. I don't need to explain further." Lin Shi lowered his eyelids. "Guixing Yuan, the antitoxin doesn't work on the semi-infected. Their organs have been infected by the virus to varying degrees and have stopped functioning. Even if you kill the virus, the mutated organs won't recover." Lin Shi whispered, "I know. The infection process of the zombie virus is irreversible. Once the virus enters the bloodstream, turning someone into a zombie is only a matter of time, unless they've been vaccinated beforehand and developed effective antibodies." Guixing Yuan sighed again. Actually, none of the semi-infected survived a year. They had already mutated and been destroyed. Only Major General Lu remained. Lin Shi insisted on using a potent antidote to keep him alive until the very end. Chapter 264. The half-infected research project had been halted because all the half-infected individuals had mutated into zombies within a year and had been destroyed. There were no experimental samples left, except for Lu Wei, the last half-infected. Lu Wei had already shown obvious mutation characteristics. Rather than being a half-infected, he was more like a zombie retaining consciousness. The relevant departments hadn't issued any instructions regarding this last zombie, but the Research Institute's measures to reclaim the half-infected research project and the academicians' expressions of regret implicitly hinted at this. Lin Shi and Lu Wei returned to Laboratory 8. That day, Lu Wei didn't continue studying. He had already memorized the vaccine and antitoxin formulas. Unusually, he was also lost in thought, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, his eyes somewhat vacant. Lin Shi snapped out of his reverie, feeling both worried and awkward, but unable to find a topic to discuss. He simply asked stiffly, "What's the price of the shirt?" Lu Wei didn't turn around or answer, his gaze remaining vacant. Lin Shi shook her head. It shouldn't be like this. He was still reading literature this morning. His complete loss of consciousness isn't that sudden. Lin Shi had said that if he couldn't immediately give the command indicating he had mutated, she would definitely kill him. Unwilling to give up, Lin Shi asked again, "What's the price of the shirt?" Lu Wei still didn't answer, struggling to turn his body to face her. Even this simple movement made him vibrate like a phone that couldn't stop vibrating. His gaze was fixed on Lin Shi, but he remained silent. Lin Shi's nose stung with tears. She had long been used to Lu Wei's indifference, but at this moment, she couldn't help but lean closer, resting against him as she had countless times before, listening to his breath and heartbeat. "What's the price of the shirt?" Lin Shi asked stubbornly. No one answered her, only a trembling hand rested on her back, gently pressing her against her heart. It was cold and still there, long since devoid of a heartbeat. "Are you leaving too?" The Research Institute had invented a zombie disposal chamber, specifically for processing the hardened remains of zombies. Lin Shi and Lu Wei came here. Lu Wei, finally secured to the special hospital bed, had blackened veins spreading across his face, his eyes bloodshot, and his jaw clenching uncontrollably. The moment the syringe continuously injecting antitoxin into his body was pulled out, he struggled violently, letting out a hoarse growl. Becoming a zombie meant losing control of his body. Guixing Yuan had already finished sighing. Since Lin Shi had arrived so calmly, he could only ask one last question. Most half-infected zombies aren't fully infected, their brains generally retain consciousness. For those forced into infection, we always practice humanitarianism, allowing them to see their parents and family before execution. We investigated and found that Major General Lu's parents are at Ezhou base, perhaps. Conscious zombies can't speak or act, but they can see their parents and hear their farewells. Lin Shi shook her head. He refused. To have his parents see him like this, facing destruction, would be such cruel torture. Lin Shi imagined she would make the same decision. But she would have to watch Lu Wei become like this, personally sending him to the destruction pod. Then she thought, Lu Wei had already seen her as a zombie. They had seen each other at their ugliest. All right. Guixing Yuan left them alone, stepping back outside the glass door to give final supervision of the process. Lin Shi calmly pressed the first button. The specially made hatch closed, obscuring the zombie's body. Only the upper glass of the hatch revealed its face. It struggled, it roared. But no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape the destruction pod that held it captive. Perhaps it began to regret, began to resist the destruction process, but this was Lu Wei's last conscious decision. From the moment Lu Wei contracted the virus, Lin Shi dared not think too deeply, but she had mentally rehearsed this scene countless times. She had once struggled to imagine what her emotions would be when this moment truly arrived. But she was unexpectedly calm. The conscious Lu Wei didn't say goodbye to her, nor did he offer any other explanation. This world is full of people who disappear suddenly without a chance to say goodbye, but Lu Wei chose silence. Lin Shi pressed the button to inject the drug, and a white mist instantly rose from the destruction pod, obscuring the struggling zombie's features. Lu Wei is conscious, he will clearly perceive death, and then depart for another world with the vaccine and the antidote formula. The display screen next to the destruction pod showed the destruction progress. Lin Shi watched as the progress bar filled up. The process wasn't anxious, much faster than Lin Shi had imagined. As the notification sound rang, Guixing Yuan opened the door and walked in, accompanied by several female staff members. They simply stood guard at the door, seemingly to handle any emergencies. Guixing Yuan, under pressure, walked to Lin Shi's side. The hardened zombie bones are tough and cannot be completely decomposed, but relevant departments stipulate that zombie remains and ashes will be centrally stored by the relevant departments and cannot be returned to the families. The voice echoed ethereally in Lin Shi's mind. She paused for a moment before responding with a soft Lin Shi was assigned to a new residence. With the zombies eradicated, there was still much work to be done. The wasteland needed cleaning, the survivor list needed compiling and statistical analysis, and Lin Shi's task was to organize and record vaccine-related information. The zombie virus was the most potent virus in human history, and its vaccine development process had crucial implications for future pathology and medicine as a whole. Lin Shi was grateful that even when she felt utterly destitute, she still had work to do. Everyone in her new environment showed Lin Shi not only respect, but also a special kind of concern. They all knew Lin Shi had lost a close friend, but dared not easily offer words of comfort, only showing their concern through subtle gestures. Lin Shi was sometimes oblivious, but she was acutely aware of these things. After 8 years of riots, authorities initially estimated a 70% population decrease, with many facing the pain of losing family and friends. The emotions that were difficult for Lin Shi to accept were shared by everyone else. But she wouldn't reject these kind offers of help. Lin Shi was dragged by her colleagues to a business district gathering to clear her head. She wasn't in the mood for socializing, but there she saw someone she hadn't seen in a long time. The person waved to her from afar, but didn't come over. Lin Shi had no choice but to go over herself. Li Shui. Li Shui smiled broadly when she saw her. Academician Lin. Lin Shi stared at her intently. Lin Shi, oh. Li Shui was a little embarrassed, patting her head and saying, the youngest academician, what a cool title. Li Shui would occasionally come to see Lin Shi, bringing her snacks and trinkets. After Lu Wei's death, she never appeared again, but some things were passed down intermittently. Hearing Li Shui's respectful address, Lin Shi felt a pang of sadness. Li Shui quickly composed herself. The apocalypse was over, everything was in ruins, and the faces of those weary of being underground war expectant smiles. Li Shui smiled broadly. We all know you were a key figure in developing the vaccine. You deserve half the credit for saving humanity. Lin Shi shook her head slightly, but didn't elaborate on the topic. There are countless heroes who saved humanity. Some are nameless, some sacrificed themselves heroically, and there are also Lin Shi's friends. Back then, when you asked me for a charging pad at my doorstep, saying you had a vaccine for the zombie virus and hoped I could support you in saving the apocalypse, I thought you were a liar, or rather, a very bad one. And then? I never expected you to be robbers. Yang Yicheng pointed a gun at me back then, it scared me to death. Mentioning that name, Li Shui realized she had misspoke. She didn't dare ask about Lu Wei's situation. After arriving at the headquarters, she learned a lot about the world, especially about the half-infected. She finally understood why Yang Yicheng had been wary of Lu Wei, and why Lu Wei had been injecting the drug. She also gradually learned Lin Shi's true identity. Lin Shi's role was far greater than Li Shui had imagined. Afraid that Lin Shi would be reminded of those who had died, Li Shui changed her words, saying, "But you guys are really amazing. I used to want to hide away, waiting for someone else to save the world and liberate me, and then you actually came." Lin Shi seemed a little dazed. The same? Li Shui didn't understand what the same meant. She sensed something was off about Lin Shi. Although Lin Shi had never smiled since the first time she met her, she had always maintained a clear mind, except when she was ill, and never said anything incoherent. She remembered how devastated Lin Shi was when Xiang Xian died, and naturally knew how much Lu Wei's death had affected her. Li Shui quickly changed the subject. By the way, the public network is fixed. Now we can contact people at other bases through the public network. My parents have passed away, but my aunt and cousin are still alive, and we recently got in touch. Do you want to try contacting some old relatives and friends? She hoped this good news would cheer Lin Shi up. Really? Lin Shi remained restless, her eyes brightening slightly, the emotion unreadable, a mixture of sadness and envy. She simply said, "Congratulations." Li Shui, immersed in her own joy, exclaimed, "I wonder when we'd be able to meet again. The air route has just opened. Tickets are incredibly hard to come by, there's no market for them, and ordinary people like us have no way to buy them." Lin Shi, not in the mood, casually asked, "Where do you want to go?" Dawn Base. Before the apocalypse, my aunt's family lived in Wuzhou. Refugees from Nanhua and Wuzhou later moved to Dawn Base. Lin Shi, have you ever been to Dawn Base? I heard you used to be a researcher at the Nanhua Research Institute. Dawn Base. Lin Shi was momentarily dazed. Yes. She responded casually, I take you. Huh? Li Shi paused. You mean you're going to Dawn Base with me? Lin Shi nodded. Oh, You made outstanding contributions to the relevant departments, you must be qualified to get tickets. Li Shuyi rubbed her hands, a little embarrassed. But taking me along might be a bit. Go right now. Lin Shi interrupted her abruptly. Li Shuyi still had someone she wanted to see, so she'd take her to see her. Lin Shi's flight application and external investigation report were quickly approved. A significant portion of the preliminary work records from the vaccine research remained at the Dawn Research Institute. She packed her luggage simply. Actually, besides a few changes of clothes, she had no other belongings. When she first came to the headquarters, her luggage consisted only of a cooler, a pocket pistol and... Lin Shi tucked the framed image of the 4 main characters from a popular anime into her pocket and quietly said, going home. All the checkpoints at the Dawn base were open. There were no virus testing checkpoints, but the guards still patrolled diligently. On the day Lin Shi landed, many people came to greet her at the Dawn base. Everyone knew that the key figure in developing the vaccine to save humanity came from the Dawn Research Institute, and thus felt proud to come and see the youngest academician. The base's high-ranking officials, along with members of the Dawn Research Institute, led the welcoming ceremony. Lin Shi looked at these familiar faces, but couldn't recall their names for a moment. Although a few years hadn't been long, Lin Shi had forgotten many things. These faces from the Research Institute were indeed familiar. Although Lin Shi couldn't remember their names, she vaguely remembered which faces she had punched in the past. Someone couldn't help but call out, "Dean Zhang." Others nudged him. "What do you mean, Dean Zhang?" "It's Dean Lin." The person asked softly, "Huh? Isn't she Zhang Sirui?" Everyone knew that the vaccine's success was inseparable from Lin Shi's previous teamwork and the hard work she and her partners put in later, but they didn't know that Lin Shi, the inventor of the vaccine, was herself an antibody contributor. Her secret of possessing antibodies was kept under wraps by Lu Wei and the entire Songheng team. It had never been leaked. The Research Institute wanted to invite Lin Shi back to oversee things and give some presentations, as many people were interested in her experience in inventing the vaccine. Some even joked, "When is Dean Lin going to take us on a team-building activity?" Unfortunately, Lin Shi had no time to deal with them. After a hurried welcome ceremony, the base's higher-ups arranged a room in a high-class guest house for Lin Shi. Lin Shi asked, "Is the place where I lived with them back then still empty?" The base replied, "Major General Lu's room has always been kept and has never been touched." "Great." Lin Shi touched the picture in her pocket. Like the headquarters, everyone at Dawn Base was immersed in the joy of victory. Most people were pale from living underground for years, but their eyes were beginning to shine, revealing anticipation. A little girl looked at her with sparkling eyes. Lin Shi's expressionless face didn't frighten the little girl, instead, it drew her closer. "I've seen you before." The child was about 3 years old. Lin Shi had only recently returned to the Dawn Research Institute and hadn't seen the child before. The little girl looked at her with admiration. "My dad used to be a colleague of the super-skilled scientist Lin Shi." "Who is your dad?" Lin Shi asked. A man in a white coat walked over and beckoned to the little girl, who went to him. The man, holding the little girl, smiled and approached, stopping about a meter away from Lin Shi. "Old classmate, do you remember me?" Everyone's appearance had changed over the years. The man before her was more mature, but Lin Shi remembered him. Cheng Ling. Cheng Ling, who had left the laboratory to work at the hospital after arriving at the Dawn base. Cheng Ling smiled. "You must be very busy, so we won't bother you any longer." He gently bounced the little girl in his arms. "You've seen it all, we should go home now." The little girl's eyes brightened. "Goodbye, scientist auntie." Having escaped that little incident, Lin Shi walked home alone. Chapter 265. After Lu Wei and Lin Shi left the Dawn base, no one ever came here again. Even the fingerprint password on the door hadn't been removed by the Dawn base. This had once been Lin Shi's home, and she opened the door with ease. The moment the door opened, Lin Shi vaguely saw several figures leaning against the corner of the wall, clearly on the verge of collapse, yet none of them gave up first. Then, they nudged each other, using words to provoke the person next to them to give in and fall to the ground. Then the others quickly landed, celebrating that dinner was secured. Lin Shi's eyes widened. Actually, the place was empty. The furniture remained exactly as they had left it, only slightly dusty and faded. Living alone, there was no need to tidy up so much space. Lin Shi quickly organized her living area and room. Then she rested, worked, over and over again. She had lived alone for a long time. 8 years of companionship were only a small part of her long life, yet this small part occupied most of her memories. The people underground began to go out and clean up the surface, a long but hopeful process. Rebuilding the city, rebuilding life. As long as manpower was continuously invested and development was slow, the regressed civilization would recover, and the lost population would gradually increase. She continued her work at the Dawn Research Institute, where everyone respectfully addressed her as Academician Lin or Dean Lin. Unlike her previous sarcastic tone, many people now actively participated in the project and humbly sought her advice. In the scientific community, there is no absolute hierarchy based on age. Lin Shi's current achievements were enough to inspire all. One day, a police officer found Lin Shi. The man in the lead looked somewhat familiar, but Lin Shi couldn't place him. Perhaps they had met in a past life. The man introduced himself. Dean Lin, I'm Shenhua. Lin Shi still didn't have a specific recollection. She had met countless people in her past lives, but few had left a lasting impression. Those who had caused her immense pain or shared moments of warmth were absent. None of them were like this. Shenhua brought several file folders. I'm here to deliver some documents. Lin Shi looked puzzled. Shenhua looked somewhat troubled. Dawn Base is arranging for everyone to move back to the surface, and the archives need to be emptied. This is... Oh, well, someone wrote for you. Lin Shi was stunned. So many? There were several large file folders. Lin Shi thought, even if those 3 people had written her a will, there wouldn't be so many. Shenhua, Major General Lu Wei, Colonel Liang Hui, and Colonel Xiang Xian participated in several dangerous missions before their deaths. Normally, new wills would replace old ones, but we didn't have time to deal with them before this emergency, so they're all still there. We're handing them over to you now for you to handle. Lin Shi was taken aback. Did they leave her wills every time? Shenhua picked out a few envelopes and added, there are also wills addressed to others. I need to deliver those too. Delivering wills is a huge undertaking right now. Because so many people have died, and the bases are quite scattered, transportation and logistics haven't returned to normal, so sending wills is indeed a massive undertaking. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, I can help deliver their wills. Lu Wei and Liang Hui's parents are both at the Izhou base, while Xiang Xian's parents are at the Shuguang base. Lin Shi didn't work overtime that day. Instead, she finished her tasks early and immersed herself in writing her will. She first opened Liang Hui's file folder. Inside were several envelopes, only one with Lin Shi's name on it. Dear Lin Shi, dear Zhang San. Hello. Hello. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be here. Oh. Xiang Xian just saw this line and said I was old-fashioned and clumsy. Just a second ago, she was mocking you for peeking at our writing. Remember to use the evidence I left to retaliate. This is the first time I've written a will for you. I felt a little awkward as I picked up the pen, because Xiang Xian's chatter interrupted my thoughts. Later, I thought about it deeply, and I still have a lot to say. First of all, I'm sorry. This is on behalf of the person you met in your previous lives. I have no memories of my past lives, but Brother Lu said that the 2 of us killed your zombies. The thought of you watching Brother Lu and me beat you to a pulp. I feel deeply guilty. But thinking about it carefully, I don't feel so guilty now. After all, you've beaten me up several times in our lives, so tell me, don't you have a vengeful streak? Although we've known each other for a long time, honestly, I used to think Lu Ge and Xiang Xian were easier to get along with. Because you were so nice, always polite, making me feel a strong sense of boundaries. Until you returned to our 4-person team and became arrogant, that's fine too. Friends are meant to be troublesome. In any case, Zhang San and Li Si are the most amazing and adorable girls I ever met, and also my purest opposite-sex friends. I hope you are safe and happy, and I hope the apocalypse will be over when you receive this letter. Sincerely, September 14, 2027. Lin Shi pursed her lips, carefully put the letter back in the envelope, and then sorted and arranged the remaining suicide notes, helping to deliver them to the places he wanted them to be sent. There were 5 suicide notes in total, mostly addressed to his parents. There were also some addressed to Lu Wei and Xiang Xian, but unfortunately they wouldn't see them. There were also some names Lin Shi had never seen before. Lin Shi quickly scanned the names on them. To Taoiran, December 21, 2025. To Luo Xia, March 2, 2026. To Wang Qianqian, September 2, 2026. To Gao Wanqin, December 21, 2026. Lin Shi gently tapped the table, and a tear fell onto the table along with the sound. Lin Shi muttered, half sadly and half disgustedly. You're the real playboy. The next folder contained Xiang Xian's letters. Most were still addressed to her parents, but 3 were addressed to her. Lin Shi sorted them by date, starting with the earliest one. San. Sister, I'm going to the battlefield. If I die on the battlefield one day, please don't grieve for me. I will give my heart for humanity. The second letter read, Brother Lou said that tomorrow we're going to a hardened zombie colony, which is very dangerous. But I'm still going. You know, my parents don't want me to join the army. But someone has to do it. I've been preparing to save the world for a long time. If you see this letter, please don't be sad for me. I will always bless you. These two short letters already showed that Seong Exeon had matured from her initial enthusiasm to a more composed and calm person, with a clearer understanding of her responsibilities and the significance of saving the world. That wasn't the epic, action-packed scene from anime. The real apocalypse was filled with brutal slaughter, but it also forged people into braver warriors. The third and final letter was brief, even lacking in profound meaning. If I perish in battle, friends, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Lin Shi gave a bitter smile. It certainly didn't sound like a song Seong Exeon would hum. On the back of the paper was a small drawing of 4 chibi figures sitting around the living room table. Lu Wei was intently writing his will, Liang Hui was deep in thought, and Lin Shi, craning her neck and staring wide-eyed, was trying to peek, only to be caught by Seong Exeon. Next to Lin Shi's head was a line written, Peeking. Peeking doesn't count as peeking. The abstract image pulled Lin Shi back to that scene, and tears welled up uncontrollably. She placed Lu Wei's letter last. She had always felt that she and Lu Wei were special. They possessed the ability to be reborn and didn't need to write wills. She hadn't expected Lu Wei to have such foresight, leaving her several envelopes. Lu Wei never spoke to her in the end, so what would his will say? Lin Shi opened the earliest envelope. Inside was just a list of names, their locations at the base, and their areas of expertise. The date was the end of December 2025. At that time, although Lin Shi shared a double room with Seong Exeon, she was anxiously working alone at the newly established Dawn Research Institute and hadn't seen or contacted Lu Wei much. The second will was also a list, but this time with many updated names, including more powerful and influential individuals, and confidential information known only to the base's higher-ups. These 2 letters contained only names, not a single word from Lu Wei. The dates on both letters were before Lin Shi and Seong Exeon moved in with them. The last letter was very thin. Lin Shi suspected that if the larger sheets of paper before it hadn't contained a single word of his own, this thin little piece of paper in the envelope probably wouldn't either. Lin Shi opened it. Inside was a torn piece of paper. The beginning and end of the letter had been ripped off, leaving only a few lines of penmanship in quotation marks. Like a person whose pigeon has flown away, he sincerely wishes the pigeon a safe flight. Fly away too. A letter without a beginning or end. The date was September 14th, 2027, their last day before leaving Dawn Base for White Shield Base. Lin Shi read it twice, seemingly understanding, but unwilling to give up. He searched for the content online. Water seeped into the paper, blurring the ink from the pen. What was the scene like that day? Lu Wei brought the suicide note document bag. Everyone was writing, but Lin Shi didn't pick up a pen and returned to the study alone. At the time, this desk was shared by Lin Shi and Lu Wei, each occupying half. Lin Shi sat on one side, focused on studying research materials, while Lu Wei sat on the other side, silently writing, then asked her, really not writing? Now, looking back, everyone's expressions that day are etched into Lin Shi's memory. Dawn Base gradually relocated some people to the surface. Everyone packed their belongings and returned to the surface. Lin Shi was heading to the warehouse to find some materials left behind by the Research Institute, materials that weren't particularly useful, but were meaningful to her. She walked against the flow of people deeper into the base. The further in you go, the more unused items you find. Lin Shi finally found what she wanted after some effort. While searching the depths of the warehouse, she suddenly spotted an abandoned information wall, its entire surface, including the glass, placed there. It introduced the base's key management personnel. Lin Shi saw Seong Exeon and Liang Hui in the photos, arranged by rank, with Lu Wei's photo prominently displayed. The dark background and glass of the display case formed a mirror, reflecting Lin Shi's face. Unlike the 3 young faces in the photos, 33-year-old Lin Shi's eyes were deep and calm. She was a few years older and more mature than the people in the photos. After lingering in front of the display case for a while, Lin Shi followed the flow of people back to the surface. The checkpoints at Dawn Base were all open, and the first rays of dawn made people squint. The long night ended, and dawn slowly arrived. Just kidding, not done yet. Back on Earth, Lin Shi did some post-disaster epidemic prevention work, which was quite easy, even a little boring for someone used to high-intensity work. Li Shui, having successfully found her family, visited Lin Shi once, bringing some small gifts and trying to keep her company. After the apocalypse, Li Shuyi had gained a lot of weight, and her eyes held a smile. She was doing well. At least Lin, she was a little envious of her. After meeting Li Shuyi, Lin Shi began contacting Lu Wei, Xiang Xian, and Liang Hui's parents, as well as the girls Liang Hui had written about. If they were still alive, they would receive the Sea King's expired wills. She wondered if Liang Hui would try to retract the previous will every time he wrote one for a new person. She also wondered if he would regret it, and then be so embarrassed he'd dig his toes into the ground. It shouldn't be. They don't care about what happens after they're gone. None of the three of them are the type to cause internal strife. After trying to contact them, Lin Shi first met Xiang Xian's mother. Lin Shi had met Xiang Xian's parents before, when Xiang Xian rented a place in Lin Shi's house. Years had passed, and the woman had aged considerably. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if she had already shed all her tears on the way home at the devastating news. Lin Shi helped her up. Xiang's mother didn't refuse, but instead gently stroked her daughter's belongings. Lin Shi wasn't good at handling emotions, so she could only try to offer words of comfort. After Xiang's mother calmed down and asked some questions, Lin Shi answered them one by one, finally asking, "Where's your uncle?" Xiang's mother wiped her eyes. Her father knew she would definitely go to the battlefield, so he chose to fight alongside her and join the army at the Dawn base, and then... She didn't finish, but Lin Shi roughly understood. After escaping the Watchtower base, Yang Yicheng told her that semi-infected individuals had also appeared at the Dawn base, and those who first became semi-infected were mostly soldiers, who frequently went out of town on missions. Lin Shi gave Xiang Xian's mother the compensation money from the relevant department. A portion of it came from Lin Shi's research income. A few days later, Lin Shi met with Lu Wei and Liang Hui's parents. They looked equally haggard, their eyes bloodshot. Lin Shi felt immense pressure, but she had no choice but to face the scene. Lu Wei's mother held the photo, unable to let go for a long time, repeatedly asking Lin Shi about the last details, then breaking down in tears. Grief is contagious. The family of the deceased was here, and Lin Shi was also a family member of the deceased. Her grief and pain were no less than theirs. Lin Shi offered a weak consolation. He didn't die, he just went to another world. Lu's mother shook her head, clearly taking this as a platitude and not giving it much thought. But Lin Shi knew that Lu Wei would save the world in another world. They would never see each other again. Chapter 266. Yin country was the first country in the world to experience a zombie outbreak, and also the first to eliminate all zombies within its borders. For 8 years, zombies slowly swept across the globe, sparing no country. Densely populated nations were particularly hard hit, and survivors were relocated to bases. Yin country was the first to end the apocalypse, while other countries remained in dire straits. Gradually more and more countries sought help from Yin country, for vaccines and antitoxins. This was a significant achievement for Yin country's scientific research, but due to the cessation of operations by many institutions during the apocalypse, it had not yet received official certification. Relevant departments were extremely strict in protecting the vaccines and antitoxins, but in a collapsing nest, no egg remains unbroken. If other countries did not resolve the zombie outbreak, the total population of Earth would continue to decline, triggering a series of ecological reactions and economic problems that would inevitably prevent Yin country from recovering quickly. Unity is essential in the face of disaster. Relevant departments arranged for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and an armed force to escort the vaccine and antitoxin research teams to Lan country for exchanges. Lin Shi was also in this group. Lan, a country far across the ocean, was once a world-renowned power. Lin Shi had never been there before, and her first trip was as a scientist on an exchange mission. She carried a pocket-sized gun with her, which, though rarely used, had been with her since 2025. After the riots in Yin ended, people returned to the surface, and authorities planned a security check of civilians, confiscating firearms and other weapons left behind. The project was still in its early stages, and not yet fully completed. Lin Shi was still able to carry it across the ocean. The leader of the accompanying armed force was Qian Zitao, an old acquaintance of Lin Shi. He appeared around the same time Lin Shi acquired the gun. At that time, Qian Zitao was in charge of martial law at the Nanhua Research Institute, and after the large-scale zombie outbreak, he and the Nanhua Research Institute entered the Dawn base. After a brief reminiscing, Qian Zitao mentioned that gun belonged to Captain Lu at the time, and the relevant departments have a record of its issuance. After we return to China, this gun, it needs to be handed over. Lin Shi didn't resist. However, the security checkpoint at the Research Institute in D-City, Lan Country, confiscated it. Like the residents of the underground base in Yen Country, the people Lin Shi saw in D City were all fair-skinned. But the difference in race didn't seem so strange. Everyone lived with a numb expression, as if they had adapted to their long-term underground existence. However, when the Yen Country research team came to exchange their research results, they showed a sudden, almost desperate, reaction, their eyes shining as they warmly welcomed the Yen Country research team. The hostile relationship before the apocalypse seemed insignificant in the face of humanity's survival. They exchanged information sincerely, even willing to showcase all their achievements in the field of zombie viruses. Then, led by the director of the D-City Research Institute, Lin Shi, and the others toured their research institute. Lan Country's technology is also advanced, but the reason their vaccine has failed is because they haven't been able to collect enough effective antibody samples. Without raw materials, they can't synthesize effective multispecific antibodies. The director in charge of the vaccine project led Lin Shi into a secret laboratory. The director explained in a foreign language, the D-City Research Institute has an important sample, more special than any of the special zombies we ever seen. We pinned our hopes for vaccine research on it. She sighed, but we still failed. The director entered a series of commands, and after 2 hatches opened, a huge experimental table appeared before Lin Shi. The staff, dressed in white protective suits and masks, looked no different from Lin Shi's familiar colleagues at first glance. In the center of the control panel was a huge glass tube, about 1 square meter in cross-section, inside which a person dressed in metallic special clothing was trapped. This must be the special zombie sample. Some people are born with the ability to produce antibodies due to genetic issues. For example, Lin Shi and Lin Jie can produce some antibodies on their own. Natural zombies that retain some consciousness and language abilities also have a small amount of natural antibodies. It's just unknown to what extent this special zombie has developed antibodies. Lin Shi raised her eyes with slight curiosity and met the face. She suddenly widened her eyes. The zombie in the huge glass jar wasn't as frenzied as other zombies. Its limbs weren't as convulsing. It possessed the ability to manage and express emotions, and she could see some emotion in its eyes. It looked remarkably like Lu Wei, who had begun to mutate in the late stages of half-infection. But there was no vaccine in Lan Country. The original's antibodies were innate. Lin Shi still couldn't recover from the shock this face had given her. The zombie apocalypse is a global catastrophe. Lin Shi shared his vaccine research findings, along with the antitoxin research group next door. Soon, the global catastrophe will end. The Dicheng Research Institute exchanged some insights with Lin Shi. While their achievements in vaccines couldn't compare to Lin Shi's, there were other areas within pathology. This should have been a valuable learning opportunity, but Lin Shi, unusually, was lost in thought and restless. Before leaving the Dicheng Research Institute, Lin Shi requested a tissue sample from a special type of zombie, claiming it was for antibody research. The Dicheng Research Institute had already benefited greatly from this exchange and naturally wouldn't refuse Lin Shi's request. Upon returning to Yen Country, Lin Shi, without even adjusting to the time difference, rushed to the Research Institute. She didn't go to the lab, but instead went to the DNA analysis room. She proactively sought out Shenhua, asking him to find some data to address her doubts. By the time she received the data, the DNA comparison results for the unusual zombie were also in, matching the data perfectly, confirming Lin Shi's suspicions. After the zombie outbreak, Lin Shi had experienced sadness, but this was the first time she had entered a state of intense anxiety. Countless images and words flashed through her mind, including Lu Wei and Xiang Xian's dying words. She was anxious and tense, but not confused. In this life, she had successfully saved the world. Over 8 years, she moved from the Nanhua Research Institute to the Dawn base, traveling to several other bases, experiencing confusion, glory, and escape. Lu Wei, Xiang Xian, Liang Hui, Yang Yiqing, Feng Shui, Song Heng, Zhao Jing, countless people supported her in putting the hope of a vaccine into practice. This path was far from easy. Starting over meant not only obtaining antibodies from her and Lin Jie, but also collecting antibody samples again, a daunting journey. Lin Shi was sad, but not lost. There was another path. People always say everyone fantasizes about the path they haven't taken, a path strewn with flowers. But Lin Shi knew that if she tried again, the worst outcome would be the same as now. Knock knock. The knocking pulled Lin Shi back to reality. It was Qian Zitao. He spoke to Lin Shi in a business-like tone. Dean Lin, we're here to collect firearms and other firearms. Lin Shi had heard rumors of this when she went to Lan Country. Now that she was back, it was time to put them into practice. Lin Shi pulled a pocket pistol from her pocket. Just as Shenhua and Qian Zitao thought Lin Shi would hand over the gun, they saw her point the muzzle at them instead. Dean Lin. A person's speed cannot outpace a bullet. Bang. Lin Shi fell backward uncontrollably. Although it was a sudden fall, Shenhua and Qian Zitao seemed to freeze in her mind's eye for a moment. The two, still in the midst of their struggle for the gun, vanished instantly. Then the entire universe began to collapse. Chapter 267. Her consciousness returned to her body, and Lin Shi slowly opened her eyes. She was propping her head up from her desk. The open test paper contained problems with answers that were obvious at a glance, as did the example problems written on the blackboard. There was none of the awkwardness and embarrassment of waking up in class in her previous life and being stuck on the blackboard unable to solve a problem. Lin Shi looked around. These faces were all too unfamiliar. So many people and events had happened in between that Lin Shi couldn't remember who they were, only a vague concept. What year was it? Lin Shi squinted. Without her phone or watch, she couldn't quickly determine the exact time. But this time was certain. Lin Shi rushed out of the classroom, glanced at the teacher's introduction posted outside, and found the office herself. The long-lost face looked at her with surprise. Lin Shi, why aren't you paying attention in class? Lin Shi, teacher, I want to ask for leave to go home. What's the reason? The teacher neither objected nor agreed. Call your family first, I need your parents' permission. Lin Shi took a small, thick, full-screen phone from the teacher, with a home button at the bottom. She retrieved the number from her memory and excitedly dialed it, but no one answered after 50 seconds. Lin Shi had to dial another number. A female voice came from the other end. Hello? Teacher Zhou? Lin Shi took several deep breaths. Mom. Little Shi? Why are you using my phone to call me? Under the teacher's gaze, Lin Shi couldn't hold back her tears. She swallowed twice to steady her voice. I miss you. This child. We just met this morning. The person on the other end of the phone seemed stunned, then after a brief silence, replied, Study hard. I make you something delicious tonight. For Lin Shi, Zhao Qiong's we just met this morning felt like a lifetime ago. As time passed, they would meet again sooner or later. Lin Shi felt relieved. After hanging up, she returned to the classroom. The next class was information technology. Lin Shi hadn't yet figured out how to carry out her grand plan with this body, before following the whole class to the computer lab. Those few simple computer tasks were a piece of cake for Lin Shi. She completed them quickly, then, following her memory, opened the old web version of QQ. Some of the contact names in QQ sounded familiar, but they were indeed from a long time ago for Lin Shi. There were also some messages without notes, and Lin Shi couldn't remember who they were at all. A group message flashed. Lin Shi watched for a while, and saw two people chatting about cartoons. A. Pay attention in class. Xiao Xiao, weren't you secretly playing on your phone too? A. I finished my exam. Lin Shi narrowed her eyes. Although these two had only exchanged a few words, their tone sounded somewhat familiar to her. She looked at them for a while longer, then opened their QQ accounts. One was indeed a number she recognized, while the other was a number she had never seen before. Lin Shi became excited again. She proactively sent a message. How much is the shirt? Xiao Xiao, what is this? A. £9.15. Lin Shi's eyes widened, and she quickly sent a few words to the chat box with the username A. The next moment, the students in the back row of the computer lab watched a figure fly out of the window. Lin Shi, who had already run out, heard a commotion behind her. Lin Shi skipped class. Tell the teacher. This body was short and lacked strength, so Lin Shi couldn't fully utilize her abilities. However, Lin Shi possessed rich escape experience. Skipping class by climbing over a wall was a piece of cake for her. Lin Shi bought a ticket for the subway with a few coins in her pocket, navigating through the sea of people waiting at the subway station. She was a few centimeters shorter than her more mature self from her previous life, and her solitary presence in the subway station frequently drew attention. The convenience store at exit 3, the convenience store. Lin Shi found the landmark, but didn't see the familiar figure. Lin Shi. A strange voice called from ahead. Lin Shi first saw that familiar combination of features, and they ran towards each other. The other person instinctively raised their hands, and Lin Shi stopped abruptly just before colliding with them, causing the other person to freeze in place. Lin Shi asked again, how much is the shirt? £9.15. The Lu Wei before her was a few sizes smaller than Lin Shi remembered, more youthful and thinner. The memory of their near-death experience was still vivid, yet Lin Shi felt a strange mix of amusement and exasperation. Lu Wei asked. You skipped class? This was a rhetorical question. They had already arranged a meeting place. Lin Shi countered. You too? Lu Wei, I just finished my high school entrance exam. Today's the first day of vacation. Lin Shi didn't want to think and asked directly, what day is it today? June 20th, 2012. Not that fixed date. The subway station wasn't a good place to chat, so the two found a burger joint and sat down to talk. There were so many things to talk about, but Lin Shi chose the most boring one. Lin Shi, A is you, and Xiaoshirchan is Xiang Xin. Lu Wei nodded. Lin Shi, A, that's such a casual username. Lu Wei, likewise, Little Zhang San. When they were adults, the difference wasn't so obvious, but when time went back to a long time ago, the 3-year age gap made them seem very different. Lu Wei hesitated. Having spent many years together, Lin Shi and he had developed a certain understanding. She knew Lu Wei wanted to ask her why she had returned, but he was afraid to bring up the heavy topic of death. Lin Shi waved her hand. It's a long story, let me tell you slowly. First, let me ask you how long you've been back. Lu Wei, a month. Lin Shi, I even thought before that I might not meet you again after being reborn. Lu Wei nodded. Yeah, when I added you, I really didn't think you know me. Come to think of it, in all the times we've been reborn, you only seen the blank version of me once. That's because I lived too long. Until you experienced the zombie outbreak in another world and died, I wasn't reborn, so we didn't enter the same world. This time, the interval between our deaths wasn't that long, so my return is only a month later than before. Lu Wei, what I really want to know is why you came back. Chapter 268. Lin Shi ate 2 hamburgers while writing. She hadn't tasted this flavor in 8 years, and her body happened to be in its growth period, resulting in an astonishingly large appetite. Lu Wei advised, there's no rush now. You can finish eating before you write. There were still 13 years until the apocalypse. There was indeed no rush, and Lin Shi's tasks couldn't be rushed. She stopped writing and slowed her eating. I'm used to it. She was used to high-intensity work. Although she couldn't eat while conducting experiments, analyzing data, and reviewing documents often happened simultaneously. She had just returned from the apocalypse and hadn't yet adapted to this world. Soon, the unfinished snack sat to the side, the ice cream had melted, and both of their attention was focused on the notebook. It contained a long list of names and their connections. Lu Wei had seen some of the information before. I saw him in the file Shenhua gave me back then. Lin Shi, coincidentally, my files were also given to me by Shenhua. Before leaving, Lin Shi had memorized all the information and dates she had collected, and now she copied them down in her notebook without reservation. Do you want to make a copy too? Lu Wei took the notebook but shook his head. No need to copy, I can remember it. The boy in front of her looked slightly different, but his calm demeanor remained the same. Lin Shi knew he could memorize things very quickly. After all, the original Lu Wei's profession was a lawyer. But I can't find this person right now. Lin Shi circled the name with the most intersections on the network map, and she subconsciously said, have someone check it out. She paused. The current Lu Wei doesn't have military rank or authority to investigate people's information. Although their memories haven't faded, their abilities have declined with age, not only physically but also in terms of social status. Lu Wei understood her meaning. There's still time. We have many people. We think of another way. We have many people. Lin Shi repeated these 4 words, a smile unconsciously playing on her lips. Yes, we have many people. She felt in her pockets, but couldn't find her phone or watch or any other means of communication. These things would take some time to adjust to. How come there are so many people in that group? You found all your old friends so quickly? Lin Shi asked. Lu Wei knew many of her apocalyptic companions. Lin Shi had seen the list of names left in her will and the contact information from back then, but going back 13 years, those contact numbers might not even exist. Lu Wei, no, it's a game group. Lin Shi, what about Xiong'er? Lu Wei, I haven't been able to contact him yet. I can start preparing to do so now that I finished my exams. Lin Shi nodded. I thought you wouldn't contact me. At least not so soon. Because that unique, grown-up self exists in another world. This world's Lin Shi is the initial version of Lin Shi, timid, ordinary, and lacking survival skills. Lu Wei simply shook her head, not replying. When Lin Shi was reborn, she was prepared to face the blank Lu Wei, but her original plan was still to form a group with those 3 people. Although the initial Lu Wei hadn't joined the military or politics, he had good skills and courage, and with the information gap Lin Shi provided, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, if Lin Shi succeeded in what she wanted to do, it might not require a 4-person team to fight a bloody battle. If Lu Wei were to encounter the original Lin Shi again, what would he do? Having memorized all the names and important information, Lu Wei closed the notebook. I will find you, at least to prevent this you from the tragedy of 2015. Remembering her mother's voice that morning, Lin Shi lowered her eyes. That was something she desperately wanted to avoid. She said softly, thank you. You're welcome, we're family. Lu Wei's words trailed off. The bond of life and death among family only arose after the zombie outbreak. Lin Shi had already found her family back in peacetime. Having family in this life, she would protect what she cherished at all costs. Returning to the small group chat, Lin Shi asked again, why did you add me and XIN to a game group? Making friends takes time. Find some common topics to connect with. Lu Wei glanced at Lin Shi meaningfully. If you directly invite people to join in saving the world like that, I'm afraid you block me. After all, Lin Shi had been blocked by Xiang Xin before. Lu Wei was mocking her. But she didn't care. Returning to a world with family made her feel wonderful, and she didn't shy away from her problems. Okay, I learned how to make friends. No need to deliberately learn. There's plenty of time. Friends will come naturally. You can grow up slowly. Before her values were fully formed, Lin Shi had a few close classmates, but after her parents' death, she became bad at interpersonal relationships. Even when she mingled and laughed with a crowd, she was always the one who seemed out of place and didn't truly belong. And in her previous lives, when she was reborn and relived her student days, she was depressed because of the apocalypse, and all her energy was used to enrich herself. Now she truly had time to grow up again. Exchanging information, it was already past 4 o'clock, almost time for school to end. I have to go home. Lin Shi stood up, her eyes full of joy. We talk again next time. Lu Wei stood up with her. I see the little one off. Lin Shi, have you ever seen a primary school student who's in their 40s or 50s? Lu Wei, I haven't, only middle school students who've been in their 40s or 50s. Okay, they could chat a little longer. They'd known each other for decades, and while they could talk about anything, they maintained certain boundaries. Just like Lin, she wouldn't ask what the original contents of the torn suicide note, reduced to only 3 lines, were. They were about to part ways after exiting the subway station. Lin Shi's gaze drifted to the small cakes sold at the snack shop entrance. The designs on them were Xiang Xin's favorites, so she looked at them a few more times. A little while later, Lu Wei bought one. Before she could take it, someone called her name, Lin Shi. Both of their eyes were drawn to the direction. A middle-aged man and woman were walking towards them. They seemed like people who had stepped out of a dream. Lin Shi took a step, about to run over, but saw the two of them running towards her first. Zhao Qiong raised her arm, and Lin Shi also stretched out her hands. However, her mother's arm wasn't for a hug. The hand swung towards Lin Shi. Zhao Qiong's eyes flashed fiercely. You brat. I told you to study properly, and you skipped class. Zhao Qiong had intended to pinch Lin Shi's ear, her hand already landing, but looking at the bustling station, and remembering that girls shouldn't be hit in public, she suppressed her anger and gently pushed Lin Shi's back. Mom. Dad. Lin Shi smiled at them, and hugged them both. Zhao Qiong and Lin Yi exchanged a glance, confused. Zhao Qiong's anger hadn't subsided, but it wasn't as intense as when she first met Lin Shi. Don't try that. Acting cute won't work. Go home and write a self-criticism. Lin Yi called out to Lin Shi from behind, don't go. Lu Wei paused, turning his head to ask with his eyes, me? But his intuition told him he should leave quickly. At 15 or 16, Lu Wei was almost as tall as Lin Yi, but he still felt the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Yi's anger. Lin Yi took the small cake box from Lin Shi's hand, walked up to Lu Wei, and shoved it back at him. Lin Yi glared at the boy before him, a murderous look. When he heard that his daughter had skipped school all afternoon and hadn't returned, Lin Yi could hardly believe it was Lin Shi's doing. Lin Shi had no means of communication. No one knew where she had gone. Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong were initially very worried. Lin Shi wasn't the kind of child who would cause her parents worry. Now, being reprimanded by the teacher for skipping school, they were surprised, anxious, and angry. Then, they saw Lin Shi walking with a stranger, who even gave her a cake. Lin Yi wanted to call the police to arrest this child trafficker, but when the person turned around, he was just a teenager, and the two didn't seem like complete strangers. Lin Yi became even angrier, but didn't call the police to arrest this suspected child abductor. On the way home with Lin Shi, Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong kept their faces stern, but Lin Shi walked among them with a smile, completely unafraid of having to write a self-criticism at home. Nahua's home was still familiar. Zhao Qiong had just promised to cook something delicious for Lin Shi that morning, but now she wasn't in the mood. Lin Yi cooked dinner, while Zhao Qiong launched into a series of interrogations and lectures on Lin Shi. Why did you skip class? Who was that person? Do you know you graduate from elementary school in 10 days? Skipping class might get you a disciplinary record. Do you want to go to junior high with a record? Don't accept anything from strangers anymore. Even if you know them, don't accept anything from boys. Mom's very angry. You're not allowed to watch TV or go out to play this month until you graduate from elementary school. Do you know you're wrong? If you know you're wrong, you have to write a self-criticism. No matter how angry and scolding Zhao Qiong was, Lin Shi kept saying, I know I was wrong, Mom, and I won't do it again. For some reason, Zhao Qiong felt that Lin Shi's eyes were bright when she was being lectured. She didn't seem sad or ashamed because of the scolding. In fact, the corners of her mouth even curved slightly, as if she was about to laugh out loud. After scolding Zhao Qiong for a while, Lin Shi poured her a glass of water. Zhao Qiong waited for her. Lin Shi expressed her wish very directly. She leaned close to Zhao Qiong. Not again? It won't work. You still have to write the self-criticism. Zhao Qiong said irritably, but Lin Shi held her tightly. This might be a new way of admitting fault. Zhao Qiong could only sigh helplessly. How old are you? Still hugging your mother? I can hug anyone, no matter how old I am. Lin Shi thought to herself. My mental age is indeed quite advanced. For the next few days, Lin Shi went to and from school on time. Because exams were approaching, she couldn't watch TV or play computer games. As a primary school student, Lin Shi didn't have a cell phone and couldn't contact Lu Weixiangson. She could only do her homework and read books as usual. This was somewhat difficult for her. The homework and study tasks were too easy for Lin Shi. There weren't any research books at home, only primary school books and classic literature. Lin Shi was forced to grow up slowly and on schedule. After graduating from elementary school, she secretly planned to furnish her room. But one thing remained the same as in elementary school. Her most anticipated moment each day was coming home from school. Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong usually got home later than Lin Shi from work. Lin Shi would use her allowance to buy groceries and cook. By the time her parents returned home, a delicious and colorful meal was already laid out on the table. Zhao Qiong and Lin Yi exchanged bewildered glances again. Has a fairy godmother come to our house? They were the people who saw Lin Shi every day and knew her best. Gradually, Zhao Qiong and Lin Yi noticed that their daughter seemed like a different person. She had become very sensible and excellent. Although she seemed good, she was quite different from the girl, who would make small mistakes, but never caused her parents any worry. She was also always silent. Lin Shi didn't know what topics she used to talk about with her parents at this age, and after so many years of not seeing them, she didn't know what to say. This was probably the feeling of being more timid the closer one gets to home. On this day, Lin Shi graduated from elementary school. Lin Yi came home a little late from get-off work, carrying a pretty cardboard box. This taciturn man opened the box and took out its contents, placing them alongside the meal Lin Shi had prepared. It was a cake, decorated with cartoon characters that were Xiang Xian's favorite. This cake was the same as the one Lu Wei had casually bought before, but Lin Yi's was larger. He had noticed Lin Shi had received the cake that day, assuming his daughter liked it, but not wanting her to accept gifts from others, so he bought a similar, larger cake himself. He ostensibly to celebrate Lin Shi's elementary school graduation. But Lin Shi didn't recall her parents having this kind of ritualistic approach. Sure enough, after dinner, Zhao Qiong chatted with Lin Shi again, speaking earnestly. Xiao Shi, your mom and dad scolded you harshly last time. But it was for your own good, so don't be angry with us. Your mom and dad still hope you can be happier. Don't suddenly become so sensible. Being too sensible is both disconcerting and worrying. It turns out family care is so subtle. The truancy incident caused Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong a lot of worry, and they paid special attention to Lin Shi for a while. However, Lin Shi didn't exhibit any other inappropriate behavior. On the contrary, she became even better. Every test paper was perfect. Every time she came home the house was clean, and a meal was laid out on the table. Her cooking skills were even better than theirs. Although overall she had improved, in her parents' eyes, this mature and sensible Lin Shi was somewhat unfamiliar. Lin Shi would use her allowance to buy many profound books, but she also readily accepted anything that Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong specifically bought for a child her age. Only when facing her parents did Lin Shi's behavior and expression become like their child's. Lin Shi started working out and practicing Sanda, Chinese kickboxing. A young body has greater vitality and plasticity, and all the skills and experience were already in her mind. Now she just needed to train her body and integrate those skills into it. Lin Shi would go to the gym with Lu Wei online and watch the latest anime with Xiang Xian. She used to talk to peers, but the world of anime, which she had never explored before, seemed quite interesting. She also unexpectedly learned that Lu Wei had watched those action-packed anime when he was young, so he could understand Xiang Xian. Lin Shi seemed to have truly grown up all over again. Growing up is a process that can't be fast-forwarded. Lin Shi improved herself while slowly picking up where she had lost in life. Chapter 269. Junior high school started, and just like in the beginning, Lin Shi entered that class, reuniting with her former classmates. Her mindset no longer allowed her to integrate into the lives of these real junior high students, but her calm demeanor and near-perfect grades made her a favorite of the teachers. In their lifetime, Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong experienced having the perfect child everyone talked about. Because of her extreme self-discipline and ease of care, her family rewarded her with a smartphone, which was a huge advantage for Lin Shi, used for studying and communication. After she and Xiang Xian gradually became acquainted, the three of them left their game group of several hundred people and formed a new small group. 6 months later, a new member joined the group. 2 real junior high students, 1 pseudo-junior high student, and a high school student who wished to remain anonymous chatted enthusiastically in the group. Having made friends earlier, Lin Shi also experienced some new things. For example, interesting anime, for example. Today, another message popped up in the group chat. I gave her chocolates, and she agreed to go to the library with me this weekend. An old friend is an old friend, that familiar feeling of a player. Then another month passed, and Xiang Xian caught up with the new anime. The little player fell for another girl. This girl's name was the White Moonlight Liang, who he had encountered at the Watchtower base in his past life. After a while, Liang Hui stopped sharing these things because the other 3 in the group seemed rather immature. One was a fan of anime, and the other 2 were fitness fanatics, who checked in every day. They didn't seem like they understood what it felt like to experience first love. At the end of the year, Lin Shi was going back to Yunxiang with her parents. The old house in Yunxiang looked much the same as when Lin Shi returned alone years ago. Nanhua was expensive, and Lin Yi's family didn't live there often, so the old house hadn't been renovated, and the furniture was all yellowed and worn. Lin Shi met her grandmother, who was still alive at the time, Lin Cheng's family, and of course Lin Jie. Lin Shi faced them calmly, listening attentively to their conversations during the reunion dinner, trying to glean secrets from this large family she wasn't very familiar with. However, she didn't. On such a joyous occasion, no one brought up that person. That evening, Lin Shi couldn't help but chat with her parents. Why hasn't Uncle come back? Even if he married into another family, they shouldn't have cut off all contact. Lin Shi had never met her third uncle. Never. Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong were both taken aback by the title. It was so unfamiliar. Zhao Qiong asked, Who did you say? Lin Shi, third uncle. Lin Yi, Lin Cheng, and even her grandmother wouldn't bring up this person. At least Lin Shi hadn't heard much about him. It seemed something unpleasant had happened. Lin Yi, slightly tipsy, suddenly heard the other person sober up a bit and ask, Why did you suddenly bring up Uncle 3? Changing the subject, it seemed things weren't going so well. Lin Shi, I was just curious. She was more curious about her grandmother's actions. In her parents' generation, there was no one-child policy, and families had many children. Yunxiang was a very underdeveloped village, so raising 3 boys was no easy feat. But in those days, a university degree was highly valued, and any family with a modicum of understanding wouldn't give up on a university graduate. Although Lin Yi didn't give Lin Shi a cold look, his expression was clearly not pleasant. Zhao Qiong answered for him. There were only 2 plots of land in the family. Your eldest uncle married early and, being the eldest son, got the best. Your father could only get this rundown place, and the third son got nothing. Lin Shi asked, I heard my third uncle is very smart and got into university, so why wasn't he allocated better resources? Lin Yi, regaining his composure, said, The third son, although smart, is a bit strange. How strange? Lin Yi's eyes were blank. Whether from drinking too much or resisting answering, it was unclear. Seeing Lin Shi's rare curiosity and willingness to chat, Zhao Qiong led her to another room. Your father and I married late, so we never met your third uncle. But we lived in this village for a while, and I heard that your third uncle isn't normal. He's always been very quiet, withdrawn, and often causes trouble in the village, doing strange things like blowing up fish ponds or damaging people's fields. In short, he's quite unlikable. Lin Shi blinked, He wasn't quite like the person she had imagined. Zhao Qiong, they tried everything, beating him, scolding him, but nothing works. Your grandparents have been losing a lot of money every few days, so the family is very poor. Lin Shi, She didn't realize such a thing happened. So your grandparents didn't want to send him to university? Lin Shi asked again. Zhao Qiong, I don't know that clearly. I heard that he's not as mischievous as he was as a child, but he holds grudges, and his methods of revenge are extremely annoying. Your grandparents really can't stand this child, they even avoid him like the plague. That evening, Lin Shi typed a few words on her phone and sent them to Lu Wei, intelligent, obsessive, antisocial personality. Lu Wei, it doesn't match the information I found back then. Back at the Dawn Research Institute, Lu Wei had a chance to witness Lin Shi's family background check, knowing her third uncle's name even before Lin Shi herself, and had even investigated this somewhat unusual name. Lin Shi, the person I met wasn't like this either. Lin Shi wasn't completely unfamiliar with her third uncle. Before her rebirth, she had Xinhua retrieve a lot of information, knowing that at this time, her third uncle was overseas, unreachable, and with no way to investigate. Her hometown was boring for Lin Shi. Besides attending various family New Year's Eve dinners, she would spend her afternoons in Yunxiang City. Yunxiang City was small and dilapidated more than a decade ago, with few well-known brand stores. But none of this mattered to Lin Shi. She staked out the addresses she had memorized beforehand. This method of finding someone was truly crude, but her current timeline was 2013, and she had no more useful information. If she couldn't find him in a few more days, Lin Shi would have to return to Nanhua with her parents. However, perseverance pays off, and one day Lin Shi saw that person. 12 years ago, this person had a youthful air about her, and her appearance wasn't quite the same as Lin Shi remembered, but from a distance, she knew she hadn't mistaken her for someone else just by looking at her expression. Lin Shi, clutching her milk tea, headed in that direction, deliberately wearing headphones, and looking down at her phone to justify her behavior. They simply brushed past each other, the milk tea falling to the ground and soaking the other person's shoes. Ouch! The person exclaimed softly. Lin Shi looked up at her mishap and said apologetically, Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. The girl glared at her, but her gaze wasn't fierce. She looked down at her dirty new shoes, quite displeased. Why aren't you watching where you're going? Lin Shi added, Sorry, I pay for your shoes. The girl hadn't expected Lin Shi to be so agreeable. She had initially wanted to wave her hand and say, No need, I'm rich. But Lin Shi insisted on paying, pleading poverty as she did so. I don't have that much money on me right now. I add you on my contact list and get back to you later. The girl was both amused and exasperated. You really are. She could have just run away, but she insisted on actively seeking her contact information and offering compensation. She found it too much trouble. But unable to resist Lin Shi's sincere gaze, the girl gave her her contact information. After this little incident, Lin Shi checked her contacts and found a new contact, Gu Yixuan. File 6 Name, Gu Yixuan. Gender, female. Date of birth, December 1999. Height, 165 centimeters. Undergraduate major, Financial Management. Chapter 270. For the reborn academician Lin, the high school entrance exam was a game changer. Lin Shi didn't even need the answers she had memorized before. She easily gained admission to the best high school in the district based solely on her own efforts. She was about to attend a high school different from her previous life. However, immediately after the exam, she began planning that event. Xiong Er and Li Si and the small group knew about this. 3 years had passed, and their friendship had become even stronger. They had even learned about the concept of a reborn person. Xiong Xian, reborn people change the world. Saving parents. Liang Hui, I can come to Nanhua to help, and we can meet up while I'm at it. Xiong Xian, I want to go too. Liang Hui, will my brother Lu be involved in something this big? Xiong Xian, you three are all meeting up at Nanhua? No way. I want to go too, I find a way. However, Lu Wei didn't reply to the group message in time. He skipped a grade and took the college entrance exam a year earlier than the original owner, still going to XX Military University, where management was strict and freedom was lower than for regular university students. But he would definitely come back for such an important mission. July 4, 2015. The catchy tune Little Apple was playing loudly on the street. Lin Shi pushed open the glass door, and the smell of shampoo and various hair dyes wafted out. Someone glanced at her and asked, Hello, shampoo or haircut? Looking at her, Lin Shi, though tall, had a strong student vibe, not like someone there to dye their hair. Lin Shi, haircut. After washing her hair, Lin Shi sat in front of the mirror, wrapped in a headscarf. The young man getting his hair done next to her gave her a look. What a coincidence, you're here too. Lin Shi nodded. She glanced discreetly at the hairdresser trimming Lu Wei's hair. This man had brought him endless pain. The same man had caused Lin Shi's suffering at 15. Even after all these years, that face remained deeply etched in Lin Shi's mind. Lu Wei noticed the unusual emotion in her eyes and asked, "You don't live here. Why are you getting your hair cut here?" Lin Shi, there are a lot of police around my neighborhood right now, and too many onlookers. I didn't want to go to that place. She was lying, of course, but Lu Wei played along, asking what happened. Lin Shi turned to Lu Wei, her face also turning towards him, from which she could clearly see Lu Wei's hairdresser. She said in a deliberately gossipy tone, "You know what? The owner of the hair salon near my house lost a lot of money gambling online, and he jumped off a building today." She spoke softly, making sure everyone could hear her. Indeed, several people in the shop cast gossipy glances at her. Lu Wei replied as planned, "That's terrifying." Lin Shi retorted, "Yeah, what's wrong with people these days? They go online gambling for no reason. Isn't that blatant fraud? They have no brains at all." She spoke these words earnestly and angrily, but she wasn't naturally good at saying harsh things, and her forceful tone contrasted sharply with her still somewhat naive and youthful face. She looked at Lu Wei, her peripheral vision catching the nonchalant snort of the hairdresser behind him. Lin Shi's fist clenched. Lu Wei gave her a reassuring look and continued, "Online gambling certainly doesn't end well. We've done a lot of anti-fraud campaigns in recent years, but some people still take chances." The two chatted back and forth for several minutes, much to the barber's exasperation. He found the way these two young people, probably not even 18, spouting their youthful fervor utterly ridiculous. He finally couldn't help but ask, "What kind of online gambling is that barber doing over there? He must have chosen the wrong place, and been incredibly unlucky to get scammed." Lin Shi rolled her eyes. "Online gambling is illegal." The barber didn't even bother with her anymore. Lin Shi opened her phone and sent a message in a small group chat. "Plan B executed. Liang Hui, okay. Xiang Xian, mission accomplished. Tomorrow, the people behind Lu Wei will be bankrupt, transforming into desperate demons seeking revenge on society. Lin Shi's parents are the unfortunate victims of this turmoil. The simplest way to avoid this disaster would be for her parents to stay away from that place at that time, but Lin Shi chose a different method. The best way to solve a problem isn't to avoid it, but to address its root cause." After Lin Shi and Lu Wei left, Liang Hui and Xiang Xian would pretend to be community volunteers and re-enter the store to conduct anti-fraud awareness campaigns. However, Lin Shi knew it was futile. She didn't want to help this gambler who had caused her so much harm, and she knew she couldn't. People who participate in online gambling won't stop just because of a few warnings. Even if they hear about others being scammed through online gambling, they still cling to the hope that they're the lucky ones. He won't reflect on his actions. He even mocked those who come to warn him. He deserves to be scammed and deserves to go to jail. Lin Shi thought bitterly. This person will still place that bet that will change his fate, but Lin Shi is back, so only he will follow his original destiny toward destruction. The next day, Lin Shi punctured all the tires of the car in a blind spot of the surveillance camera. It wouldn't be driven down a vicious, murderous path because of its owner's anger. Not long after, Lin Shi saw the man approach, his eyes bloodshot. The trembling, uncoordinated movements of someone losing control of their emotions truly resembled a zombie. Lin Shi rushed towards him in his extreme rage, pretending to hand him anti-fraud leaflets. The man shoved her away. However, Lin Shi, unreasonably, continued to interfere and obstruct him, and the man, of course, saw that his car tires were all flat. He roared, "Damn it! Why is everything going wrong?" "Because of your online gambling, you deserve it," Lin Shi said repeatedly, her sarcastic remarks provoking him. He looked at Lin Shi, this seemingly fragile person with that unforgiving mouth, his anger reaching its peak. He was already unlucky enough. How could he run into someone like this? From today onwards, he would be bankrupt and owe a huge sum of money to loan sharks. His life was hopeless. Why should he endure it? Strangle her, kill her. Impulsiveness is the devil. Some thoughts, once they surface, can lead to acts of passion and murder. However, unbeknownst to him, Xiang Xian and Liang Hui in the corner were taking photos of each other, actually recording the scene. Just as the knife was about to fall on Lin Shi's face, Lu Wei stepped in. Lin Shi had already picked up her martial arts skills, but she didn't fight back, giving Lu Wei the opportunity. Years later, When this incident was brought up, Lin Shi clapped her hands casually, just a bonus for your heroic act. What followed was a police report, an investigation into online gambling, and a trial. No one cared about the car with its 4 tires punctured. The fate of a 15-year-old was forever changed. Back in Xinchuan, Xiang Xian posted in the group chat, "Although I received praise from Uncle Hat, I feel we didn't do enough." She meant the rescue mission seemed too easy. Actually, Lin Shi had prepared several progressive plans. The results satisfied Lin Shi. Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong got through the days safely, and returned home as usual after get-off work. Xiang Xian, it was fun meeting everyone in person. San was so cute. Lin Shi, Jr.? In this life, Lin Shi wanted to change her status as a junior in Xiang Xian's heart. Having completed 9 years of compulsory education, Lin Shi was eager to skip grades and take the college entrance exam in high school, turning the tables on Xiang Xian. Although it wasn't a college entrance exam she had memorized the answers to, she had already mastered learning methods during those years of high-pressure study and research, and relied on her own abilities to get into the Capital University Medical School. Chapter 271. January 27, 2017. Lin Shi's first winter break as a freshman. Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong, as usual, took Lin Shi back to their old family home. Lin Shi, who had skipped 2 grades to get into the Capital University, had become the talk of the village. That was the Capital University, a place that only existed in legends. Everyone's attitude towards Lin Yi's family became enthusiastic. Even Lin Cheng and Zhang Xiuan actively tried to win them over. Lin Yi's stern face gradually broke into a smile amidst the continuous praise. Although he had always been low-key, what parent wouldn't be happy to see their child so successful? Some even said, the Lin family has good genes. Back when everyone was in junior high school, their third son was already a university student. Lin Shi, on the other hand, hid in her small, dilapidated house, avoiding the annoying dinner parties. "You said you were going to Feiyan Township? Want to come out for a meal?" Lin Shi sent a message. She received a reply very late. The other end sent a very fancy photo of their New Year's Eve dinner. "In a couple of days. Lots of dinner engagements lately." Gu Yishuan replied casually on the other side of the screen. She didn't even know when the girl who bought her a pair of shoes had slowly seeped into her life, to the point that they remained friends online for so long. Gu Yishuan wasn't without friends in real life, but they changed frequently because each friend would eventually find her troublesome, her temper unpleasant, and her social media posts annoying. Only Lin Shi tirelessly liked and commented on her posts, occasionally showering her with compliments. The two gradually became friends, meeting occasionally. Lin Shi used to know Gu Yishuan very well. She knew exactly how to build a relationship with her. Lin Shi asked again, "I have to visit relatives on both my parents' sides when I go back to my hometown. It's so annoying." This time when she came back, many relatives invited her family to dinner. They were very enthusiastic, praising Lin Shi as soon as they saw her, acting all warm and welcoming. But Lin Shi knew that these same people hadn't been there when she needed care and help after her parents passed away. Gu Yishuan replied, "I only need to visit one relative." What a joke. If you also had to visit relatives on your father's side, Lin Shi wouldn't have needed to go through all that trouble to get them to agree to dinner. They might already be sitting at the same New Year's Eve dinner table. Lin Shi, then see you when we get back to Nanhua. Later, Gu Yishuan generously invited Lin Shi to her home. Lin Shi finally achieved her goal, and went to a wealthy area in Nanhua, following the address. Lin Shi had been here before, but at a different time. The decor and furnishings were quite different from what she had seen before. The decor was very high-end, incorporating smart home technology and other technological innovations for that era. The house felt empty, only a housekeeper prepared snacks for them. Gu Yishuan seemed preoccupied. Lin Shi deliberately asked, "Are your parents home?" Gu Yishuan, "My dad isn't here." Lin Shi sensed a hint of disappointment in her voice, but she didn't press further. However, she remembered from the information Shenhua had provided that in 6 months, Yu Shiyun would become Gu Yishuan's legal mother. Lin Shi hadn't experienced this herself, but she could empathize with the blow caused by family changes. "Miss, you seem unhappy. Why don't you tell me?" Gu Yishuan sighed. She seemed genuinely unhappy. Based on Lin Shi's understanding of her, she would likely retort with "How could that be?" and then cheer up to continue boasting about things worth showing off. Although Gu Yishuan hadn't met Lin Shi often and wasn't very close, precisely because of this, Gu Yishuan didn't feel the same pressure around Lin Shi as she would with an acquaintance. Occasional chats were fine. She confided a little about her troubles. She didn't mention her family of origin, only that her current father was a very accomplished professor, and after her mother's death, he took custody of her and brought her from Yunxiang to Nanhua. However, her father was a strange character. He had never really been involved in Gu Yishuan's life from childhood. In Gu Yishuan's memory, this father was like an ATM. As Gu Yishuan grew up, his wealth increased, and after leaving the family, he sent large sums of pocket money and child support. Originally, Gu Yishuan's mother's family was considered middle class in Yunxiang. Before her father became successful, their conditions were good, but not wealthy. Later, those habitual boasts all came from the huge sums of pocket money her father silently showered upon them. However, when Gu Yishuan arrived at Nanhua University, her father, though gentle, wasn't exactly close. It was hard to describe the feeling. Lin Shi listened silently, nodding. Lin Shi had seen him before at the research institute. Gu Yishuan's father indeed had that gentle yet aloof demeanor. She had done research. People with that type of personality unconsciously displayed traits that were both frightening and annoying in childhood, but they were extremely intelligent. As they grew older, they mastered sociology, enabling them to cultivate a refined and courteous appearance among people. Gu Yishuan's outpouring was brief. She was a person who cared about her image. Lin Shi deduced the general story based on the information she knew. Her initial intention in coming to Gu Yishuan's house wasn't to comfort her. Lin Shi excused herself to go to the restroom, quickly taking samples from her toothbrush, clothes, and some personal belongings. At that time, there was no zombie outbreak, and naturally no virus test kits, but Lin Shi was very familiar with viruses, and could understand the results of a simple test. However, the result was that no virus was detected. Perhaps Lin Shi hadn't obtained a valid sample, or perhaps she hadn't yet been infected. Lin Shi updated Lu Wei on the progress. Unfortunately, one was a university student, and the other had just graduated and hadn't yet gained authority, so many channels for obtaining information were inaccessible. During the 2018 Spring Festival, back in Yunxiang, Lin Shi proactively participated in the family gathering. Facing the enthusiastic Zhang Xiulan, Lin Shi offered a smile, and suggested doing physical examinations for the whole family. Lin Jia's wife, Li Xiaoyu, was somewhat puzzled. We can get physical examinations at the hospital. Why do we need a lumbar puncture? Even Lin Yi was somewhat confused. Lin Shi, my major is pathogenesis. During an experiment, we discovered some special substances in my cerebrospinal fluid, which have high research value. We need more samples for research. Of course, there's a reward for participating in sample collection. Lin Shi thought of her wallet's balance, and felt a pang of regret. It's definitely worth paying more to have someone collect cerebrospinal fluid. Lin Shi and Lu Wei are both too young right now. Their Doomsday Relief Fund comes from scholarships, and some extra rewards they receive due to the information gap with transmigrators. Not much. Being young is good, but it also has limitations. Zhang Xiulan, is it really that amazing? How much is the reward? Li Xiaoyu said, I heard that taking cerebrospinal fluid requires a lumbar puncture, and there might be side effects. Zhang Xiulan blinked. Although she didn't understand what a lumbar puncture was, she couldn't bear to see her son suffer. Then let's forget it. Zhao Qian looked at Lin Shi with some concern. Is there something special in your body? Will it be harmful? What kind of research is this? Lin Shi wanted to reassure her mother that it was nothing, but seeing Lin Jia and Lin Cheng looking at her with concern at the possibility of harm, she hesitated. Lin Shi suppressed her emotions and shook her head seriously. It's not certain yet. I don't know if it will harm my body. The others looked at her with complicated expressions. Lin Shi knew they would all interpret her words as indicating some unknown hereditary disease in the Lin family. If something is beneficial, everyone wants it, but some might be too lazy to take it. However, if something is harmful, everyone will try to avoid it. After exchanging glances, the group agreed to Lin Shi's suggestion. Lin Shi needs antibody samples from her parents' side. She's always been in the habit of making multiple plans. The best plan is to directly stop the zombie outbreak, but she also needs to prepare for the worst. Vaccines and stockpiling supplies are Plan B and Plan C, and there will be many more backup plans afterward. She cherishes too many people. She wants to protect her world. January 20th, 2020. Because Lin Shi skipped a grade to take the college entrance exam, she also took the postgraduate entrance exam 2 years earlier than in her previous life. With the Lunar New Year approaching, the postgraduate entrance exam scores are about to be released. When her parents asked about her future plans, Lin Shi answered very firmly that she would return to Nanhua University to pursue a master's degree and work in the Biological Research Institute. This time, unlike her previous life, she didn't exhaust herself or fall ill during the postgraduate entrance exam. Lin Shi managed the pressure well, consolidating her foundation built upon her previous experience. With her current level, she could get into a better university. But her initial motivation for doing all this was to return to the Nanhua Research Institute. Lin Shi, who had taken an early break and returned to Nanhua, arranged a small group dinner, but Lu Wei was away on a mission, so only Xiang Xian and Liang Hui could attend. They chatted about their recent situations. Lin Shi arrogantly addressed the two as junior students, then asked her in a pretentious tone, "Junior, Nanhua is a dazzling world. Are you going to stay after graduation?" Liang Hui, "Lin Shusi, you're so arrogant. Please call me Zhang San." Xiang Xian glanced at her. Lang Shi was quite the character. When Xiang Xian first met Lin Shi was still a primary school student, and Xiang Xian always considered herself her senior. However, a few years later, Lin Shi skipped a grade and became her senior. Life is unpredictable, but she didn't care about the matter. She would be genuinely happy if Lin Shi did well. During the chat, Lu Wei seemed to have gotten hold of a phone and made a video call with everyone for a few minutes. At the same time, Lin Shi received a remittance notification. Another sum of money had arrived in her Doomsday Fund bank account. Xiang Xian and Liang Hui chatted casually in front of the video call, while Lin Shi looked down and opened her private chat. "I want to go abroad once." Over the past few years, Lin Shi still hadn't found any trace of Gu Yishuan's father. From the occasional information Gu Yishuan revealed, she knew that her father was currently studying abroad and occasionally returned to China. According to the resume Lin Shi had found in her previous life, that person would return to China this June and join the Nanhua Research Institute. Lin Shi could wait 5 months for a natural encounter, but she didn't want to wait. Some things needed to be confirmed. She had identified the person who first invented the virus, but she couldn't impulsively eliminate the source of infection like she had in her previous life. Has the virus appeared now? Why did the virus appear? Why did it break out in Nanhua? Is the human intervention merely revenge against society, or is there a deeper conspiracy? Since it's a man-made disaster, the source cannot be completely identified to prevent future outbreaks. Lin Shi saw Lu Wei receive the message through the video Liang Hui was holding up, but he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay." His expression showed hesitation. He seemed to think the action was somewhat risky. But after spending so much time together, Lu Wei completely trusted Lin Shi's abilities. "I can't go abroad. Be careful." Due to the nature of her profession, Lu Wei has limited free time and finds it difficult to travel abroad. Although they are a team, everyone has their own role, and there are always some detours where one must go alone. "Lin Shi, it's okay, you don't have to go. Help me prepare some things." Lin Shi typed a string of terms. "Lu Wei, these things won't get through customs. Be careful, you might be mistaken for a spy." Lin Shi, "So please help me. Could you contact some overseas channels?" Lu Wei, Lin Shi looked up and saw Lu Wei in the video rubbing his forehead. Liang Hui was still asking, "What does this mean? You don't support me being with her either?" Lu Wei replied, "I'm a proper soldier. This is beyond my capabilities." Lin Shi, "I know who can help. Go and use Yang Yicheng." Yang Yicheng was able to quickly assemble a team and establish a base after the zombie outbreak. Besides his exceptional personal abilities, he also needed a lot of resources. Those weapons and equipment couldn't be found by simply picking them up. He must know some special channels or information. In the video, Lu Wei's eyebrows rose slightly, seemingly thinking the idea was good, but he shifted his gaze from Liang Hui's face to Lin Shi, who was staring at him with shining eyes in the corner. He rubbed his hands expectantly. In this life, Yang Yicheng was also being used by her. Lu Wei smiled almost imperceptibly, but sent Lin Shi a message with a completely different tone. "Lin Shi, you changed." Lin Shi opened her eyes, trying to decipher the emoticon, and asked, "Has Xiang Xian possessed you?" This time, it was Lu Wei's turn to be speechless. Liang Hui could tell at a glance that Lu Wei wasn't listening to him, and was somewhat annoyed. "What's wrong? You're so distracted even when chatting with friends. Have you fallen in love?" As the person with the most romantic history among the four, Liang Hui was very perceptive to changes in people's expressions and behaviors. "No," Lu Wei said seriously, "you guys chat. I have a mission." Using Yang Yicheng was indeed a difficult task. After returning home, Lin Shi told her parents about her trip abroad for the Chinese New Year. These past few years had been happy, and Zhao Qiong and Lin Yi had become increasingly trusting of Lin Shi, completely agreeing with her decisions. They even sponsored her travel. Lin Shi didn't refuse her parents' kindness. Back in her room, Lin Shi opened Gu Yishuan's WeChat moments. She had recently posted some pictures of her trip to a famous amusement park in Lawn Country. Lin Shi liked the post and commented, "I'm going there next week too. Do you have a travel guide? Send me one." A moment later, Gu Yixuan replied, "No travel guide, all about money." Emoji, still the familiar rich girl. Lin Shi exited her WeChat moments and was thinking about how to invite Gu Yixuan to dinner, hoping to find an excuse to visit her home, when Gu Yixuan proactively sent her a message. "When are you arriving? Studying or traveling? Do you want to come to my house?" Perfect timing. Chapter 272. Lin Shi and Xiang Xian landed in Lawn Country together. Xiang Xian wasn't initially interested when she learned Lin Shi was going to Lawn Country for a trip. The land of light, the birthplace of anime and manga, was far more appealing to her. However, when she learned that Lin Shi's trip was related to saving the world, Xiang Xian responded enthusiastically, declaring righteously, "I've been participating in your fitness challenges for the past few years, and my Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, skills have even reached an advanced level. Saving the world is my duty. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, senior sister San. You need an excellent assistant." Lin Shi was speechless. Okay. She wasn't going to fight, she was just gathering information. Xiang Xian had an exceptional talent for reconnaissance. Even without formal military training, her observation skills were still superior to Lin Shi's, and the two of them could observe a wider area. Upon seeing the elegantly dressed Gu Yixuan at the airport, Lin Shi felt a complex mix of emotions as the three met. Gu Yixuan and Xiang Xian had both been companions during desperate times in past lives, but they had never coexisted. These two people, who had no connection in this world, were brought together by Lin Shi's rebirth. What was even more intriguing was that Miss Gu would actually come to the airport to pick her up. Gu Yixuan and Lin Shi didn't share much understanding. She didn't perceive Lin Shi's thoughts. She was happy to see her because, "I've been lonely for so long finally. Someone's here to keep me company." As the executor of the mission, Xiang Xian knew Gu Yixuan's identity, and the true relationship between Lin Shi and Gu Yixuan. She tried to suppress her excitement and sense of duty. Gu Yixuan also knew that Lin Shi had brought a friend this time. She didn't care. As long as someone was there to keep her company, that was enough. The three girls enjoyed a nice meal, but they didn't have much in common, so their conversation revolved around their trip to Lawn Country. After a quick meal, Lin Shi and Xiang Xian went to their hotel to adjust to the time difference, but Gu Yixuan didn't mention visiting her home. Back at the hotel, both girls had dark circles under their eyes. Messages popped up on their phones. "Lu Wei, have you arrived?" "Liang Hui, haven't replied in 2 hours?" Lin Shi and Xiang Xian had both called their families to let them know they arrived safely, but they'd forgotten about their families in this group chat. After a few casual words, Lu Wei privately messaged Lin Shi with contact information and an address, repeatedly reminding her to be careful and not to linger. Exhausted, Xiang Xian suddenly perked up upon hearing the mission instructions. Exciting, so exciting. The first step of the mission is to conduct an underground transaction. They weren't buying guns, so the task shouldn't be that difficult. While high-precision stealth locators and listening devices couldn't be sold commercially, there was still a considerable demand for them within Yin country, with many private buyers. The main reason for choosing to buy them abroad was due to customs issues. After washing up and making a call to let everyone know they were safe, the two lay on the bed, half asleep. "Xiang Xian, you're so patient with Mom and Dad. My parents are always telling me to be careful and be cautious. I'm so tired of hearing it." Xiang Xian didn't know how envious Lin Shi was of the meticulous care and concern Xiang Xian's parents showed her in her previous life. Even after hearing those greetings for 8 years in this life, she never tired of them. Some things you only appreciate after you lost them, and Lin Shi was lucky enough to have the opportunity to get back what she had lost, though the price was high, but the gains were worthwhile. "Xiang Xian, is that Miss Gu really the villain's daughter? She doesn't seem like it at all." Lin Shi, "I never thought so either." Xiang Xian, "If her father really is the villain, then your cousin is more like him." "Why?" Xiang Xian, "You're both very smart, and you're in the same professional field." "That's the result of my rebirth." Lin Shi explained, "Before my rebirth, I wasn't in this field. And I wasn't this smart." Although there's no conclusive evidence that Gu Yixuan's father created and released the virus's appearance is definitely related to this third uncle. Recalling the man's face, Lin Shi muttered, "Doesn't seem like him except..." Xiang Xian didn't reply, she was already asleep. Lin Shi knew that she and that third uncle had never met since birth, they were practically unrelated, and had no similarities whatsoever. Except for one thing. When they impulsively changed their names, they both changed their surnames to the common surname Zhang. Chapter 273. Aren't you two really scared? There's a time difference between Langua and here. I'm staying up all night to accompany the special agents on this operation. At Xiongda, aren't you coming to watch? Messages popped up in the group chat. Liang Hui, far away in his hometown, wasn't participating in this operation. Following the operation to apprehend young people involved in online gambling, this small group dedicated to saving the apocalypse received its second collective mission. 2 girls went to a foreign country to track down suspects. They already had a contact person there, also a girl. Liang Hui, a playboy for several lifetimes, unusually refused the girl's invitation. For Liang Hui and Xiang Xian, they both trusted Lin Shi and Lu Wei, and they both believed in the 2025 apocalypse prophecy. After all, Lin Shi had used her time-traveling abilities to save her parents, and Lu Wei's college entrance exam answers confirmed everything. But for those without memories of their past lives, the zombie apocalypse was like a movie, terrifying, but difficult to truly empathize with. They would join Lin Shi and Lu Wei's team and train themselves to prepare contingency plans in advance. However, before the zombie outbreak actually occurred, Liang Hui, while believing, wasn't so insistent, while Xiang Xian believed but was overly excited. You talk too much, Xiang Xian replied in the group chat. Liang Hui, I'm just worried about you guys. The Lan people have guns. Most people imagine such shady deals to be fraught with danger. But Lin Shi wasn't afraid. Within a meter, I'm confident I can snatch the gun the moment he draws it. He had accumulated a lot of practical experience in his previous life. Lu Wei, thumbs up. Liang Hui, 6. Lin Shi, they're here to make money, they don't want trouble. Don't worry. Although these words were rather unhelpful, Lin Shi patiently reassured her family and friends. In fact, many customers bought listening and location tracking devices, sellers were used to receiving payment and delivering the goods, and to protect their livelihoods, they didn't even bother with unnecessary small talk. Xiang Xian sighed for the second time. I thought it would be so difficult and exciting, but this is it. Lin Shi pinched her cheek. Isn't peace and safety good? Junior. After receiving the goods, Lin Shi sent a message to Gu Yishuan, telling her that she had finished adjusting to the time difference and that they could hang out together. Gu Yishuan finally found someone to hang out with in Langua, and they spent several days shopping, eating out, and traveling around the area, resulting in a lot of content on her WeChat moments. Gu Yishuan didn't like to take advantage of others. If she asked someone to take beautiful photos, she would reciprocate with beautiful photos in return. The young lady's photography skills were indeed legendary, and Lin Shi and Xiang Xian's WeChat moments also saw several posts with similar content. During the dinner party that day, Gu Yishuan mentioned a 3-day themed gathering in Diqing, which Xiang Xian found very interesting. Lin Shi cleared her throat and gave her a wink. The wink was too obvious, and since she hadn't discussed it with Xiang Xian beforehand, Xiang Xian was taken aback. Gu Yishuan then asked directly, what kind of code are you two exchanging? Lin Shi rubbed her thumb and forefinger together a few times, blinked, and said, my wallet's tight, can't afford to splurge. Xiang Xian watched Lin Shi's wink, silently pondering what she meant. They clearly had enough money. Besides, everyone knew Lin Shi had a doomsday fund, which Lu Wei and Lin Shi jointly deposited for mission execution. Getting close to Gu Yishuan, and using this clue to find the suspect's trail was also part of the mission. Gu Yishuan gave a dry laugh, somewhat embarrassed. She didn't quite understand the concept of not having money, and few people would say such a thing directly to her face. But she considerately asked, ask your family for some money? Otherwise, how will you get back to China? Lin Shi replied, we snagged the cheap tickets in advance, it's not our return flight time yet. This was another topic Gu Yishuan had never heard of before. Lin Shi then said to Xiang Xian, let's just eat instant noodles and play games at the hotel for the next few days. The young lady's spending habits were indeed quite high. Then who will I be without anyone to play with? Gu Yishuan and Xiang Xian both looked dejected. Gu Yishuan said with distress, how about coming to my house during the day? Someone will make afternoon tea, we can play games, and I even cover your meals. Gu Yishuan had mentioned this before Lin Shi left the country. Lin Shi asked, do your family agree? Gu Yishuan replied, my dad isn't home during the day lately. Her father didn't like outsiders coming to their house, so he hadn't invited any friends over before. Lin Shi and Xiang Xian naturally got the chance to visit Gu Yishuan's house. Besides apartments in the city center, most people in Diqing live in detached villas. Gu Yishuan's house was located in a very secluded, well-secured affluent area. Lin Shi had secretly researched this villa area. A villa there was worth more than 5 times the price of the one in Nanhua. More importantly, the villas in this area weren't for sale to the public. Gu Yishuan's house looked like it had just been renovated. All the furniture and decorations were brand new, and smart home technology, not yet widespread in China, was uniformly provided. Lin Shi stared at the living room furnishings, somewhat lost in thought. In one of her past lives, she had taken refuge in Yunxiang. Although injured, she had survived the apocalypse for a long time. During a video call with Yu Shiyun and Gu Yishuan, who had also survived for a long time, some of these items and objects had appeared in the video call. It seemed this house was likely her family's fixed asset. Gu Yishuan was inclined to entertain them, but Lin Shi silently apologized, secretly acting as a spy in their home when no one was looking. This wasn't the first time. For a long time, Lin Shi's visits to Gu Yishuan's house had always been for ulterior motives. But this time, she felt no pressure. If her plan succeeded, it could rewrite everyone's fate, including Gu Yishuan's eventual mental breakdown and confinement on the lab table. Lin Shi started with everyday items from which samples could be extracted, secretly collecting them and bringing them back for analysis. The purchased miniature locators and listening devices were attached to the men's briefcase and shoes. Lin Shi didn't expect to eavesdrop on anything highly confidential. After all, Zhang Jing was a researcher, and once inside the lab, he would have to change into protective clothing. Even if the listening system wasn't stopped by security, it wouldn't be able to enter the lab. However, the location tracking showed Zhang Jing's whereabouts. Xiang Xian always carried out missions with an extraordinary level of meticulousness and a sense of mission. She recorded several locations from the tracking data. After leaving Gu Yishuan's house, Lin Shi and Xiang Xian visited those places one by one. In 5 days, Zhang Jing visited 4 places, 3 of which had precise location tracking, a hospital and 2 restaurants. The place where he spent the most time had its location signal blocked. The location would disappear once the person approached it. That place was in the suburbs, nearly a 50-minute taxi ride from the city center of D-City. Looking at the map, there were only a few cafes and casual restaurants. It was hard to tell what it was. Lin Shi had a gut feeling that something was wrong with this place. Regardless of Zhang Jing's motives, he was still a researcher. Lin Shi couldn't think of anything else besides experimental research that would keep him in one place for more than 10 hours. The map didn't reveal the problem. They had to go in person. Lin Shi shared this message with the group chat. Lu Wei was probably on a mission and hadn't replied yet, while Liang Hui was a little worried. Should I fly over and come with you guys? But Liang Hui hadn't experienced the post-apocalyptic world and only knew a little martial arts. He was tall and conspicuous. Having him in the trio would be too attention-grabbing. It was better for her and Xiang Xian to go alone. That day, Lin Shi informed Gu Yishuan in advance that she had private plans and wouldn't be visiting her house. The stood-up girl sent a puzzled emoji, but didn't you say you didn't have money to play? Zhang Jing's location started moving from Gu Yishuan's house, and Lin Shi and Xiang Xian boarded a car heading to the suburbs. After leaving D-City, they rarely saw any Asian faces, and their destination, as Lin Shi had found out, was just a quiet little town. Zhang Jing's location tracking always disappeared along the coffee street. Looking at the rows of low-rise independent cafes, Lin Shi suddenly thought of the hidden laboratory at the White Shield base. There must be secret passages or special transportation here. A system capable of blocking location tracking is rare, indicating a powerful force behind it. The street wasn't crowded, and due to differences in race and physique, Lin Shi and Xiang Xian's appearance was somewhat abrupt. Some malicious individuals even deliberately veered towards them, attempting to harass them. Although Lin Shi was capable of protecting herself, she didn't want to attract attention. She thought of what she had discussed with Lu Wei. After returning to China, Zhang Jing worked at the Nanhua Biological Research Institute, at the same level as Song Heng, and was more famous than Song Heng. However, this was because Zhang Jing frequently participated in commercial activities, and his research focused on commercialization. But no matter how commercialized he was, Zhang Jing was still a self-made researcher. Having a luxury residence in Nanhua was one thing, but this residence in Lan Country was far too expensive, and it was a top-tier residence not open to the public. Such residences are generally reserved for powerful and prestigious families or individuals. Lin Shi and Zhang Jing come from the same family, so it's not a matter of family, but rather a personal connection. While Zhang Jing has achieved some success in scientific research, it hasn't reached the level of outstanding contributions. Could his achievements be related to the virus? Chapter 274. The miniature locator was dismantled by Lin Shi after only 1 week of use. The longer the tracking continued, the more information was gathered, but the greater the risk of exposure. Although this miniature locator was a special product purchased from a local gray market seller, possessing excellent counter-surveillance capabilities, if Zhang Jing had the military or even local authorities backing him to inspect through signal detection stations, the issue wouldn't just be a violation of privacy, but rather a matter of espionage. At that point, someone far away who hadn't yet obtained a lawyer's license wouldn't be able to help. Another important place Zhang Jing had frequented was the Diqing Medical Center. During casual conversation with Gu Yixuan, Lin Shi intentionally tried to elicit information from her. While Gu Yixuan enjoyed sharing her life, she was quite concerned about her family's privacy, and several topics were jokingly brushed off. The information Lin Shi gleaned was that Gu Yixuan had no other relatives in Diqing, and her father, Zhang Jing, was not ill. Going to the hospital was simply to visit patients or for self-treatment. A busy man like Zhang Jing wouldn't go to the hospital twice for no reason. It was a membership-only hospital, not open to the general public, with extremely high fees, and only the wealthy and powerful could afford treatment there. Judging from Lin Shi's assessment, Zhang Jing was doing even better in Langua than in China, at least in terms of his current assets. The security and privacy at the Diqing Medical Center were excellent. Lin Shi had no way to get close, let alone obtain any patient information. Lin Shi had another suspicion about Zhang Jing's identity. Zhang Jing might have joined a secret overseas research organization, and his actions might involve espionage. This charge was far too serious. It would be difficult for Lin Shi and Lu Wei to gather evidence on their own. There's little to gain in Langua for now. Zhang Jing will return to the Nanhua Research Institute in 6 months, where he had familiar surroundings and support, allowing Lin Shi to obtain more information. She shared her thoughts with Lu Wei, and then returned to China with Xiang Xian. August 30, 2020. Lin Shi attended the Nanhua University Graduate School entrance ceremony. Just like in her previous life, Lin Shi returned to Nanhua University for graduate studies. The professors on stage were familiar faces. Song Heng's bald patch wasn't as pronounced, and he looked younger, but his rigid and strict demeanor remained unchanged. Zhao Jing, who enrolled at the same time as Lin Shi, and even shared a room with her, yawned during the tedious lecture, even softly complaining to Lin Shi, "Our professor is notoriously strict and boring." "Yeah." Lin Shi nodded, looking at the young and familiar face beside her. She was back at Nanhua University, back under Song Heng's tutelage. Having enrolled 2 years early, she and Zhao Jing became classmates. Seeing old friends again, she felt calm, without joy or dislike. If she had to pinpoint an emotion, it would be relief. Song Heng was passionate about scientific research. When faced with crucial research points, he would become completely absorbed in the lab, almost obsessively so. Only experienced researchers, who could actually help him, could see him. Students needing guidance were left to fend for themselves. At other times, he was a strict mentor, demanding high standards from his students. It was precisely because of this spirit that the students, who graduated under his tutelage, and were selected for research positions, were all remarkably composed. Chu Shiran and Ding Yan were both alumni, often sent by Song Heng to look after the younger students' studies. Lin Shi rejoined the team. Aside from old acquaintances, Lin Shi met Zhang Jing face to face here. Unlike the rigid and strict Song Heng, Zhang Jing appeared gentle and refined, treating everyone with impeccable manners. Lin Shi discreetly observed his harmless face in the crowd, searching for similarities between him and Gu Yixuan, and also between him and her father. With these points of reference, she could indeed find some similarities, but they weren't very obvious. So much so that in her previous life, despite countless brushes with him, Lin Shi had never connected Zhang Jing to herself. On one occasion, while running errands for Song Heng, Lin Shi encountered Zhang Jing directly. Zhang Jing's reaction was indifferent. He treated her no differently from the other students. However, Lin Shi's personal information was on the freshman admission brochure. A quick glance revealed her identity. Perhaps the Zhang Jing of her previous life had rejected Lin Shi because of this information. Both Gu Yixuan's description of Zhang Jing never returning to Yunxiang, and Zhang Jing's behavior of not contacting his family for over 20 years, and even changing his name, reflected Zhang Jing's aversion to his family of origin. Anyone who knew Lin Shi's true identity would never include her in their team. Lin Shi's current priority is to quickly gain entry into the research institute, analyze samples from Zhang Jing's frequently used items to extract the virus, and obtain information about the virus in advance to expose it. This is different from her graduate studies in her previous life. She no longer has Xiang Xian renting a place at home, but her parents are waiting for her to come home. Xiang Xian and Liang Hui have visited her at the university, and Gu Yishuan, who is studying at Nanhua University, sometimes invites her to participate in activities. Friends from several lifetimes have reunited in this life, and they socialize and keep each other company normally. Besides socializing, Lin Shi's academic achievements are even higher than in her previous life, making her the most outstanding student in her graduating class. Back then, Zhao Jing was the most outstanding student in Song Heng's team. At this moment, Zhao Jing was stumped by the project assigned by Song Heng, and looking at Lin Shi, who was doing a handstand in the dormitory, she asked with some envy, "Have you finished it?" "Yes." "Impressive." Zhao Jing praised sincerely, then casually asked a crucial question. After all, that topic was related to the hottest research trend at the moment, and whoever could find the optimal solution the fastest would get the opportunity to intern at the Nanhua Biological Research Institute ahead of time. Everyone wanted this opportunity. Lin Shi kept her eyes closed and shook her head. Zhao Jing said "Oh," thinking Lin Shi didn't want to answer her. Even top students sometimes want to keep their secrets. But Lin Shi knew that the optimal solution to this problem was found by Zhao Jing back then, and in the near future, Zhao Jing would publish an SCI paper specifically on this topic. This was Zhao Jing's past achievement. Lin Shi's solution came from her studies in her previous life, and was also future experience. She didn't exploit the time difference to steal the achievements that originally belonged to Zhao Jing. Lin Shi's previous life's research experience left her with expertise in multi-specific antibodies and vaccine development, experiences that would define her future. September 17, 2022. Lin Shi published 2 SCI papers in quick succession, one on multi-specific antibody research and the other on vaccine research. Both papers had a certain influence in the domestic medical community that year, especially the methods and insights gained from multi-specific antibody research. This rising star, Lin Shi, was invited to participate in several small-scale lectures. The 22-year-old was completely at ease on stage, presenting her research projects in a well-organized manner. But she was far too young, and her extraordinary achievements were too eye-catching. Many people questioned the authenticity of her paper and raised various detailed questions, which Lin Shi answered one by one. Song Heng, sitting in the audience, was both satisfied and puzzled. Finally, someone asked the question on his behalf. "As far as I know, although the Nanhua Biological Research Institute has advanced equipment needed for multi-specific antibody research, you are an ungraduated graduate student and do not currently have the right to use the equipment. Your supervisor, Professor Song, has not conducted related research. Where did your research data and conclusions come from?" Song Heng, Zhang Jing, and the other staff members in the audience were also curious about this question, but they wouldn't risk their own reputation. They simply stared intently at Lin Shi, waiting for her answer. Lin Shi smiled in response. "Your question involves the internal affairs of the Nanhua Research Institute and is not related to the research itself. Please give the time to those who want to understand research issues." Next. Rather than vaguely addressing the issue with excuses, like deduction and imagination, directly rejecting someone's question was much more convincing. Lin Shi's paper only represents a preliminary exploration of multi-specific antibody research. She will achieve even greater success when she officially joins the lab and gains research rights. After the lecture, Lin Shi realized that not only Xiang Xian and Liang Hui were waiting for her to celebrate, but Lu Wei had also appeared sometime earlier. His skin was slightly darker than everyone else's, and although he was wearing casual clothes, he was still quite noticeable in the crowd. "Zhang San is awesome. Go Fugue," Liang Hui sincerely praised. Xiang Xian gave him a thumbs up. Lu Wei said, "Congratulations." Likewise. Lin Shi gave him a high five. A few days ago, when she deposited her bonus into the Doomsday Fund account, she saw that Lu Wei had also recently deposited a large sum. The bonuses and increased income showed he was making good progress in his field. After offering her congratulations, Lin Shi got straight to the point. "I extracted a zombie virus from Zhang Zheng's personal belongings. This virus has never appeared in the current medical field and has no name. Once I officially enter the lab, I can study and uncover this virus. Regardless of whether Zhang Zheng was the poisoner or not, he's undoubtedly the source of the virus. Lu Wei, he's currently in a stable state." "Is he a half-infected?" Lin Shi shook her head. "He should have complete antibodies, like someone who's been vaccinated and won't be infected by the virus. Zombie virus antibodies are related to genetic factors. Lin Jia and I are related to him by blood, but not directly, so we don't have many antibodies. That's why Lin Jia and I both showed obvious zombification symptoms. Gu Yixuan is his biological daughter, and inherited even more antibodies. The last Gu Yixuan I saw in my previous life was also in a half-infected state. Her zombie form retained most of her human physical characteristics and consciousness. Lin Shi continued sharing her analysis. Seeing Chu Shuren and Zhao Jing, I suddenly had a thought. Zhang Jing's initial intention in creating the virus might not have been to take revenge on society, but to save lives. In their previous life, Chu Shuren and Zhao Jing suffered from severe radiation-related illnesses and actively contracted the zombie virus to survive. Considering your investigation into Zhang Zheng's frequent visits to the Dicheng Medical Center in recent years, Zhang Zheng may have suffered from a serious brain-related illness and accidentally created a virus while researching himself. But Lin Shi was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Zheng had been reclusive since childhood and often did things that caused headaches, even killing small animals and setting houses on fire. The villagers at the time called this behavior mischievous and annoying, but those who had studied social psychology knew it was a superficial manifestation of antisocial personality disorder. As a child, Lin Zheng didn't know how to disguise himself. As an adult, Zhang Jing distanced himself from his family, changed his name, and became someone else, using cognition and etiquette to disguise himself as a learned middle-aged gentleman. If the initial intention behind creating the virus was, as Lin Shi suspected, to save his own life, then Zhang Jing created the virus, but would he be the one who released it? My father is a scientist. My family has a complete recyclable system and a small farm. We can be completely self-sufficient. These were the words of the young Gu Yixuan. Where did that old geezer Zhang Jing go? Now that such a huge thing has happened, he's not even at the research institute. Although I don't like him, I have to admit he has exceptional talent in scientific research. He better join the vaccine research. Song Hung complained when the zombie outbreak first occurred in Nanhua. Academician Lin, the Gu Yixuan you're looking into is your cousin. Her entire family disappeared after the zombie outbreak, unexpectedly ending up in Lan country. At that time, the country completely sealed off land, sea, and air routes. Anyone who could successfully leave the country and be accepted by Lan country was no ordinary person. Shenhua said this while helping Lin Shi retrieve Gu Yixuan's information. The voices of several people echoed in Lin Shi's mind. Yes, Lin Shi remembered that in the initial world, after the zombie outbreak, Gu Yixuan didn't go abroad but lived well in her villa in Nanhua. Her house was sturdy and self-sufficient, with uninterrupted water and electricity, a natural apocalyptic fortress. But in the life Lin Shi returned to Yunxiang, Gu Yixuan was abroad. Because Lu Wei made some changes to the world in that previous life, the zombie outbreak in Nanhua was cleared out once soon after, and Gu Yixuan's family took advantage of that lull to leave the country. At that time, although foreign countries strictly reviewed the entry of Chinese citizens, they did not completely refuse them entry. Those with money or power could still leave the country smoothly. However, in the previous life, at the same time as the large-scale zombie outbreak in Nanhua, high concentrations of the virus were released into many cities across the country, causing near-total collapse. At that time, all countries prohibited Chinese citizens from entering the country for any reason. How did Gu Yixuan and Zhang Jing get abroad? Lu Wei's voice pulled Lin Shi back to reality. You figured it out? Spies? Lu Wei, after you casually mentioned spies twice in Lan country, we conducted an in-depth investigation into Zhang Jing's background. He does indeed possess enormous assets abroad, far exceeding his salary. Lin Shi nodded. While his research is largely commercialized, his income isn't nearly that high. Lu Wei, this proposal can't be formally investigated without clear evidence. After all, there are many cases of foreign countries offering high salaries to attract scientific talent. Zhang Jing's wealth isn't sufficient evidence to prove those things. Individual capabilities are limited. This matter involves the nation, and only national-level intervention can secure more investigative resources. Lu Wei added, the suburbs of the city that Zhang Jing frequented are not simple. There might be a secret base or laboratory there. Lin Shi's thoughts became clearer. Regardless of the trigger for creating the virus, this unknown virus was definitely created by Zhang Jing abroad. What I need to do now is extract this virus to verify its existence, provide you with evidence, and mobilize more resources to investigate and capture him. Chapter 275. November 10, 2022. Lin Shi decided to pursue a doctorate. If all went well, she would receive an acceptance letter from Nanhua University in 6 months, and her advisor would still be Song Hung. This was another path Lin Shi had never taken before. In her previous life, in May 2025, she hadn't even graduated with a master's degree, so she hadn't considered pursuing a doctorate. Now, With the zombie virus yet to be publicly revealed, she needed a higher position to gain more research resources and access to the laboratory. Reborn, she was still Song Heng's most valued student. But in peacetime, Song Heng valued Lin Shi only because of her extraordinary talent in scientific research. However, Lin Shi knew that the truly gifted one was Zhang Jing. Both she and Song Heng were diligent students. She had spent 2 lifetimes studying and had achieved some success in the field of vaccines. Lin Shi extracted virus samples from the collected items, but didn't inform the research institute or even Song Heng yet. She didn't want the news to leak too quickly, lest she alert the enemy. The reporting channels also needed careful consideration. Having witnessed too many high-ranking officials in her past life, she knew the base was rife with factions and unpredictable intentions. In this life, Lin Shi and Lu Wei, due to their limited identities, couldn't access the core personnel of the relevant departments. Until the reliability of the channels could be guaranteed, they had to wait. However, this didn't mean halting their progress. With virus samples and cerebrospinal fluid samples from the Lin family, Lin Shi could begin vaccine development ahead of schedule. Before this, Lin Shi had achieved other successes in scientific research. Although young and public, she possessed considerable expertise in vaccine research and had a comprehensive understanding of the currently popular research project of multispecific antibodies. Lin Shi participated in several novel influenza virus vaccine research projects with some success and received a considerable bonus. This weekend, Lin Shi returned to her home in the urban village of District D. It was 5 to 7 p.m., the busiest time in the urban village, with the sounds of neighbors cooking rising and falling. "Let's move," Lin Shi casually mentioned while helping out in the kitchen, chopping vegetables. Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong were taken aback, not quite understanding. "You're going on a long business trip with your supervisor?" Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of the cleaver hitting the cutting board was rhythmic. Lin Shi calmly said, "No, I mean, let's sell this house and buy a new one." Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong exchanged glances. The conversation at dinner naturally revolved around selling the house. Why the sudden urge to move? Zhao Qiong glanced around the house. The decor was indeed quite old, but they had lived here since coming to Nanhua, and the topic of moving seemed too abrupt. Because property prices are going to drop, it's not too late to sell now. Zhao Qiong's sadness only lasted a moment before she snapped back to reality upon hearing Lin Shi's words. Although she's sentimental, it was she who insisted on leaving her familiar hometown of Yunxiang to develop in Nanhua, which led to their current family. In her eyes, the greatest gain wasn't the ever-appreciating value of the house over the past 20 years, but rather Lin Shi's access to better educational resources and her current achievements. Lin Yi remained silent. Zhao Qiong asked, "Now that we sold it, where will we live?" Lin Shi, "I can easily afford the rent for a 3-bedroom apartment. We rent for 2 or 3 years and see how things go, then buy a house after 2025. Perhaps there won't be an apocalypse by then, and house prices will definitely have plummeted." Zhao Qiong, "You're still in school, Mom won't let you pay rent. Selling the house will give us a large sum of money." Lin Shi pursed her lips and sincerely asked her parents, "That money? Could you lend me some?" Zhao Qiong punched her shoulder. "Why are you talking to your parents about lending or not?" Lin Shi had developed very well over the years, and had become her parents' pride. Her understanding and abilities far surpassed theirs. If she offered suggestions at home, Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong would listen to them without question. Lin Yi asked, "What are you going to do?" Lin Shi told the truth, "Renovate the house in Yunxiang." Zhao Qiong's chopsticks froze in midair, unable to believe what she had just heard. Lin Shi winked at her mother. "This is the second thing I want your approval for." Lin Yi's expression softened slightly after the initial shock. "Your dad will be so happy to hear that." Although Zhao Qiong didn't directly refute her, she kept asking, "We're not going back to our old home in Yunxiang. Why are you renovating there?" The land where the old house in Yunxiang was located was the worst and most remote in the village. 20 or 30 years ago, when roads and living standards were low, living there was indeed uncomfortable. But now, with technological advancements, those problems can be solved with money. Lin Shi gave a pre-prepared excuse. "Well, for scientific research, we need a relatively quiet place away from the city to conduct some research and observations. The old house in Yunxiang is the most suitable place." She deliberately steered the conversation towards research, blurring the concept of we. Sure enough, Zhao Qiong and Lin Yi thought it was a research institute project and asked directly if this counted as requisitioning land. Lin Shi quickly denied it, and said some reassuring words. After regaining the right to use the 2 houses, Lin Shi dialed the number of a certain decoration studio. That year, Yu Shiryun's studio had already started and had a satisfactory debut project. Yu Shiryun, whom Lin Shi hadn't seen in several lifetimes, looked exactly like Lin Shi in her memory. She greeted Lin Shi with a professional smile. "Hello, Ms. Lin." Before meeting, Lin Shi had briefly explained her needs, and the two only met after expressing initial interest in collaborating. Having worked together several times before, Lin Shi confidently stated her construction requirements. Most of the content was the same as the Doomsday Fortress she had built in Cloud Village, with only minor adjustments to the interior room layout. Yu Shiryun appreciated clients with clear thinking and specific requirements, and immediately assured Lin Shi that she could meet her expectations. "I trust you," Lin Shi sincerely praised. The two chatted amiably, and Yu Shiryun finally couldn't help but say, "I'm very curious about Yunxiang." "Oh, my husband is also from Yunxiang, but I've never been there." Lin Shi smiled calmly. "Will you and your husband be going back to your hometown this time?" Yu Shiryun shook her head. He's currently on a business trip abroad. Even if it weren't for that reason, Lin Shi knew Zhang Jing wouldn't go to Yunxiang. After a few more casual words, Lin Shi added, "By the way, regarding this house, I hope engineer you can protect the client's privacy." Yu Shiryun nodded in understanding. "We don't take photos for advertising if the client requests confidentiality, nor do we disclose personal privacy." "Don't worry, Ms. Lin. Our studio specializes in safe and secure renovations for single women. We would have done our part to protect privacy even if you hadn't mentioned it. Most importantly, Zhang Jing shouldn't find out about this." Chapter 276. October 25, 2024. In a remote village in Yunxiang, a birdcage was completed, and the Doomsday Fortress entered its final stages of construction. Lin Shi spent her days inspecting the project with Yu Shiryun, and her evenings were spent at a newly opened restaurant with Gu Yishuan. She spent the night drafting materials to report Zhang Jing. During this time, she was constantly focused on that family of three. None of them knew that Lin Shi was dealing with two other family members. Lin Shi's secret report, facilitated by Lu Wei, reached the relevant authorities. The report contained a letter accusing Zhang Jing of secretly researching anti-biological viruses, along with virus sample analysis and preliminary experimental investigations. The relevant authorities quickly conducted their investigations, focusing on two directions: verifying the authenticity of the virus and investigating Zhang Jing's suspicious activities abroad. Due to the gravity of the matter, all of this work was carried out in secret. Regarding the verification of the virus samples provided by Lin Shi, the relevant authorities dispatched a national academician from the Capital Institute of Biological Research to secretly liaise with Lin Shi. The visitor looked very familiar. Although Lin Shi hadn't seen him for 12 years since her rebirth, she recognized Guixing Yuan at a glance. The report Lin Shi submitted included her analysis of the virus and its potential harm to the human body. According to Yu, the virus originated from Professor Zhang Jing, but Zhang Jing himself showed no obvious adverse reactions. Guixing Yuan had already conducted relevant verifications. Although he hadn't concluded that the virus could cause loss of consciousness and continued survival even without vital signs, its destructive power against most living organisms had been proven. Since the other party had asked, they had already confirmed the content of Lin Shi's report, but still had some doubts. Lin Shi, from my observation, Zhang Jing frequently visited the Diqing Medical Center and the secret suburban laboratory while abroad. I suspect that Zhang Jing's initial intention in creating the virus was related to treating illness. The person who got sick is very likely himself. Lin Shi had dealt with Gu Yishuan in several lifetimes and hadn't noticed any obvious signs of illness in her. Moreover, Lin Shi had secretly investigated and Gu Yishuan's current virus test was negative. Lin Shi already had a rough guess in mind, and these guesses were later verified by the relevant department's investigations. Back in 2014, Zhang Jing had proposed modifying a virus that could paralyze most organs to save people who were about to die. The anticipated side effects included decreased body temperature, loss of some physiological functions and senses, but the ability to retain consciousness and continue living. This idea was too anti-biological, and the virus he described hadn't even appeared yet. Even if it did, it would be a dangerous and uncontrollable virus. Naturally, this proposal was nipped in the bud. Zhang Jing wasn't too fixated on this proposal, seemingly having already anticipated the outcome. Legend has it that a foreign research team, intrigued by the proposal, approached Zhang Jing, but he declined. Compared to projects requiring immense effort and potentially decades of research yielding no results, he preferred commercially viable research. The turning point came 2 years later. In 2016, Zhang Jing suspended his research and commercialization efforts for a period, requesting a long sabbatical for recuperation. He did indeed travel to many countries that year. Lin Shi recalled this, as Guishuan's social media posts during the year's summer and winter breaks were quite extensive. Afterward, Zhang Jing stayed in Lanzhou, and since then, he has made a trip there annually. Investigations revealed that Zhang Jing possessed assets in multiple overseas locations, and his domestic income could not cover the expenses incurred in acquiring these assets. Zhang Jing's movements overseas were extremely secretive. He rarely stayed in hotels, seldom frequented public places, and even the Dicheng Medical Center he visited was a members-only hospital, difficult for outsiders to access. Investigating overseas information was not easy for the relevant departments. They only learned through some clandestine channels that Zhang Jing initially sought treatment in the neurology department at the Dicheng Hospital. This information connected with Lin Shi's suspicions. He suffered from a severe neurological disease, a condition that even the highest level of medical expertise at the Dicheng Medical Center at the time could not cure. This reminded him of his previous proposal, which happened to be of interest to the Lan Guo research team. He possessed extremely high intelligence and exceptional talent in pathogen research, but his eagerness for quick results and lack of dedication compared to Song Hung were shortcomings. However, if the research results could save his life, his strong intrinsic motivation compelled him to immerse himself in the research. His condition waited for no one. He used himself as the experimental subject, essentially making himself the sole recipient of the zombie virus. He did indeed survive by coexisting with the virus, but the virus doesn't work on others. Guisheng Yuan, the Lan Kingdom research team must have discovered this. Lin Shi, if you were the leader of the Lan Kingdom research team, from a scientific perspective, how would you handle this project? Guisheng Yuan adjusted his glasses. From a biological perspective, birth, aging, illness, and death are normal processes. Using a virus to treat illness actually alters the laws of nature, which is unacceptable. But from a scientific perspective, if this experiment has progressed to this point, without using humans as the primary experimental subjects, we can continue to observe and research, searching for ways to improve it. If it were Song Hung, he would probably do the same. Lin Shi asked again, if it can't be improved, and the virus still only works on people like Zhang Jing who have natural antibodies, what would the person who controls the virus do? Guisheng Yuan narrowed his eyes. Lin Shi mouthed a word, biological weapon. Chapter 277. After the virus was handed over to the relevant departments, the Central Disease Control Department, in collaboration with research institutes, took over the virus research. Although no human experiments were conducted, the virus's effects on animal and plant infections, and its erosion of human cells had already demonstrated its destructive potential. For a period of time, no one could contact Lin Shi. Virus research was conducted in a secret laboratory of the relevant departments. To avoid leaks of virus-related information that could cause widespread panic or attract the attention of Zhang Jing and his backers, the virus research became a top-secret project. However, few people knew that the virus originated from Zhang Jing. Before Lin Shi entered the secret laboratory, Zhang Jing was still free to move around. Subsequent tracking, investigation, and arrests were handled by the relevant departments. Years later, Lin Shi returned to her days immersed in the laboratory, cut off from the outside world. The virus analysis was largely as Lin Shi had anticipated. She was considered to have amazing scientific talent, thus becoming the youngest researcher in the entire project team. After completing the virus analysis, the next step was naturally to research antitoxins and related vaccines. Although Lin Shi knew the poisoning occurred around May 20th, any small incident could trigger a butterfly effect, bringing about enormous changes to the world. Before Lin Shi entered the lab, Zhang Jing had already been secretly monitored. The extent of this secrecy was unknown to Lin Shi. Even if Zhang Jing was captured, the virus would have already been developed, and it was uncertain whether the foreign forces behind him would take action. Therefore, developing a vaccine and an antidote was essential. The formulas for these two agents were known to only two people in the world, Lin Shi and Lu Wei. The antitoxin only needs to be prepared according to the dosage. However, the vaccine is different from the one in the previous life. In the previous life, most of the antibodies came from Lin Shi and Lin Jie, with a small portion from some special zombies, such as those that retained speech or some human functions and cognitive abilities. Their antibodies were less abundant than Lin Shi and Lin Jie's, but they could compensate for what Lin Shi and Lin Jie lacked. These special zombies, due to mutations and even facial injuries, were difficult to identify through facial scanning. Only a small number of the original owners of these zombies could be identified, hindering antibody collection. As early as when Lu Wei faced death in his previous life, he had already considered a solution. The reborn Lu Wei would follow the research path Lin Shi had taken, becoming a researcher before the zombie outbreak, and proactively recruiting the original Lin Shi and Lin Jie of this world to collect antibodies. With only these, and the known vaccine formula, a complete vaccine couldn't be created. But the antitoxin could be manufactured. If it failed to stop the zombie outbreak, the antitoxin would eliminate zombies faster and wouldn't affect the city or other survivors. Even so, the zombie outbreak still occurred, and many people still died in the early stages. Lin Shi had saved her parents' lives, preventing a car accident at its source and sparing others from suffering. Now, facing the zombie apocalypse, she felt the same way, trying everything possible to directly prevent the disaster. Antivirus and a vaccine had to be developed. But the research plan had only just been formulated, and if Lin Shi revealed the answers directly, it would easily arouse suspicion. Originally, her blood relation with Zhang Jing already required her to avoid suspicion. If it weren't for her selfless act of sacrificing family ties and her accurate analysis of the virus, Lin Shi wouldn't have been qualified to join the project team. The missing antibodies for Lin Shi and Lin Jie could be extracted from Lin Cheng, or even Lin Jie's child. If that didn't work, they could be extracted from Guishuan. After figuring this out, Lin Shi had a private discussion with academician Guixing Yuan about antibody extraction. According to our analysis and observations, the virus can be devastating to most people, but Zhang Jing behaves normally and has immunity to the virus. The origin of this special immunity is currently unknown, but I think it may be related to genetic factors. We can start by extracting antibodies from Zhang Jing's blood relatives, as this immunity may be inherited through blood relations. A glint appeared in Guixing Yuan's glasses as he stared intently at Lin Shi. Lin Shi said earnestly, "Of course, as a distant relative of Zhang Jing, I am also willing to provide antibodies." She feigned sincerity, even naively praying, "If I do indeed have antibodies." After she finished speaking, Guixing Yuan looked thoughtfully at the proposal Lin Shi submitted, seemingly with skepticism. Lin Shi pondered that he had been working on his argument and proposal for a long time, and thought it should be fine. Facing Guixing Yuan's slightly skeptical gaze, Lin Shi asked, "Ding Guo, is there a problem?" Guixing Yuan, "No problem. I just think." Guixing Yuan, "Since Zhang Jing is completely immune to the virus, we can extract antibodies directly from him." A complete antibody was right in front of them. They could completely control Zhang Jing and extract the complete antibody from him. With the antibody, Lin Shi knew the rest of the adjuvant formula, and the vaccine research process would proceed very quickly. Lin Shi suddenly felt like laughing. She was probably stuck in a fixed mindset, completely avoiding the answer. But Lin Shi quickly thought of another problem. Zhang Jing hadn't been arrested before we entered the lab. The relevant department seemed to want to investigate his team. If he's really involved in crimes endangering public safety and espionage, arresting him directly might alert them. Even though we controlled the source of the virus, his overseas research team might also have virus samples. We don't know if they take other actions. Zombies hadn't appeared in this world yet, and the secret lab named the virus I-Virus after researching it. Due to the virus's special nature, the relevant departments hadn't released it publicly, and customs or border patrols hadn't received any instructions to conduct inspections. But these weren't things the Research Institute needed to consider for the time being. They had to wait for further instructions from the relevant departments. Lin Shi sincerely said, "If it's the situation I described, we also need to plan ahead and research antibodies to make a vaccine." December 30th, 2024. Near the end of the year, Lin Shi was given a short break and finally regained free access to her phone. During her research in the secret laboratory, Lin Shi had informed key contacts that she would be under quarantine for a period of time, and asked them not to worry. But as soon as she turned on her phone, a flood of messages popped up. "Song Hung, where did you go? Why were you absent? Xiao Jing, your absence affected the progress of Group A's project. The teacher wants you to write a self-criticism and work overtime for a week after you return." 2 days later, Song Hung sent another message. Although it was just a line of text with no emoji, Lin Shi could almost picture his expression when he said it. "Song Hung, my student is promising. He's been recruited by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Don't rush back, do your research there." Lin Shi replied to his message. Presumably, Song Hung has also received an invitation, and will be recruited into the I-Virus vaccine research project team. Then came the family of 3 group chat. "Zhao Qiong, it's getting colder in Nanhua, are you cold there? Should I send you clothes and blankets?" Lenny patted 33. "Zhao Qiong, where are you doing your secret work? Like a secret agent, only replying to messages once a week. Zhao Qiong, are you doing secret research in the desert? Have you eaten enough? I send you some things. Lenny patted 33 even without Lin-Shi's reply. The group chat kept buzzing. A warm feeling washed over Lin-Shi. Then came the small group chat called Burning Doomsday Terminator. The messages had become so numerous they were just. Most of the messages were Xiang Xian and Liang Hui discussing everyday things, with Lu Wei occasionally joining the chat. During this time, they tagged Lin-Shi several times, but there were simply too many messages. Besides group messages, Xiang Xian also sent her many messages personally, such as inquiring about progress, sharing daily life, and showing concern for her well-being. Lin-Shi replied to a few important messages, informing the other party that she would soon be taking a short vacation, or perhaps they could get together sometime. There was also a greeting from the playboy, Zhang San. It's getting colder, drink more hot water. Zhang San, it's snowing, drink more hot water. These few lines made Lin-Shi both laugh and cry. Brother, you're destined to be single forever. Liang Hui replied quickly, heartbroken. Why? 33. It's okay, just drink more hot water. Gu Yixuan also contacted her several times. So boring, wanna go to the amusement park on Saturday. I had a lumbar puncture during my physical this year. This young lady needs to catch up on her nutrition. I treat you to hot pot later. Hey, are you still alive? Lin-Shi briefly replied that she'd been too busy with work to reply. She knew Gu Yixuan and Zhang Zheng didn't communicate much, but she still didn't want Gu Yixuan to know how busy she'd been lately. Gu Yixuan quickly replied, TCH. I knew it, you researchers are all so busy. Zhang Zheng and Song Hung were like that, and now Lin-Shi was too. There was another profile picture with a red bubble icon. Just as Lin-Shi was about to click on it, that profile picture suddenly jumped up and sent a new message. Hey, could it be that you're only replying to my message now? Lin-Shi was stunned. She immediately realized that Lu Wei and Liang Hui might be together. They had both received the message, but there had been no response from her side. Lin-Shi scrolled up. Lu Wei hadn't sent many messages. He knew Lin-Shi had probably joined a classified research project. After his previous posts about working out and practicing boxing went unanswered, he posted again for a while, and recently he sent a few messages roughly describing the progress, and invited her to meet up if possible. Lin-Shi suddenly felt her short vacation wasn't enough. There were too many people to see. She didn't even have time for herself during her short vacation. Thinking back to before her rebirth, although she was busy with work, she had free time when she wasn't working overtime. She occasionally participated in shopping and dining out with her slacking off group, but most of the time she stayed home resting. Now, many people care about her, and many people need her care. Lu Wei, Xiang Xian, and Liang Hui were the first people Lin-Shi met, because they were there to greet her at Nanhua Airport. During the gathering, Xiang Xian eagerly inquired about the progress of saving the apocalypse, casually rubbing her hands and asking, when is it my turn? Liang Hui, yeah, we're both pretty out of the loop. Lin-Shi, I can't disclose my information yet. Lu Wei, me too. But the two of them would have a deeper conversation after the dinner. When I go back on vacation, I start developing the vaccine and antitoxin. I can't report the results all at once. I push the research forward at the appropriate time and rush to produce it as soon as possible, so as not to be caught off guard by an early riot. How's Zhang Zheng doing? In this life, Lu Wei was originally going to participate in scientific research. In the last days of his previous life, Lu Wei spent all his time studying in the laboratory and had gained some understanding of pathogen research. If Lin-Shi hadn't been reborn, he would have changed his major to study pathogens and pursue a research career. Although Liang Hui and Xiang Xian believed they were reborn and knew that a disaster might be coming, those who hadn't been reborn didn't have a direct understanding of disaster and death. They will take saving the world seriously. They might even learn fitness, martial arts, or other skills, but they won't change their original life trajectory to contribute to the future or anything that might happen. Lu Wei, relevant departments sent people abroad to investigate Zhang Zheng's whereabouts and discovered that he may indeed have joined a very dangerous research organization, or may be involved in espionage. People have been sent domestically to track and protect him throughout. Lin-Shi, I heard from Gu Yixuan that she might go on a family trip abroad this year? Lu Wei, they can't go. Their entire family will be restricted from leaving the country. Once the relevant departments have completed their preventative measures, they will arrest Zhang Zheng. If Zhang Zheng were merely an evil scientist, he could be arrested directly. However, he has an overseas research team behind him, and he might also be involved in espionage, requiring a thorough investigation into his movements and objectives. Both their work is highly confidential, but they are partners across lifetimes, like family during the apocalypse, and their most steadfast collaborators after their rebirth, thus exchanging information privately. After discussing the progress, they remained silent for a while. Lin Shi prepared to go home. Lu Wei suddenly said, "Soon?" Lin Shi nodded, not asking further, but unsure whether soon meant 5 months until the zombie outbreak, Zhang Jing's imminent arrest, or the imminent conclusion of this major event. Back home, Lin Shi had a deep conversation with her parents. "Dad, Mom, why don't you stay in Yunxiang for a while after the new year?" Zhao Qiong and Lin Yi were both surprised to hear this. The last time they were so surprised was when Lin Shi suddenly said she wanted to sell her house in District D and build a house in Yunxiang. "Zhao Qiong, how can that be? Mom and Dad still have to work." Lin Shi said sincerely, "Actually, you're already of retirement age. Although Dad hasn't retired yet, he's not suited for such high-intensity work every day." Lin Yi is several years older than Zhang Jing, but Zhang Jing's daughter, Gu Yishuan, is Lin Shi's cousin. Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong had Lin Shi later in life, so they are older than the parents of Lin Shi's peers. Zhao Qiong was still in shock, but she could tell Lin Shi was serious. Lin Shi continued, "My job is very good now. You don't need to worry about money at all. More than financial situation, I hope you are safe and healthy. Due to the confidentiality agreement, I can't tell you why yet, but please believe me, go back to Yunxiang and settle down for a while." Lin Shi knew clearly everything that would happen before May 20th, 2025 in the original world, but she didn't know what would happen to her parents. Nor did she know whether the changes she and Lu Wei were making to the world would lead to other chain events. Before the major events are settled, Lin Shi wants to get her parents back to that safe haven. Chapter 278. January 10th, 2025. Lin Shi and Song Hung enlisted in a secret research institute to participate in the iVirus vaccine research project. Before leaving, she settled her parents back in their hometown, explaining that she would be absent from this year's New Year's Eve dinner due to work. Now, Lin Shi was seen as unfathomable by Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong, and in front of the neighbors in Yun Village, her mission was exaggerated to be an extraordinary scientific research task, the kind involving participation in secret experiments. This was indeed the case. The Zhang Xiulan family's attitude towards Lin Yi was much better than in previous years. Moreover, those who had previously isolated and gossiped behind Lin Shi's back when she returned to her hometown alone in her previous life were now warmly welcoming to her family, occasionally sharing fresh fruits. The strange, birdcage-like house had changed its reputation in the eyes of others. This was requested by Lin Laoer's daughter. "I heard it's for scientific research. Graduates from the capital university are truly different. I never seen such a strange house before. I wonder how much it cost. I heard it's full of smart appliances, solar charging, and water purification systems. The cost of living will be much lower. An ordinary person building a birdcage would be considered crazy or paranoia. But a highly educated, mysterious researcher building a birdcage is seen as profound and mysterious by outsiders, with ulterior motives." Lin Shi didn't hear any negative comments, nor did she encounter anyone pointing fingers at her to her face. What people talked about behind her back was irrelevant and unknown. When you become powerful, everyone around you seems kind. After Zhao Qiong and Lin Yi quit their jobs and returned to their hometown, they had nothing to do. Lin Shi suggested to them, "You could farm to pass the time, but don't overwork yourself." Zhao Qiong and Lin Yi were both born in rural areas and had worked in the fields 2 or 3 decades ago. Picking up farming techniques again was much easier for them than for Lin Shi, who had to learn from scratch. Adapting to life in the safe haven of Yunxiang in advance was a good idea, just in case. Lin Shi clenched her fist, hoping there wouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances. Based on her past life's experience, she already had methods to protect herself and those she cherished, but in this life, she hoped the world would avoid the zombie apocalypse and continue developing smoothly. Lin Shi returned to the laboratory for secluded research, while Lu Wei focused on monitoring Zhang Zheng's potential capture operations. Besides Song Hung, several academicians and professors were recruited into the iVirus research group. Some were well-known figures on television, while others, like Song Hung, were pragmatic individuals who didn't seek fame or fortune. None of them knew the virus originated from Zhang Jing. This information was only known to Lin Shi, Guixing Yuan, and the core members of the organization. Everyone had signed confidentiality agreements to prevent its disclosure. This must be the most dangerous virus humanity has ever encountered, Song Hung said after reviewing the virus analysis. While taking the virus seriously, he was also gearing up for new research challenges. Since the authorities hadn't directly arrested Zhang Jing, and Zhang Jing himself was extremely intelligent and cautious. He hadn't sought medical treatment in China in recent years. It was impossible to extract samples from him. Forcing a medical examination excuse would certainly arouse his suspicion. Therefore, the project team adopted Lin Shi's suggestion to take samples from Zhang Jing's blood relatives. Lin Shi knew perfectly well that antibodies existed in cerebrospinal fluid, but such a precise answer couldn't be given directly. She had already demonstrated extraordinary abilities in iVirus research, and couldn't be the one to simply report the standard answers. Like a highly difficult exam, a high score would garner praise, but consistently achieving perfect scores would raise suspicions. With the project team's efficient operation, antibodies were quickly extracted from the cerebrospinal fluid of Lin Shi, Lin Cheng, Lin Yi, Lin Jie, and Gu Yixuan. These antibodies had both overlapping and different components. Lin Cheng, Lin Yi, and Gu Yixuan had the most antibodies, indicating they were more closely related to Zhang Jing. Next came the research on multispecific antibodies. Lin Shi had published several papers on multispecific antibody research, making her a rising star in the medical research field. However, what many didn't know was that her abilities and skill in specific research tasks were no less than those of her predecessors, who had dedicated years to this field. Some praised Lin Shi's extraordinary talent and promising future. But Lin Shi herself knew that her current achievements were the result of tireless study and experimentation in both her past and present lives. Developing a vaccine often takes years, or even remains unsolved. In the previous life, even with the combined efforts of the entire scientific research team, it took 5 years to fully develop a vaccine. This world can't wait that long. While Lin Shi couldn't directly reveal the answer, as a participant, she could appropriately advance the research process. For example, during the research on multispecific antibodies, she intentionally or unintentionally hinted to Song Hung, giving him inspiration. For example, when developing adjuvants after antibody research, Lin Shi subtly narrowed down the possibilities for Gui Xingyuan. In her previous life, Lin Shi was a key member of the vaccine research project, commonly known as the researcher who invented the vaccine. However, the vaccine success was a joint effort between Song Heng's team at the time, and later the Central Base Research Institute's Laboratory No. 3. Song Heng and Gui Xingyuan played a significant guiding role for Lin Shi. Without Song Heng's mentorship and Gui Xingyuan's support, Lin Shi could not have completed vaccine research before 2033, and might never have. The saying one generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade holds some truth. Existing scientific research and technology are all developed based on the research of predecessors. Lin Shi, as a future successor, returned these credits to those who came before, and she remains an important participant. The virus test strip was invented before the vaccine. Among the 3 important tools, antiviral agents, vaccines, and test strips, the test strip was the easiest to develop. After successful research, relevant departments secretly contacted medical device factories to mass produce it, and it would soon be put into inspection at major customs. With Lin Shi's constant visits and subtle, insightful hints during casual conversations, the antiviral agent was also quickly developed. March 29, 2025. Arrested. Lin Shi stared at those 3 simple words for a long time. At this moment, she felt neither the excitement of disbelief nor the relief of calm. Because, based on her painful experiences in previous lives, accidents often arrive before tomorrow. The fact that Zhang Jing had an overseas team behind him perfectly illustrates this point. The first message Lin Shi replied to, when she picked up her phone this time, was his message. 33. I also completed my research and am now putting it into production. 33. He was arrested. Are there any others? Lu Wei didn't give her a direct answer, but instead said they could talk in person sometime. It seems to be classified, a secret that makes it inconvenient to leave behind any evidence. April 20th, 2025. Lin Shi and Song Heng boarded a flight back to Nanhua. Song Heng's bald patch had grown even larger. He was now both delighted and somewhat incredulous. It's hard to imagine that such a highly virulent virus could be conquered so quickly. Lin Shi was frantically replying to messages, echoing, indeed, indeed. Many hands make light work. Song Heng crossed his hands on his knees, his profile scrutinizing Lin Shi. Feeling his gaze, Lin Shi was momentarily confused about his intentions. She tentatively asked, "Are you worried about the lack of clinical trial data to prove the vaccine's feasibility?" This was a question Song Heng had been concerned about. Song Heng, not really. Then what is it? Song Heng narrowed his eyes, then suddenly whispered, Dean Guo and academician Shen both said that they were inspired by your casual remarks at a certain stage, which helped them avoid many trial and error steps and thus accelerated the entire project's progress. And when I was researching multi-specific antibodies, I also overheard you casually mentioning crucial information. How do you know so much about viruses? Lin Shi blinked, suddenly realizing that Song Hung had become wiser, in terms of emotional intelligence. He had always been focused on scientific research, rarely paying attention to people. Wishing Yuan and the other senior academicians knew that Lin Shi, the youngest researcher in the team, was Song Heng's student. After the research project was completed and everyone was less stressed, everyone praised Lin Shi to Song Hung. Gradually, Song Hung heard many people say, Lin Shi casually said something like XXXX, and I thought of triple X. Too many coincidences. Song Heng's gaze sharpened. From virus analysis to inactivation drug development and vaccine formulation, 3 different projects. How could you possibly mention the key information in all of them? You must be... Lin Shi swallowed hard. Could Song Hung have guessed that she was reborn with the standard answers? The next moment, Song Heng's expression turned serious. You have a great talent for medical research. Given time, you will definitely surpass your teacher. Good child, go back to Nanhua and work hard. Hurry back to the lab. Let's study the XX virus together. My project has been stalled for a long time because of researching the I virus vaccine. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the first sentence, then laughed and cried at the same time. Teacher, please forgive me. After selling their old house in the urban village of Nanhua's D district, Lin Shi's family temporarily rented a 2-bedroom apartment. Compared to their old house in the urban village, this apartment was newer, but somewhat cramped. Now that Lin Shi has returned, she feels empty. Lin Yi and Zhao Qiong are still in their hometown in Yunxiang, and no one is taking care of this place. She messaged Xiang Xian, and at Xiang Xian's enthusiastic invitation, moved into her home in Nanhua, saving Lin Shi the trouble of cleaning. So? Is there a chance for me to perform? Xiang Xian was very excited to see Lin Shi, her expression serious as she paid homage to the anime character. I dedicate my heart to my country. Lin Shi looked at Xiang Xian's expectant gaze, and shook her head reluctantly. This child had always wanted to be a passionate young hero saving the world, but she had never had the chance to perform. Hearing the second half of the slogan, Lin Shi thought of certain scenes from her previous life, shook her head helplessly, and said softly, then it's better if there's no chance for me to perform. Lu Wei had been out of contact for a while. Given his special status, it was common for him to go several days without replying to messages. Lin Shi exited the messaging page again. Perhaps he was on a secret mission. She sighed deeply. She hadn't even heard anything about the latest developments regarding Zhang Jing before Song Hung dragged her back to the research institute. That old Zhang Jing, who knows what he's been up to, leaving a mess to clean up. His contract was signed in the name of the research institute, and if he doesn't come back soon, it'd expire. Everyone at the research institute knew that Professor Zhang Jing hadn't appeared for a long time, but no one knew the specific reason, and the institute's director was keeping it a secret. Thus, the classic guess arose: he either went abroad, or he got into trouble and went to jail. To some extent, topics that become memes have a universal truth. After Lu Wei returned, he met with Lin Shi to discuss the progress of the incident. It was indeed a very difficult secret mission, but thankfully, it was completed. The 2 paths they had each chosen ultimately converged in one direction. Zhang Zheng's situation is very special. He is suspected of multiple crimes, including endangering public safety and espionage, making it generally difficult to obtain visitation rights. However, Zhang Jing has another special circumstance. He is a virus carrier. His custody and care are being carried out jointly by the police and research institutes. Lin Shi met Zhang Jing. This wasn't the first time she had sat down and talked with Zhang Jing face to face. Back in her previous life, when choosing a mentor, the two had sat facing each other like this. That was when Lin Shi was waiting for the results of her student selection. Now, Zhang Jing is a prisoner awaiting trial. After not seeing him for half a year, Zhang Jing, wearing handcuffs and a mask, sat calmly opposite Lin Shi, his gaze gentle and even kind. My second brother is mediocre and unambitious. I didn't expect you to have such good potential. Lin Shi wasn't surprised he knew her identity. She gently shook her head. My teacher said you're the true gifted one. She, on the other hand, was just an ordinary person, who honed her skills through her rebirth ability. Zhang Zheng's lower face was covered by a special mask, so his expression couldn't be seen. But there was a hint of smugness in his tone. Indeed, Lin Shi had seen him speak before. Just like when he mentioned her father, who was now second brother, Zhang Jing, though middle-aged, possessed a well-mannered facade. He always spoke gently, like a polite gentleman, but his words lacked emotion. Zhang Jing continued, "You and Xiao Xian are very lucky. You weren't born in that poor, remote village of Yunxiang." Lin Shi listened quietly. From Lin Yi's description and Zhang Jing's personal history, she could tell that Zhang Jing disliked Yunxiang. He believed himself to be a highly talented and intelligent person, but trapped in that remote village of Yunxiang, unable to obtain better development and opportunities due to poverty. Lin Shi coughed lightly. "I'm not here to find relatives. Professor Zhang, tell me about the eye virus. You're suspected of espionage, and everyone in your organization was arrested recently." "Oh, I knew the outcome when I was arrested." Zhang Jing wasn't surprised. His demeanor was unusually calm. This terrified Lin Shi. "Zhang Jing, you all cracked the virus. I have nothing to say." "Lin Shi, we deduced that your initial motivation for creating the virus was to cure your own illness, but later you used it in bioweapons research, returning to China as a spy to find an opportunity to poison and cause trouble." "A spy?" Zhang Jing seemed to chuckle. "I created a top-tier virus not just for playing spy games." For Zhang Jing, the small town of Yunxiang couldn't confine him, and the research regulations of Yan country restricted his research projects. Coupled with his health condition, he entered a secret overseas laboratory. But in the eyes of this exceptionally intelligent man, no place could contain him. His stage was the entire world. A certain foreign force simply provided the opportunity. But he wouldn't willingly be used by others. That's why the zombie outbreak first occurred in Yan country in previous lives, but later the entire world was not spared. Chapter 279. Looking at Zhang Jing's calm, even somewhat amiable, eyes, Lin Shi felt a chill run down her spine. In his eyes, this world was merely a giant game platform. He was the protagonist controlling it, going wherever resources and a platform could be provided for his development. No one could keep him there for long except prison. Seeing Lin Shi's lack of reaction, Zhang Jing seemed bored. He raised his handcuffed hands. "I knew your identity when I first saw you at the Research Institute, but I never expected this scene." Lin Shi pursed her lips slightly. She had rehearsed this scene when she pulled out a gun and pointed it at her forehead. Zhang Jing knew her identity, but he didn't know she had deliberately approached him. Lin Shi asked a very naive question. "When you did all this, didn't you consider your family?" Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Shi added, "I mean, Gu Yishuan and Yu Shiyun. Legally speaking, Lin Yi, Lin Cheng, and even Lin Shi could all be considered Zhang Jing's family, but Zhang Jing's complete absence from the Lin family speaks volumes about his attitude towards them. He changed his name to Zhang Jing himself, and he personally chose Yu Shiyun as his second wife. The only one still connected to the past is Gu Yishuan. Zhang Jing left his past in Yunxiang, but brought Gu Yishuan with him. Whether it's the villa in Nanhua or the garrison in Lanhua, Gu Yishuan has a place." "Family?" Zhang Jing repeated the word with a soft chuckle. There was no sarcasm, only bewilderment. Sociologically, family is defined as a group of people recognized by society, bound together by specific relationships, and fulfilling family functions. I tried to build normal social relationships. I was with Yu Shiyun, and then I brought Xiao Xian to live with me, cultivating our relationship and letting her experience the roles of a normal family person." Zhang Jing shook his head, somewhat helplessly. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Lin Shi had known Gu Yishuan for so long, and when Gu Yishuan talked about her father, she only mentioned how talented and wealthy he was, her tone mostly one of admiration and awe, lacking the intimacy of family. Gu Yishuan's relationship with Zhang Jing was even less close than her relationship with Yu Shiyun. Perhaps, as Zhang Jing said, he had indeed prepared himself for ordinary life by starting a family and bringing Gu Yishuan to live with him, but he was inherently emotionally impoverished. All his actions towards his family stemmed from his understanding of society, rather than genuine care and love. He used his knowledge and upbringing to play the role of a father, taking care of her needs, but unable to provide true fatherly love. He would do everything in his power to ensure his family's living conditions. Even when a virus was deliberately released, causing a zombie outbreak, he still provided a safe haven for his family. Even after moving abroad, he never abandoned them. These were all pieces of information Lin Shi pieced together from Gu Yishuan's experiences in her previous life. When Lin Shi came to her senses, she found Zhang Jing staring intently at her. Even with his hands cuffed, he maintained a gentle gaze. Zhang Jing asked, "Now I remember back in Lan country, Xiao Xian invited friends over to her home. Did you start intentionally getting close to Xiao Xian from then on?" Lin Shi didn't deny it. Zhang Jing sighed and chuckled, "My second brother is a dull, honest man. When we were little, I never thought I'd be defeated by his daughter. He wasn't angry, but somewhat resentful. Could you tell me when you started investigating me? This question left Lin Shi somewhat bewildered. The events of her past life were too complicated to unravel, so she would start calculating from this life. Lin Shi said, 12 years ago. Zhang Jing tilted his head, a glint of light flashing across his glasses. His calm gaze finally shifted to surprise. Back then, Xiao Xian was still in junior high school in Yunxiang. To avoid Zhang Jing misunderstanding that his approach to Gu Yishuan was simply to get closer to his blood relative, Lin Shi emphasized, 12 years ago, my first approach to Gu Yishuan was for today. Zhang Jing, 12 years ago, Lin Shi was only 13 years old. After that initial surprise, Zhang Jing calmed down. 13 years old could do so many things. For example, Zhang Jing at 13 was already capable of doing things that would terrify his parents. This seemingly harmless niece before him might possess extraordinary wisdom and abilities, just like him. But his intuition told him that Lin Shi wasn't the same kind of person as him. At least, her eyes weren't calm, inadvertently revealing a lot of emotions. Lin Shi was unaware of these thoughts. As the conversation neared its end and Lin Shi prepared to leave, Zhang Jing suddenly spoke up. From a social psychology perspective, a person feels guilty when they intentionally approach and exploit a friend. Do you feel guilty towards Xiao Xian because of this? Lin Shi smiled and solemnly shook her head. Zhang Jing then asked, so far, I haven't used the virus to do anything detrimental to society. The opportunity to create the virus was only to save lives. But your revelations have trapped me here, facing the death penalty. I want to know, how do you feel now that you achieved your goal? Lin Shi said sincerely, I'm glad. I made it in time. I won't feel any guilt or unease towards you or Gu Yishuan. Because from today onwards, everyone will be saved. Lin Shi, with the same gentle expression and firm voice as Zhang Jing before, said, I think you should face legal judgment. You deserve to die. Even if you haven't committed any wrongdoing yet. Whether Zhang Jing created the virus intentionally or unintentionally, he was the one who actively brought it into the overseas biochemical laboratory and a key participant in the future poisoning operation. Regardless of his grievances or reasons, the fact remains that countless people lost their lives, and Lin Shi died 12 times. Lu Wei, Xiang Xian, Liang Hui, Yang Yiqing, Feng Shui, and Song Heng's entire team, and even 70% of humanity, lost their lives because of it. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Zhang Jing finally showed surprise. At the same time as Zhang Jing's arrest, relevant departments arrested a group of foreign spies who had been turned. Virus test strips were sent to various customs offices, and for the next period of time, imported products would be strictly inspected to ensure that no virus entered the country. Vaccines and antiviral agents were also mass-produced and sent to various cities. For a long time to come, the borders and major cities will be under martial law. However, most people are unaware of this change. Under the cover of darkness, the relevant departments quietly made all the preparations. The people lived peacefully on this land, completely unaware that they had quietly survived a catastrophe. Chapter 280. Yun Village. You're 30 years old, can't you be a little more ambitious? Don't just stay home watching boxing all day. Look at your sister, I heard she participated in some experiment, won an award, and got a big bonus. Lin Jie clicked his tongue. Dad, why do you always bring her up? Zhang Xiuan chimed in at the opportune moment. Lin Jie is ambitious, but she doesn't have time for her parents. Our Lin Jie is filial. Isn't that good enough? Lin Cheng paced back and forth a few times, then began to agree with his wife. He remembered his mother's attitude when she was alive. What's the use of a son being successful? Only those who are by your side can be relied upon. For Lin Shi's grandmother, although Lin Yi was filial and relatively well off, he had lived in Nanhua for a long time and wasn't around. Lin Cheng, although ordinary, had always lived with her in the familiar Yun village. So for Lin Shi's grandmother, Lin Cheng was more reliable. So he felt relieved. At least Lin Jie seemed filial. D District Urban Village. The old stairwell was filled with the smell of cooking oil. You old hag, installing your range hood ducked in the hallway shameless. Li Rong cursed. However, Gu Lanwan next door remained unmoved, busily preparing several more dishes. Her son's family was coming home for dinner today, and she had prepared several dishes. It seemed the fumes would linger in the hallway for a while. The soundproofing in the old apartment building was poor, and Li Rong's deliberately amplified cursing naturally didn't escape Gu Lanwan's ears. Gu Lanwan didn't rush out to argue with her, but instead chopped even louder on the cutting board. She was plotting in her mind to teach Li Rong a lesson. But how? This was a society governed by law. She couldn't use her numbers to beat or kill someone. She could only spread rumors about Li Rong within her social circle. She was relatively free and enjoyed visiting neighbors, getting along well with everyone in the next building. Spreading rumors among the neighbors to inflict some magical damage on Li Rong was the only revenge she could think of at the moment. After finishing cooking, Gu Lanlan opened the window and shouted down, "Old man, come back for dinner." Yang Hua and Fu Minjun had just finished a game of chess and were now exchanging barbs, promising to play again. "Next time I definitely crush you." Fu Minjun, "Don't talk big. Chess isn't just about having a lot of people. Try it next time without anyone helping you." Meanwhile, the apartment on the third floor where Lin Shi used to live had already moved in with new residents, who were slowly integrating into the community. Yang Xian and Xiaoya appeared in the neighborhood with their child, Lei Bao. They stopped briefly at a shop and bought some fruit. Ding Yang's son, Ding Ji, was playing video games while minding the shop. When someone asked a question, Ding Ji glanced at the shop and casually quoted a price. Xiaoya mouthed, "So dark." Lei Bao, however, was completely captivated by the watermelon. Just then, a young woman with a pregnant belly came out. Zhang Qianqiang patted Ding Ji. "Watch the shop properly, don't overcharge." She touched her belly, now happy to see children, even the notoriously mischievous Lei Bao. "If the little one likes it, I give you an apple." Ding Ji had clicked his tongue impatiently earlier, so Zhang Qianqiang didn't dare change the price, and could only offer a small fruit. Xiaoya accepted and thanked her. "Thank you." She continued, "How many months pregnant are you?" Zhang Qianqiang gently touched her belly. 5 months, I can already hear the heartbeat." Xiaoya casually remarked, "It'd definitely be a healthy child." Zhang Qianqiang smiled and nodded. The hospital checkup showed the child was perfectly healthy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would hear the baby's loud cry in a few months, welcoming a new life. She hoped the child wouldn't be as lazy and heartless as his father. The Ding family had run this small shop for 2 generations, known for its exorbitant prices and bad reputation in the area. However, because the father and son were powerful, others only gossiped behind their backs. Outwardly, they maintained good neighborly relations. After arriving in this family, Zhang Qianqiang wasn't infected by the greedy and vicious atmosphere. She hoped her child would be the same. In a small workshop, Su Fang's high heels clicked, accompanied by the sound of bells. Hearing the commotion, the female workers in the workshop all stopped dozing off, nudging each other's still sleepy co-workers. "Get up, get up. Boss Su is here." He Ying, a seasoned veteran of the factory, said, "Xiao Fang is a very nice person. It's all right. Don't be afraid of her." Outside, Su Fang had already walked in carrying 4 leashes, a golden retriever, a chihuahua, a Doberman, and a little dog followed her into the small workshop. The dogs sniffed around, their noses twitching. This was Su Fang's small dog food workshop. Most of the dog food there wasn't compliant with regulations, but to boost sales, she added a lot of additives to attract the pets' appetites. Su Fang's pets were naturally attracted by the smell. But Su Fang tugged on the leashes. "Don't eat it. Wait until mom earns money to buy you better food." A person making unscrupulous dog food was, in private, a seasoned dog lover, but only for her own dogs. Su Fang inspected the small workshop and said to Ying, "And he, how many times have I told you? Don't bring your family here. This is a small factory, not a shelter. There will be a fine next time." Ying had just said she was easy to talk to, but she was scolded instead, and now she looked embarrassed. The small workshop operated quietly, not knowing when it would be shut down. Before that, Su Fang was still making grand plans. "If sales go up this quarter, after giving you all your bonuses, I can buy another beagle." Changsheng Factory. Gu Yifeng was planning to fire a group of long-serving but cynical and slow-moving employees. Dealing with these people was not easy. They had worked here for most of their lives, formed cliques, and if not handled properly, could easily shake the foundation of Changsheng Factory. Looking at the list of troublesome old hands, Gu Yifeng sighed deeply. If only these workers had no ideas, only knew how to work hard without getting tired. But how could such a creature exist? The era of fully automated production by robots hadn't arrived yet. They had to make do with these old workers. Having his accommodation revoked after being summoned for questioning, Zhu Yongqiang and his wife had no choice but to move out and rent a garage near the Changsheng Factory. Without a house or money, Zhu Yongqiang, who had spent half his life struggling, saw that the Changsheng Factory was unreliable and could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. His wife couldn't bear to see him like this and complained, "Can't you be a little more ambitious? Yu doesn't expect you to make a lot of money. We just need to work honestly to support ourselves. But you got into a fight and were kicked out of the factory housing. Now this room is tiny. How will you stay when she comes back? Zhu Yongqiang, half drunk, with his eyes downcast and slurring his words, retorted defiantly, you know what? What do you know? I'm strong. If this were ancient times, I'd definitely be a general. This era is wrong. If there were anywhere where I could use my skills, I make sure you and your daughter never had a good life. However, the era he hoped for would never come. After the zombie outbreak, society lost its order, exposing the ugliest aspects of human nature. It's often said that the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse is human nature. But that's not entirely true. Lin Shi believes the most terrifying thing is the zombies themselves. As long as the zombie outbreak doesn't occur and social order doesn't collapse, everyone can still coexist peacefully in this law-abiding society. They harbor evil thoughts, are greedy, despairing, and ordinary. Yet, they thrive on life. Chapter 281. Nanhua Biological Research Institute. After finishing the iVirus research project, Lin Shi took a short vacation and then returned here. Everyone within the research institute knew that Lin Shi had received national-level commendations and awards. Her recent disappearance with Song Hung was due to participating in a classified research project. Song Hung and Lin Shi both returned, but Zhang Jing, who had also disappeared, never returned to the research institute. His experimental and commercial projects were all reassigned by the institute, so everyone knew that Zhang Jing would never return. The espionage trial was not open to the public, and apart from Lin Shi, no one knew Zhang Jing's whereabouts. When the director of the Nanhua Biological Research Institute was assigning projects under Zhang Jing's name at a meeting, Lin Shi saw a familiar company. It was a medical device production project. With little research component, it was a commercial project. Because the familiar company appeared, Lin Shi became very interested in it. Lin Shi volunteered to take over the project. She was initially quite junior at the research institute, but due to her participation in the iVirus research project, she received commendation from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and is now highly regarded by the director. The project itself wasn't particularly difficult. Zhang Jing had already handled most of it, and Lin Shi only needed to complete the final tasks. The director had no objections, and readily assigned the project to Lin Shi. Song Hung, however, glared at Lin Shi repeatedly. After the meeting, Song Hung took the opportunity to pull Lin Shi aside for a talk. Lin, I feel like you become a bit lax since you came back? No way. Lin Shi instinctively retorted, but then realized she had indeed become somewhat relaxed. Imagine a sword that's been hanging over your head for decades suddenly being taken away. Anyone would feel a bit swayed. Song Hung said earnestly, child, scientific research requires patience. You have excellent aptitude, but you need to calm down and correct your attitude to go further on this path. Lin Shi was stunned. Go further on this path? But she wasn't a born researcher. What would her future hold? Song Hung finally got to the point. Don't be like that old geezer Zhang Jing, who started chasing fame and fortune after achieving some success. Hearing that name, Lin Shi gave a wry smile. Song Hung added, come back and work hard. Our team can't do without you. Lin Shi felt a chill run down her spine. It's not like we can't do without me. Zhao Jing, Chu Shuren, and senior sister Ding are all here. Song Heng's original team consisted entirely of outstanding researchers. For example, there's Zhao Jing, who started ahead of Lin Shi, Chu Shuren, who always speaks timidly but has a strong will to survive, and a thirst for knowledge, and Ding Yan, who is capable, decisive, and always puts her family first. Each person's personality shapes their role in Lin Shi's post-apocalyptic memories. Seeing Lin Shi go off to work on commercial projects, Song Hung is getting anxious. Just like with Zhang Jing, although he dislikes Zhang Jing's pursuit of fame and fortune, he admires his scientific talent. Song Hung is unaware that the terrifying iVirus was created by Zhang Jing. Song Hung scratches his head in anxiety. Of course, he has very little hair, so he's just scratching his receding hairline. Lin Shi smiles gently. Professor, please take care of yourself. Your J-Virus research project will definitely be a success. Zhao Jing pats her shoulder. Why are you saying that? It feels like a farewell? Lin Shi shook her head. Zhao Jing helped her organize some project materials, and asked when she had a moment. I suddenly thought, didn't you already have the answer to that question about vaccine stabilizer research? Why didn't you draw a conclusion first, but waited until I finished analyzing and published the paper before submitting your assignment? Lin Shi lowered her eyes and packed her things. You're overthinking it. Because those were achievements that originally belonged to Zhao Jing in the initial world. As a reborn transmigrator, Lin Shi did not steal achievements that didn't belong to her. Her achievements were only in multispecific antibody research and viral vaccines. And for these, she was just one important member among millions of participants. She received the achievements she deserved. Sister, I'm bankrupt, sob sob sob. I said I'd treat you to a seafood feast when you came back, but now I can't afford it, sob sob sob. The girl shed some genuine tears. Another well-dressed older woman beside her patted her shoulder and sighed, "You're not completely bankrupt. I can still give you some living expenses." Gu Yixuan nuzzled Yu Shiyun's arm. "You're so kind." Lin Shi knew the two of them were close. Even without Zhang Jing, Gu Yixuan and Yu Shiyun wouldn't have lost touch. Although Gu Yixuan no longer had a father who could constantly generate wealth, she was a working adult. Starting today, supporting herself shouldn't be a problem. Everyone grows up. Lin Shi spent 12 lives to grow and save the world. Gu Yixuan only needed to manage her finances, especially with Yu Shiyun by her side. Lin Shi handed her the taro cake she had bought. "Here, your favorite taro cake. Eat it and stop crying." Gu Yixuan rubbed her eyes, taking the cake with a hint of delight. "Isn't this my favorite cake from college? How did you know about it?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Because Gu Yixuan, Lin Shi's roommate in the initial world, loved to order Lin Shi around. Whenever she knew Lin Shi was in Area A, she asked her to bring back a cake. Back then, this cake was a trendy item online. Lin Shi, not good at refusing others, thought she'd buy it for her, but ended up queuing for half an hour at the trendy shop. Of course, Gu Yixuan wasn't without boundaries. She transferred double the money to Lin Shi, the other half as a treat for the cake. Lin Shi remembered what Zhang Jing had said. "Do you feel guilty when you see Gu Yixuan?" At the time, Lin Shi firmly said no. But seeing Gu Yixuan still made her feel a little awkward. This world, thanks to her and Lu Wei's efforts, was saved, achieving the goal of only the young lady being injured. Lin Shi pinched her cheek. "It's okay, I treat you to a seafood feast." Gu Yixuan pinched Lin Shi's cheek back, her tone sweet and innocent. "How can you be so kind? My cousin fell from the sky. Speaking of which, we've been friends for so many years, I never imagined we were cousins." Lin Shi let her pinch her cheek for a while, then sincerely said, "We were good friends in our past lives, that's why we're destined to be sisters in this life." Gu Yixuan pinched her cheek even harder. "EW. Why are you talking so slick now? Even slicker than the simp who's chasing me." Ha ha ha. Lin Shi felt much more at ease. Although the young lady's life had changed, she hadn't changed as a person. They were both strong adults. After joking around for a while, Lin Shi and Yu Shiyun started chatting. "How have you been lately, Engineer Yu?" Yu Shiyun looked a little tired. "I was shocked and saddened when I first found out, but the studio is so busy that I haven't had time to think about those things." Although the iVirus was a classified project, as time went on, more and more people would gradually learn about it. Yu Shiyun's design studio, specializing in safe interior design, suddenly saw a surge in orders, marking a significant breakthrough in her career. Everyone was doing well. Chapter 282. That's it? Yeah. It's over just like that. Really? Yeah. So I really won't have a chance to perform. Yeah. The girl in front of him sighed. "I heard I once held the rank of colonel." That's impressive. Lin Shi gave her a thumbs up. The disappointment in Xiang Xian's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright smile. She asked Lin Shi, "And you were once academician Dean Lin, who saved the world, and now you're just a junior staff member?" Lin Shi smiled and shook his head. "No regrets. I'm perfectly content with my current life." "Really?" Xiang Xian rested her chin on her hand. "Although I don't have memories of my past life, I watched a lot of horror movies, and know that feeling of despair. More than achievements, preserving my current life is the best." Yes, yes. Lin Shi looked at the warm smiling face before him. This was good enough. The next moment, Xiang Xian scratched her head. "But real life is so boring. I need to find something to do. How about I draw a post-apocalyptic comic, based on your story?" Lin Shi and Xiang Xian seriously discussed the feasibility of this idea. Lin Shi suggested, "Then you can start from my 12th life. Write about the female protagonist encountering zombies, being reborn as a medical researcher, and then blah blah blah. That's what that life is about." Xiang Xian, "The previous lives can't be omitted either." Lin Shi, "The previous lives were too pathetic and useless, so boring. The protagonist should be courageous and forge ahead." She had kept some of her past pathetic experiences from Xiang Xian, because Xiang Xian still saw her as a shining example. Xiang Xian, I don't think we can remove it. A brave protagonist is great, and you, constantly growing, are great too. Really? Lin Shi was still a little insecure. Could that useless version of herself, whom she had once despised, really be the protagonist? Will people like this kind of story? They will, I think. Xiang Xian added firmly, they will. Anyway, I like you. Okay. I like you too. Xiang Xian pouted. What about Brother Lu? Huh? You mean his role in the story? Xiang Xian raised an eyebrow. I mean, you and Brother Lu have known each other for so many years, both fighting to save the world. Now that it's over, have you two been in contact? He's very busy. The relevant departments have ordered a temporary state of emergency in major cities, and the two haven't seen each other since Lin Shi left the secret laboratory and returned to Nanhua. They have a joint account with a doomsday fund they both saved. It provides necessary financial support for their respective affairs. In the first few years after opening the account, they were both very young, and the money on the card was often used up for various plans. Over the past few years, both of them have been doing very well in their respective careers, and bonuses have been steadily going in. Now there's a considerable sum. The apocalypse is over, so this fund will probably have to stop. I need to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Xiongda about the money in the account, to see how best to allocate it. I'm planning to bring my parents back and buy a new house. My current income. Lin Shi rambled on, and Xiang Xian looked at her expression somewhat speechlessly. What's wrong? Xiang Xian, nothing. When can we get together with Brother Lu? Lin Shi, oh, he said he'd be back the day after tomorrow and asked me to have dinner with him. Xiang Xian, wow. He didn't invite me or Hai Wang. That day is May 20th. Lin Shi shook her head, but I'm busy. Lin Shi, I signed up for the National Women's Sanda League. The finals are that night. Xiang Xian, Hai Wang said he felt sorry for Brother Lu for a second, so I feel sorry for him for a second too. Why did you insist on participating in that competition? Lin Shi, because when we first met, you suggested I participate in that competition. It just so happened that it was May 20th, and Lin Shi had more important things to do then, so she didn't participate. That promise was finally fulfilled in this life. Good sister. Xiang Xian hugged Lin Shi. Lin Shi added, although I stood him up, I asked him to meet me the next day. Xiang Xian. The next day is May 21st. Xiang Xian, resting her chin on her hand, whispered, you guys have lived a long time. Brother Lu is getting old. Lin Shi chuckled, I'm about the same. You used to idolize Brother Lu. Really? Yes. You even touched his abs. Xiang Xian's eyes widened. No. Forget about that. I don't know anything about it. Ha ha ha. May 20th, 2025. 10 a.m. Lin Shi, dressed in a sophisticated business suit, looked radiant, a stark contrast to the busy employees in the elevator. A familiar face appeared in the elevator. Li Sijia, carrying a coffee delivery, wore a bitter expression, her free hand fiddling with her phone, sending messages. Lin Shi, being tall, glanced at the screen and saw the message. Group chat sharing the good times and leaving the bad 3. There used to be 4 people in this group, but Lin Shi is no longer there. Li Sijia complained in the group. My takeout has arrived, but 360 said there's an extra person in charge from the research institute and asked me to prepare an extra cup of coffee. Can I pour these 4 cups of coffee on the faces of 4 people, give the last person a wicked smile, and say you're lucky? The elevator arrived quickly, and Li Sijia and Lin Shi stepped out at the same time. They politely declined each other's offer and smiled at each other. 20 minutes later, in the conference room. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Shi, the project leader from the Nanhua Biological Research Institute. Lin Shi looked at the familiar faces and nodded calmly in greeting. The next moment, Zhou Ling appeared with Li Sijia and Wei Shehen carrying trays. It seems that the department assisting with the reception for this meeting is still the same one. The meeting is about to begin, and the assistants are personally serving tea and snacks. The 5th cup of coffee was placed in front of Lin Shi. San is so cool. Xiang Xian squeezed the Sanda champion badge on Lin Shi's chest. Not far away, Feng Shui, who had won the runner-up title, glanced over and smiled at Lin Shi, her eyes filled with respect and congratulations for her opponent. Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. On the way back, Xiang Xian asked, you have the ability to be reborn, but you didn't take Xiao Jing's scientific research achievement, yet you took Feng Shui's championship. Lin Shi playfully punched her. That's different. My Sanda skills are the result of 3 lifetimes of hard training. I beat Feng Shui, who grew up in peacetime, through sheer strength. Most importantly, achievements before May 20th, 2025, our history created by others, but from today onwards, my achievements belong to the future. Good, 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 our champion San San is the best. Let's go, Xiong Air is waiting for us for a late-night snack. They met at the next intersection, and saw another familiar figure. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. She walked up to him, but the question that blurted out instinctively was, how much is the shirt? Her voice was a little loud, attracting the attention of those around her. 9 pounds and 15 pence. Someone answered her, while others turned and whispered, 15 pounds is how many pence again? 9 pounds and 15 pence. Many young people knew this inside joke. Hearing this code word in public, everyone instinctively continued the sentence, as if it had triggered some kind of resonance. They exchanged smiles. Our era is dawning. Chapter 283 Extra Chapter. Gu Yixuan knew from a young age that she was different from most children. She took her mother's surname. Her father was absent, missing most of her childhood. When Gu Yixuan was little, she would ask her mother, "Why doesn't daddy live with us?" Later, she gradually learned the word divorce, and heard that children from divorced families usually lived with either their father or mother. So Gu Yixuan got used to living without a father. She lived with her mother at her maternal grandparents' house, or more precisely, her paternal grandparents' house. Since she took her mother's surname, her mother's parents were her grandparents. Her grandparents ran a small factory in Yunxiang, and their income was quite considerable for that underdeveloped city. Gu Yixuan was pampered by her elders as a child. Her standard of living was only slightly better than her peers, which compensated for the absence of a father. However, the father, who had never appeared, began to appear in Gu Yixuan's ears. Around the time Gu Yixuan and her mother suddenly moved out of their ancestral home, the family's wealth increased significantly. Gu Yixuan began receiving a constant stream of new designer clothes, shoes, and an inexhaustible allowance. Although her mother didn't explicitly say so, Gu Yixuan knew it was from her father. Her father made his entrance in a manner famous in literature. His voice preceded his appearance. There were many things Gu Yixuan didn't ask, but she knew in her heart. Her difference from other children stemmed from an old-fashioned marriage. Because her father's family was relatively poor, he married her mother through a matrilocal marriage. But it was clear that her father was now far wealthier than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't so readily send so much money for living expenses. Around the age of 8, Gu Yixuan met her father for the first time. He didn't return to Yunxiang. Instead, her mother took her to Nanhua to meet him. The man and her mother seemed unfamiliar with each other. They didn't even exchange greetings. He was expressionless. When he saw Gu Yixuan, he merely lowered his gaze slightly, neither crouching nor bending down, simply greeting her with a haughty, "Hello, Xiaoxian." His tone was devoid of warmth, which Gu Yixuan disliked. The man didn't seem to like her either. Dislike didn't mean hatred, he just gave off a cold feeling. But his wallet was more welcoming than his person, compensating for any lack of human kindness with money. In the following years, Gu Yixuan saw her father several times a year. His cold image in Gu Yixuan's mind changed. Each time they met, he seemed gentler, sometimes bringing her toys. Then he would conclude, in an analytical manner, that social research showed 10-year-old girls indeed liked these things. Gu Yixuan knew he was learning to be a father. Around the age of 14, her father suggested taking Gu Yixuan to live with him in Nanhua. By then, Zhang Zheng had already managed to blend into social situations and act like a normal person, becoming more gentle with Gu Yixuan. Considering the better educational resources and living conditions in Nanhua, her mother agreed to let Gu Yixuan go with her father. At that time, Gu Yixuan didn't resist her father. However, after arriving in Nanhua, Gu Yixuan gradually discovered that her father was still a cold person at heart. His kindness towards her seemed to come from books, how to treat children, how to handle family relationships. In short, this family lacked human warmth. But they were extremely wealthy. Chapter 284 Extra Chapter. Gu Yixuan gradually learned about Zhang Zheng's job and became proud of it. Initially, they tried to build a relationship, but failed. Zhang Zheng treated Gu Yixuan well, but lacked patience. He wouldn't get angry about her grades like other parents, but he also lacked the patience to educate Gu Yixuan. Sometimes Gu Yixuan felt that Zhang Zheng was just raising a pet, seeing it was enough. No need for much interaction. So, lacking companionship, Gu Yixuan adopted 2 cats. Zhang Zheng didn't like it and set rules, such as where the cats couldn't be and what time they couldn't go upstairs. But this home wasn't so boring for Gu Yixuan anymore. Another year passed. A new member joined Gu Yixuan's family. Her name was Yu Shiyun, and she was said to be a designer. Gu Yixuan didn't dislike her. She was a woman with strong boundaries and a straightforward personality. Although she couldn't bring herself to call her mom, As family, Yu Shiryun seemed easier to get along with than Zhang Jing. Before she knew it, Gu Yixuan reached university age. Her academic abilities were far inferior to Zhang Jing's, but she still managed to get into Nanhua University, a local university. Upon entering university, she began communal living, which Gu Yixuan found difficult to adapt to. The dormitories were too small, crowded, and no one was accommodating towards her. She roughly knew she wasn't popular among girls, but she hadn't expected to be ostracized in the dormitory. Gu Yixuan was unhappy. While Zhang Jing couldn't cheer her up, he could solve her problems. Zhang Jing was a professor at Nanhua University. He could easily use his connections to get Gu Yixuan a different dormitory. Gu Yixuan, pushing her luck, demanded, "I want to commute." Renting or buying a place near Nanhua University wouldn't be difficult for Zhang Jing. But sometimes classes were spread out, and Gu Yixuan needed to go back to her dorm to rest. She was assigned to share a dorm with girls from the accounting department. This dorm had 2 normal people, and 1 very easygoing person. The normal person would speak up when she was annoyed. The easygoing Lin, she wouldn't bother Gu Yixuan. She just didn't talk to people much. To be precise, Lin she wasn't easygoing, but rather she didn't know how to argue. Gu Yixuan quickly discovered that this girl had something in common with her. Both were in the crowd, yet detached from it, maintaining social connections, but not truly connecting with anyone. Gu Yixuan had heard about Lin Shi's family situation from somewhere. This girl was even more lonely than herself, orphaned and seemingly quite poor. Not openly poor, but in the eyes of a rich girl, most people were poor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have felt she was showing off and looked down on her. Lin Shi was an exception. She didn't seem to dislike Gu Yixuan, at least not outwardly. The young lady felt she and Lin Shi could do mutually beneficial things. For example, she asked Lin Shi where she was, and if it was on her way, ask her to run errands like picking up packages or bringing back things, or have her sign in for her. The young lady wouldn't let anyone work for free, of course. She reciprocated with some money or small gifts. But Lin Shi refused, only declining Gu Yixuan's requests when it wasn't on her way. In Gu Yixuan's eyes, Lin Shi was utterly ordinary. Although she signed in for every class, her grades weren't particularly good. After class, she watched dramas, sleep, and occasionally go shopping with her roommates, just like most well-behaved female college students. Chapter 285 Extra Chapter May 20th, 2025. Don't go out today. Hearing the cold instruction, Gu Yixuan was somewhat surprised. This was one of the few times Zhang Jing had disciplined her since she became an adult. And, "It's a workday, Dad. I have to go to work." Gu Yixuan flashed a sweet smile. Actually, the meager income from work couldn't even compare to her weekly allowance. For Gu Yixuan, the newly opened coffee shop in Area A was a must-go. Zhang Jing glanced at her, his eyes gentle but not with the affection one would show a daughter, more like the sense of responsibility one would show a pet. Zhang Jing didn't insist. "You better listen to me." He left, leaving Gu Yixuan completely bewildered. She shrugged at Yu Shiryun. "What does he mean by that?" Yu Shiryun shook her head. Neither of them really understood Zhang Jing and this family. Without hearing a valid reason, Gu Yixuan still went out. She worked half a day, then went out for afternoon tea. Just as she finished editing her photo, and was about to post it on WeChat Moments, a message popped up from Green Bubble. The name was somewhat unfamiliar to Gu Yixuan. "Are you doing well at Nanhua?" Looking at the nickname, Lin Shi's face flashed into Gu Yixuan's mind. She was a strange college roommate, a top student, who always sat in the front row and listened attentively in every class, whether it was a major course or an easy one, and who would travel every day to the martial arts gym in the center of Nanhua to practice Sanda, Chinese kickboxing. She was a highly energetic person. But as far as Gu Yixuan knew, Lin Shi didn't stay at Nanhua after graduation. Instead, through her, she found Yu Shiryun and built a house in the remote Yunxiang, where she lived in seclusion. Although she didn't know the exact location of Lin Shi's house, Gu Yixuan had grown up in Yunxiang and knew that even in the city center, that small place had little room for development. She wondered what Lin Shi was thinking, someone who grew up in Nanhua insisting on returning to her hometown. Seeing her old classmate's sudden concern, Gu Yixuan casually replied, "The newly opened Inn Coffee is very nice," and sent a newly edited photo. "How is Nanhua now?" Lin Shi asked again. Gu Yixuan felt confused. What did he mean by "how is Nanhua now?" She replied, "Are you asking about Nanhua's GDP?" Lin Shi pressed for details, such as where Gu Yixuan was now, and what the surrounding area was like. Gu Yixuan felt a chill run down her spine. This was how the simps, who were pursuing her, would trick her into revealing information, and then suddenly appear in her social circle. The two chatted for a few nonsensical minutes, with Lin Shi only asking about the situation in Nanhua. Gu Yixuan went home early that day because Zhang Jing had told her not to go out, and she wanted to get home before he got off work. It was this thought that saved Gu Yixuan from disaster. Half an hour after she arrived home, a zombie outbreak occurred in Nanhua. When she first saw the news, Gu Yixuan forwarded it as a joke. The realistic videos were mistaken for scenes from a movie, until news about the zombies flooded her social media feed. That day, no one liked her beautiful pictures. Most of the people she knew were in Nanhua, and they were all in chaos after the outbreak. Although Gu Yixuan's home wasn't at the epicenter, Hongwen Hospital, it was still in the central area of Nanhua, and the zombies quickly spread there. Gu Yixuan and Yu Shiyun were at home, immediately closing all doors and windows. The neighborhood had excellent security, and Yu Shiyun's job was in safe renovations, so their home was very safe. But Zhang Jing hadn't returned home yet. Both of them called and messaged him simultaneously. Zhang Jing calmly explained that he wasn't in danger, just temporarily unable to return home. Relevant departments also issued several notices advising Nanhua residents to stay home and avoid going out. The days spent at home were somewhat agonizing. Housekeeping and delivery services couldn't risk their lives to provide services at this time, so Yu Shiyun and Gu Yixuan had to cook for themselves. However, no matter who cooked, the food was terrible. When the vegetables in the refrigerator ran out, they foraged in the yard. With intermittent water and power outages, they couldn't use appliances, and had to fetch water from the automatic water filter on the balcony. These days were truly miserable. Gu Yixuan took some photos documenting their daily life, and posted them on her WeChat Moments, only to be met with a barrage of criticism. Previously, Gu Yixuan's photos were only subject to whispers and whispers. Now, people are openly cursing her on social media. Life is tough, the young lady sighs. Why is it that when she was doing well, people looked down on her, but now that she has to work hard every day, she still gets criticized? Many people don't have safe houses, nor green ecosystems or farmlands. Trapped at home, they face hunger and disease. The young lady, protected in her comfort zone, is unaware and doesn't care. The riot lasted less than a month, ultimately ending with the military and police jointly clearing out the zombies. Gu Yixuan removed the list of dead people from her social media contacts. Chapter 286 Extra Chapter. Zhang Jing finally returned home safely, and soon moved abroad with her and Yu Shiyun. At the time, a riot had just ended, and travel restrictions were tight, with plane tickets extremely difficult to obtain. However, Gu Yixuan didn't need to worry about these issues. Zhang Jing had already prepared everything. Shortly after Gu Yixuan's family left the country, another large-scale zombie outbreak occurred in Yin country. Gu Yixuan felt incredibly lucky, having escaped two crises, and maintaining her comfortable life even after reaching a safe zone. After leaving the country, Gu Yixuan only posted on her WeChat Moments, but didn't browse the content, as most of it was too gruesome for her to read. However, she still used Moments to record her life. Unsurprisingly, she was criticized again. Although being criticized wouldn't hurt her, Gu Yixuan seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her behavior from the insults. So she stopped publicly recording her life, and instead found someone with a stress-free life to share with. That person was Lin Shi. She lived in the safe house built by Yu Shiyun, well stocked with supplies, including essential appliances like solar panels and a water purifier. Aside from being confined at home and lacking freedom, Lin Shi's life seemed pretty good. Lin Shi occasionally shared her life with her. For example, the mooncakes she made before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Gu Yixuan was surprised to find that Lin Shi actually had mooncakes to eat, and they were handmade. Although they didn't look very appealing, they were much more presentable than the meal she and Yu Shiyun made. The competitive young lady rushed to several dessert shops overnight to buy mooncakes made by foreigners, took a nice picture, and sent it back to Lin Shi. Then she greeted her with, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Lin Shi was the only person Gu Yixuan could keep in touch with after the zombie outbreak without expressing negative emotions. The person Gu Yixuan had once secretly pitied was now her only peer she could confide in, and Gu Yixuan cherished this friend. When Lin Shi didn't reply to messages for a week, Gu Yixuan didn't think much of it. When she didn't reply for a month, she became curious about Lin Shi's situation, but to her dismay, Lin Shi neither replied to messages nor answered calls. Yu Shiyun's messages also went unanswered. Although Gu Yixuan wasn't sad, she suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. She asked Yu Shiyun for confirmation. Lin Shi's house is safe. Does that mean there's no danger if she doesn't open the door? Not entirely. Yu Shiyun sighed and shook her head slightly. The house can indeed keep out zombies, and it can also keep out ordinary people. But the zombie outbreak has been going on for half a year. The current survival crisis comes not only from zombies, but also from the harm inflicted by her own kind. If she encounters firearms and high-tech weapons, that house still won't protect her. Yu Shiyun kept abreast of news from China, and naturally knew about the situation after the zombie outbreak. But seeing Gu Yishuan's worried expression, she couldn't help but comfort her, but it's not necessarily true. Maybe her phone is broken, or she has no signal, and can't contact us. Okay. Gu Yishuan wanted to know Lin Shi's situation precisely, so she could contact her. For the next few months, until the Lunar New Year, Gu Yishuan would occasionally send Lin Shi a few messages, hoping she wouldn't die like the others on her contact list. However, winter turned to spring, and there was still no reply from the other side of the chat window. Gu Yishuan set 3 candles. She didn't remove Lin Shi from her contact list for the time being. Zombie outbreaks gradually occurred overseas, and Gu Yishuan and Yu Shiyun began to stay home in quarantine. They gradually began to live the same life as Lin Shi, cooking and taking care of themselves while in home isolation. Although their quality of life decreased significantly, thanks to Zhang Zheng's job providing a steady stream of survival supplies, their lives were still better than most people's. Gu Yishuan also gradually adapted to staying at home. Suddenly, one day, a long-lost profile picture jumped to the top of her contact list. Gu Yishuan was somewhat surprised, or rather, pleasantly surprised. When the video call connected, both Gu Yishuan and Yu Shiyun were startled. Who was this person with hair that looked like it had been chewed by a dog and a pale complexion? Lin Shi only briefly mentioned that painful experience, unwilling to elaborate. The two exchanged simple greetings. In the days that followed, there wasn't much new to share, as staying at home for so long meant nothing interesting happened. But since the zombie outbreak, Gu Yishuan had witnessed many people lose their lives or struggle desperately in the apocalypse, and she no longer wanted to share her own life.